Tantor Audio, a division of recorded books, presents A Hole in the Sky by Peter F. Hamilton. Narrated by Elizabeth Klett. 1. It was a cycling day. My cycling day, actually. Not that I got to sleep in or anything. Just like every day, Fraser woke me up moving round our room. He's my little brother. Although he's actually 14 now, and nearly as tall as me, that's how I still think of him. I suppose I always will. "Sorry, Hazel," he whispered unconvincingly when he saw me peering blearily at him. He was like a solid shadow in the gloom, except for his hair, a shaggy white-blonde mass, shining in the silvery moonlight leaking round the shutters. His round face is cute and energetic, with wide blue-grey eyes. Recently I've noticed several village girls his age glancing his way at meals, nudging each other and whispering, but mainly giggling. He never sees them, of course. Too busy. Fraser is always busy, either with his hands helping Savin, my dad, in the village carpentry shop, or with his brain. If he looks at anything for more than a few seconds, you just know his thoughts are taking it apart to figure out how it works. Maybe someday he'll be the one that gets all the ship's machines working again. He put on his shirt and trousers and waved to me before slipping out. I snuggled back under the blanket to try and get back to sleep, all comfy and warm, like a baby bird in its nest. It was no use. Nobody had been sleeping well for a while. I'd spent another restless night shuffling about on the thin mattress, waking intermittently. It had left me as tired as when I went to bed. On the other side of the room, hanging on the dresser, was my new dress. Dad's partner, Tanari, had made it for me, and didn't charge me a single food kilo, which was so kind of her. I just kept staring at it in the low light. That dress was the loveliest thing I'd ever owned. Emerald green to complement my red hair, with a long, elegant skirt and wide shoulder straps. And right in the middle of the front was a cycling symbol, a circle divided by an S line down the middle, one half black, one half white, each with a dot of the opposite colour top and bottom. The whole village was going to be watching me at the cycling, especially now I'd got the dress. I was the ceremony's flower girl, presenting the posies to those who were getting cycled. It's a real honour to be chosen as the flower girl. After so many years of being overlooked, I was kind of surprised when the mayor asked me. Nobody over 18 is selected, so I'd only got a few months left. Cycling day is the best time. For a start, nobody works. Well, the cows have to be milked, pigs and chickens fed, and the cooks have a lot to prepare. But that's all during the morning, when the families are saying goodbye to members who are going to be cycled, which is kind of a sad, happy time. Then once the morning's over, we have the ceremony at midday, followed by a big remembrance celebration and feast in the afternoon. The kids play games, there's singing. Then when the daylight goes off, the flower girl lights a big bonfire in the village square, and there's dancing until late. So it was my day, and it was going to be wonderful. The only possible downer would be Zorn. He's 20, and a few months back he got appointed a probationary regulator. So he thinks he's important because of that. There's a real swagger to him now as he walks about. Truth is, he only got the regulator job because Elijah, his older brother, is deputy regulator. The problem is, Zorn likes me. A lot. My fault. He was a mistake. A rebound from Scott. All right, sure, it was fun while it lasted. But he went and got all serious about us, and decided I was the one for him. I broke it off, of course, but I handled that badly. Out of the 23 precious books we had at the school, my favourite was Pride and Prejudice. I always see myself like Elizabeth Bennet, who keeps having all those mixed-up conversations with Mr. Darcy. Except, under no circumstances can Zorn ever be compared to Mr. Darcy. So basically, my love life is an ongoing disaster. I clambered up out of bed a few minutes before the daylight switched on. I really, really wanted to put the dress on. But I'd got chores to do first, and I wasn't going to mess it up. No way. I pulled on my usual trousers, a shirt that wasn't too scratchy, and slipped a jerkin on over that. My boots were soft leather and fitted perfectly, but the soles were worn. I'd have to visit the cobbler again before long, which will cost plenty of food kilos. It took a couple of minutes sitting on the edge of the bed to comb out my hair, which hangs nearly down to my waist. I inherited my red hair from Mum. It's thick and tangles easily, which is a real pain. But red hair is rare in the Daedalus, and, to be honest, it is my best feature. I'm well practised at braiding it, so that only takes a minute. I picked up my basket and the night soil bucket, then tiptoed carefully across the cabin's living room so as not to wake Mum. I needn't have bothered. I could hear her coughing away in her room. It's quite an epidemic in the village right now, which is maybe why we're all finding it harder to sleep. Outside, the morning air was fresh from last night's 3-hour rain. I took a deep breath, smelling the lavender in the garden, and looked round. Our village is called Ixia, and its layout is typical of a Daedalus habitat village. Right at the centre, in every sense, is the hall, one of the Arkship's old buildings that dates back before the mutiny. A broad circle with a white roof that has radial curves, like a melted flower. Its glass walls have big open archways leading inside. Above the largest there's a sign carved into whatever the roof is made of. Ixia Station, Blue Line. Nobody's quite sure what Blue Line means. Right in the centre of the building ahead of the big entrance is a wide stair that goes down into the ground. But in the mutiny it was sealed off at the bottom by a big slab of metal. So whatever the Blue Line is has got to be behind it. We'll never know now. The biggest room is the canteen, which has the electric captain's screen at one end. That's where we all eat and have village meetings. It has the kitchen along one side, with the ovens and cold cupboards that work from electricity, just like people had before. Behind the kitchen is the hospital, which has a medicine machine that got smashed up by the mutineers, but still works a bit. The regulators have their rooms near the centre too, along with the mayor's office. But best of all is the school. I'm too old to go any more. Besides, I know all of Ixia's 23 books. Maybe not as good as Fraser does. He can recite them all by heart. Except Pride and Prejudice, which he hated. But I enjoyed them plenty. I liked just sitting and learning. Best of all, I got taught to play guitar. Outside the village hall are the cabins where everyone lives. Ours has bamboo walls and a reed roof, though some are constructed entirely from wood. We have a bigger garden than most, so Mum can grow her herbs. There's also some fig trees and grapevines on a frame that Dad built before he left. I dumped the night soil into the drain and left the bucket by the cabin door. Fraser and I are supposed to share that chore, but he never does it. I made good time walking out of the village on the opposite side from the canal that runs down one side. All the barns and stables and pens form a border around Ixia's cabins. The smell from the animals is ripe, but I don't mind it. Farming is all part of the life cycle. Without it, the Arkship would be dead. I'd been assigned a chicken coop next to one of the plough horse stables. Teenagers always get an interim job once they finish school, so the mayor can see how reliable we are, before we settle down into a profession. There are 25 chickens in my coop. It isn't particularly hard work, but collecting the eggs for the kitchen is important. The birds were just starting to stir when I arrived. I tipped some grain and kitchen scraps into the feeder trough, then checked for eggs. Daylight came on when I left the hutch. I don't know why we call the nighttime light moonlight. None of the teachers at school do either. Whatever. The light strips running the length of the habitat roof, 3 kilometres above me, turned from a gentle silver radiance to a dazzling white, like an incandescent rib-cage holding up the solid sky. It's never an abrupt transition, taking maybe 10 seconds, but it always makes my eyes water. I blinked the tears away and looked down the length of the habitat. Ixia is 2/3 of the way along, which puts the forward end wall 35 kilometres away from us. I can never see it clearly from Ixia. The landscape of farmland and forest sort of shimmers into a distance haze where the light strips overhead seemed to merge with the ground. They don't, of course. Tower mountains rise out of the land, spaced out in a grid 5 kilometres apart, like titanic black pillars, helping to hold up the habitat roof. To spinward and anti-spinward, the ground appeared to curve up, again until it reached the solid sky. Another optical illusion. Wherever you stand in the habitat, it always looks like you're at the bottom of a curve. Daedalus is basically a colossal cylinder flying through interstellar space on its way to our new world. It spins along its axis as it travels, giving us gravity on the habitat floor. Apparently, it's the same strength gravity as Earth had. To start with, the ship was an asteroid, just a huge lump of stone floating round Earth's sun. The builders hollowed out the habitat section in the centre, making a cylindrical chamber 55 kilometres long and 11 in diameter, which gives it a circumference of 35 kilometres. Along the middle of that, the axis, is another solid cylinder of rock, our sky. I always wish they hadn't designed it that way, that instead they'd left us with an open cylinder so we could look up and see the land above us. But they chose this layout. Too late to change now, by 900 years. I walked back to the village hall. Even 20 metres outside the glass wall, the marvellous smell of fresh-baked bread was thick in the air. Inside the kitchen, the cooks were working hard, shouting at each other and their helpers. No way was I going to interrupt that, so I left my eggs in the rack along with all the others. Hauer was on duty that morning, one of the village regulators. Some of them try to make out they're aloof, implying they're better than the rest of us. Looking at you, Elijah. But Hauer's not like that. He smiled at me and put an entry in the food kilo ledger that I'd completed my task. At the end of every week, Mayor Fininen and Chief Artov tally up everyone's work hours and issue food kilo tokens for them. I had my eye on some blue cloth that I wanted Tanari to turn into a skirt for me, but I was still about 8 food kilos short. I thanked Hauer and looked round trying to see Alice. We grew up together, played together, got into trouble together, sang together in the choir. She is my sister, more than any family could make her. Not that anyone can mistake us for family. First off, her skin is a lovely rich ebony. Second, she's the pretty one. I'm just tall and skinny, while she's almost as tall and has a figure which makes boys stare silently, then talk like they have brain damage. And her smile. Even I feel happy when she smiles. I can't smile like that. Don't bother trying. She's also bald. According to Marana, it's some kind of very rare disease, which is otherwise completely harmless. Poor Alice didn't think so a few years back when she started to lose her hair. I I volunteered my hair as a wig for her. I couldn't bear how much she cried. It used to set me off as well. But in the end, she decided a wig of red hair with black skin would be even more weird. As it turns out, she made the right choice. Having no hair just makes her look even more striking. At the party after the cycling ceremony, it'll be Alice who will have all the boys in Ixia lining up pleading for a dance, while I'll be left fending off Zorn. The mayor had assigned her as a cook's helper, which annoyed her. She wants to be a weaver apprentice. I caught sight of her taking a batch of loaves out of an oven on a long wooden peel. There are 7 ovens in our kitchen, all of them the same, hemispheres a couple of metres across the base, with an open arched doorway in the side. The floor inside is some kind of tough stone that the electricity heats up. They're always hot, about 200 degrees Celsius, so everything gets cooked in them. Alice slapped the loaf tins down on a table, then slid a couple more fresh ones into the oven. That was when she saw me and came over, snagging a couple of rolls on the way. "You're not in the dress yet, then?" she teased, and handed me one of the rolls. It was still warm in my hands. "I'm getting ready after breakfast," I told her. "I want to help braid your hair." "How long till you finish?" "Going to take a while," she said resentfully. "There's 5 didn't come in this morning. 5! Can you imagine that? On cycling day? So the rest of us have to cover. And it's not like we'll get extra food kilos for it. Itzy got taken to hospital in the middle of the night. She won't stop coughing. They say Marana's worried something is in her lungs. An infection, maybe." "That's terrible." "Yeah." She coughed, then looked annoyed with herself. "Hope we haven't all got it." "We'll be fine," I assured her. I knew Itzy. She's a year younger than me. Yes, it's wrong to judge people, but Itzy always looked frail. She's shorter than the other girls her age and has really thin limbs. At school she'd hang back at playtime, never joining in the games. We'd whisper behind her back that she'd likely be going for an early cycling. That's horrible, I know. But Dad always said school is really for toughening you up, ready for adult life. "I'll be as quick as I can," Alice said. Her expression soured as she caught sight of someone behind me. Uh-oh. He's been asking when you'd be in. I turned to see Artoff, Ixia's chief regulator, walking towards me. A powerfully built man in his early 50s, with brown hair just starting to show strands of grey. He got the job 3 years ago, when Seamus, the last chief, cycled. Actually, he's not a bad regulator. A pragmatist, Dad says. Whatever. I always feel guilty when I see him. "Hazel, I'm glad you're here." "Chief Artoff?" I bobbed about pathetically as he looked me up and down. "Is that your flower girl dress?" I frowned crossly. "No, sir." Then I realised he might be making a joke. His thin face was regarding me quizzically. I'm not used to regulators trying to be funny. I suppose he wanted to put me at my ease. Why would he want to do that? What? "Can I have a word with you, please?" he said. "Nothing to worry about." "Yes, sir," I mumbled. He led me towards his office in the centre of the building. Behind me, Alice pulled a wicked face. I gave her a shrug in return, grinning. "Are you looking forward to the ceremony?" he asked me. Yes, sir. I thought I might never be asked. I'm nearly too old." "Nonsense. A girl like you, with your head screwed on right. You were always going to be asked. You're a credit to your family." "Thank you." His office was a simple circular room, with a big desk in the middle. Sheets of white leaf were piled up on its broad wooden top. The regulators keep notes on everybody. When you were born, parents, school marks, infractions, good citizenry citations, illnesses, your cycling day. On the wall behind the desk was a long cabinet. I noticed it because it's made out of metal, which is unusual. Most of the furniture in the village is made of wood, so the cabinet was obviously pre-mutiny. Its lid was glass, which allowed me to see Ixia's 5 regulator pistols inside, sitting neatly in their cradles. Our regulators don't carry them often, thankfully. They're nasty, dull black things with a fat barrel. I remember old Seamus coming into school to explain them to us. The pistols suck up electricity when they're not being used, he said, and that powers the mechanism that fires the dart. Darts are dangerous. If you're too close when a regulator shoots his pistol, they can punch a big hole in you. Really close and the damage can be fatal. They're intended to inject a fleeing infractor with a simple anaesthetic, knocking them out. The darts themselves are reloaded with anaesthetic from the hospital medicine machine. I never thought about it before, but looking at the pistols made me wonder. It was quite a coincidence that among the very limited number of medicines the machine in the hospital can produce, biotics for infections, painkiller pills, contraception pills, creams for sick skin, the bit that makes the anaesthetic drug still works. You'd think the mutineers would have smashed that part first. And it's not just Ixia's medicine machine. All the villages in Daedalus have one, and they can all make the dart drug for their regulators. Artov got me a chair and sat behind his desk, looking at me in what, presumably, he thought was a kindly fashion. "It's like this, Hazel," he said. "Your job today is nice and simple. You award everybody who's being cycled with a pretty bunch of flowers." "A posy," I corrected. I didn't like that he was disparaging the flower girl's role. "It's a posy of flowers, not a bunch." "Quite. It's the symbolism, you see. Flowers are bright and colourful when they're open, full of life, but they also contain seeds, which are the future." The life cycle. I almost chanted it, just as we'd been taught. "Normally we cycle when we're 65. He gestured at the stack of white leaves on his desk. With a start, I realised a sheet with my name on it would be there, sitting among all the others. Dad, Mum, Alice, even Fraser. All of those sheets with our cycle day written on them. Everything decided. Because that's how it has to be. They explained it all at school. Despite how big the Daedalus is, it's not a wide-open world like Earth from before. Even though the builders did their very best to make it planet-like, it's a closed system, which only works because of the cycle. "It is a great time," he continued, "an honourable time. We cycle to make room for the new generations. We return to the soil, which grows crops, which we eat. Thus we live." "Yes." "Everyone knows this. Everyone accepts this. So everyone whose day it is takes their posy from you before they're cycled, and when they do they smile and say thank you. There's never normally any fuss." Now I knew why he'd brought me in here. "The cheetahs," I said. "Exactly." It had been the talk of the village for the last 4 days, ever since the regulator squad had brought back 3 cheetahs they'd found skulking about on the edge of our fields. I'd caught a glimpse of them sitting in the cart as they were taken to the village hall and locked in the cells. 2 men and 1 woman. So terribly old. Years ago they'd run away before their cycle day and hidden somewhere inside the Ark ship's habitat. Actually, in the Tower Mountains. Everyone knows that's where cheetahs go. Now they'd been caught. Our diligent regulators had brought them to justice. They were going to be cycled this afternoon. "They can't physically run," Artov told me. "They're too old now anyway, and my people will be escorting them to the cycle platform. But they may resist when it comes down to it. We don't often have to cycle a cheetah. I'm old enough to have seen it a couple of times. There could be shouting, a lot of anger. It might be unpleasant. I understand, I told him, and I really did. And that was accompanied by a nasty thought. Had I been chosen because I was old? That a 5-year-old flower girl wouldn't be able to cope with cheaters at the ceremony? Good. You need to be prepared, that's all. If it looks like they're going to be trouble, we'll use a dart to put them under. He gestured at the pistol cabinet behind him. Nobody wants the ceremony ruined, especially not by a cheater. Today is a celebration. It's your celebration, Hazel. Right. So, if they can't receive the posy gracefully like they're supposed to, like a decent citizen would, just lay it beside them and move on. Got it? Yes. Good girl. I knew we'd chosen well. You just keep your head, and tonight we can all have a great party. He winked. I might just be not looking your way when you and your friends have a drop or two of something you shouldn't. But... My forehead must have crinkled up. I was puzzling away at this so hard. If you disable them with the dart, how will they take the blessing? The blessing is the little glass of liquid that everyone being cycled drinks as they go to lie down on the platform. In school, they told us it has the best taste imaginable. It sends you peacefully to sleep and slows your heart until it eventually stops. Then Daedalus cycles you. The blessing can be injected if necessary, Artov said flatly. That's something the regulators will take care of. It's our job. Don't you worry about it. Yes, sir. I nodded hurriedly. But I couldn't stop thinking about it all the way back to our cabin. Life in Daedalus is the cycle. You know when your day will come. It's written down there on the white leaf in the regulator's office on the very day you're born. And when it comes around, you take the blessing and give yourself to the future. That's the only way the Daedalus will eventually reach our new world. I never questioned it my whole life. Cycling is so simple, so obvious. Everyone is brought up understanding the necessity of it. Cheaters don't. They believe in something different altogether. They're not like us. They're arrogant, greedy, and horrible. But they're still people. And if Chief Artov is right, they might not take the blessing drink willingly. It will be forced on them. I suppose that means, if you take away all the smooth words, we're going to execute them. 2. Alice and I got ready in my room. She brought her dress over, a grand ruffled skirt and a scoop-neck top in purple and white. Standing beside her, I could see I looked great in my green dress, but once again she'd outshone me without even trying. She spent a long time doing my hair, weaving in white flowers, bouvardias and peonies. Mum had given me a basket of them. She must have spent a day selecting them from other gardens and the fields outside Ixia. Wow, Alice said, as she put her arm round my shoulder. We both stared into the mirror. You look amazing, like Mother Nature herself. I had to admit I did like the effect. My hair was thick with blossom. She'd arranged it perfectly. The only downside was a headache growing behind my eyes. I'd been getting them a lot recently. Thank you, I said. You'll knock 'em dead tonight, she said. Who are you going to dance with? I don't want to go anywhere near the dance. I thought I'd bring my guitar and help the band. Her nose wrinkled in disapproval. They won't let you play. And it's your cycling day. You need to make the most of it. Be the queen of the dance. I groaned in frustration. I did love to dance. But Zorn is going to be there. I don't want to be stuck with him all night. I don't want to be stuck with him for one dance, actually. Then don't. He needs to get it into his thick skull he's been dumped, and with good reason. Come on. You're the flower girl. You get to dance with who you want. I know Garrel said he wanted to dance with you. Garrel? Oh, dear. Garrel is shorter than me and has crooked teeth. He's already working in the pig pens like his father. I know. Don't judge. But... No. So, do you want Tamron to be your fake? He'll do it if I tell him to. No, I sighed. Tamron was Alice's cousin, a nice enough boy, only a year older than us, who worked in the carpentry shed with Dad. He and Fraser got on quite well, for some reason. It's not fair on him, especially as he's so keen on Jane now. OK. Well, how about Macus? Definitely not. He's already twice my weight. His mother must give him all her food. It's not fat. Her eyes had that gleam. I've seen him with his shirt off. Macus? I asked, mock scandalised. And this is why you have the likes of Zorn thinking he's still in with a chance. Stop being so dismissive of everyone else. We need to get boys to realise how fantastic you are. Scott did. She pouted at herself in the mirror, wiggled her hips and shimmied. Go get 'em, girl. I sighed and my shoulders drooped, remembering Scott, and just how good that had been. I wish I was like you. No, you don't. You're you, and you're fabulous, just as you are. We need to make people realise that. And this dress will go a long way to making that happen. Trust me. The door banged open, and Fraser charged in. Hey, I yelled. Girls changing in here. He gave both of us a jeering laugh and pulled his shirt off. Yeah, boy changing now. Oh, my days, what is that smell? Hazel, why are you wearing a garden on your head? She's the flower girl, idiot, Alice told him. Anyone else, anyone calling him an idiot would have got a barrage of abuse back. If it had been me, he'd have thrown something. Mind, I may have thrown things in his direction on occasion. Brothers are a complete pain. I always wish I had a sister instead. But, because it was Alice, Fraser just grinned and said, You two. Mad, the pair of you. Come on, I told her. It's about time anyway. We left just as Fraser tugged his trousers down. He is so embarrassing at times. You need your own room, Alice said as we went out into the living room. Tell me about it, I replied in my best martyred tone. There were even times when I wondered if I should just go and move in with Dad. Except that would devastate Mum. It always amazes me that in a small village, where everything flows along smoothly, life can be so complicated. Georgie was waiting with Mum in the main living room. He's the Ixia Council clerk, spending his days managing all the village's administrative tasks. They'd been seeing each other off and on for a few months, though he's a lot older, only 6 years off cycling. He's a decent man, quiet and patient, which is nice for her. I guess I may have been a bit resentful that he was the one who started to make Mum feel good about herself again. Finally. It was a long, painful climb out of the sullen anger that had claimed her after Dad left. She'd withdrawn to some inner place that not even me and Fraser could pull her out of. I kept a grip on my disappointment as I looked at her. She was in the same dress that she'd worn to every cycling day for the last 10 years. There's nothing wrong with it. I just wish she'd try something new, something that might jolt that weary expression off her face. Georgie, by contrast, was wearing an immaculate black jacket and matching trousers. Mum came over and started fussing, adjusting the dress when it didn't need it. "You look so fine," she said. Her voice was all choked up. "I'm so proud." She hugged me tight. "You know that, don't you?" I squeezed her back. "Thanks, Mum." "You're going to be fighting off the boys at the dance tonight," Georgie said, giving me a thumbs up. All I could do was return a slightly forced smile. Why does everyone focus on me and my chances at the dance? If they're not setting me up with someone, they're speculating who I'll wind up with. Why can't they leave me to find my own friends? It's tough enough without all eyes being on me. Besides, I've grown up with all the Ixia boys. I know them too well. The choice isn't exactly inspiring. That's what makes the invitation dances to other villages so popular. I get to meet boys like Scott. "The flowers were lovely, Jolene," Alice said brightly. "Thank you, sweetie," Mum said. She handed Alice a single scarlet rose. Alice smiled happily and took it. "Are you all right?" Mum asked me. "Headache, that's all." "Oh, we can't have that." She went over to the dresser that held all her jars of herbs and fruits. "Here," she said, handing me a handful of almonds. "Chew these. They should help." "Thanks, Mum." Fraser charged out of our room, greasy hair tufted up and full of sawdust, shirt hanging out of his trousers. All four of us groaned at him. "Oh, my days, what now?" he demanded. "Come here," Mum said fondly. She and Alice smartened him up, and we were finally ready to go. Walking down to the village hall together, we joined in the procession of other families who were emerging from their cabins, all wearing their finest clothes. I love it when everyone dresses up. We spend so much time working, it's hard to remember there are times when we can just ease off and be happy. "You nervous?" Alice asked me. "No." "Lucky you. I was in a complete panic." "Were you?" Nobody could tell. "So what did Artoff want?" "Just to tell me to be calm when I greet the cheetahs." "Oh, that's a relief. I couldn't think you'd be in trouble over anything." Which I slightly resented. I can be bad if I want. "What do you think about the cheetahs?" I asked her. "I think I'm glad they're caught. Breathing our air, taking up our rightful space. Daedalus isn't infinite." "But they didn't harm anyone." "What's wrong with you, Hazel? Those were our crops they were stealing. We would have had to go without. And they know more than anyone Daedalus has to cycle. Everyone's life depends on it. They cheated that." I know. It's just, if they don't take the blessing, we're going to kill them." Alice looked mildly shocked. "We kill sheep and chickens and pigs. People cycle." "Yeah. I just wish they'd been caught for a different cycle day." "Oh, Hazel." She put her arm round my shoulder. "They will not spoil your day, OK? It's going to be magnificent." I managed to produce a smile of sorts. "Thanks." The cycling platform is right behind the village hall. A metal square 3 metres to a side, with a guardrail around it. An old metal sign above it says, "Max loading, 1,500 kilograms." Mayor Faninin was already standing there, along with Chief Artoff. As I joined them, I noticed the chief was wearing his pistol holster. I took my place next to Marana, who was looking very unhappy. Her fingers kept stroking the leather medicine satchel she always carried with her. I tried to quell my nerves as I faced the assembled villagers. Yes, I wanted to be Flower Girl, but I wasn't used to so much attention. Alice did an exaggerated mime, and I stopped hunching my shoulders. As the stragglers arrived, I found myself looking at the front row, those to be cycled. There were 19 of them. It was odd, but to my eyes, it seemed like they were the ones about to lose family members, rather than the other way round. Quite a few had red eyes from crying. A couple of them appeared sullen. I quickly moved my gaze away. Cycling is deliberately intended as a celebration, rejoicing the departure of the old people, so it doesn't upset the young children, who are likely watching a grandparent disappear. It's open and honest, so everyone knows it will happen to them, that it's perfectly natural, the way the habitat is sustained. We thank those being cycled, and reaffirm our commitment to the voyage of the Daedalus, so one day our children will reach the new world. The chatter faded away as regulators escorted the cheetahs out of the village hall where they'd been held. 2 men and 1 woman, their faces all wrinkled, hair thinning so much it reminded me of that awful 6 months Alice had suffered losing hers. Their appearance made me wonder exactly how old they were, how long they'd cheated the cycle. Zorn was escorting the woman cheetah, looking insufferably proud at the duty. I saw his hand gripping her arm so tightly it must have been painful for her. Typical. Mayor Faninen began his address. I could practically recite it myself, I've heard it so many times. How Daedalus travelled from Earth to the First World, taking 4 centuries to reach it. The discovery that although the First World was mostly ocean, it had evolved a species that was almost sentient. Then came our finest hour. We renounced the First World, as it did not belong to us. The aliens who were born there deserved their chance to reach their full potential on their own. With great sadness, Captain Kruger ordered Daedalus to fly to another world, the one we were still heading to. It was even further away, a flight of at least 500 years. 30 years after the ship left the First World came the mutiny. The mutineers wanted to turn back. In their arrogance, they claimed the aliens were never going to amount to anything, and we should have our chance. They wanted to establish their shiny new cities on the islands of the First World and claim it for their own. It was the ultimate betrayal of our ancestors, whose society had risen above Earth's ancient conflicts and imperialism to a noble era, where everyone played a part in building the Daedalus. Fortunately, many on board were appalled by the mutineers. They remained loyal to Captain Kruger and resolved to uphold the decency of the builders and continue onwards. The conflict raged for over a year, with the mutineers smashing all the food machines in an attempt to force Captain Kruger to turn round. Then they began on other machines. It was a terrible time. So many adults died in the fighting on both sides. Finally, the mutineers laid siege to the bridge where Captain Kruger and her remaining loyalists had retreated. So the captain made her glorious sacrifice. She cast herself into the remaining thinking machines to become the electric captain. If the mutineers smashed them, the Ark ship would die. So, in the end, she won. Daedalus remained under her lawful control and never turned round. But the machines the mutineers had already broken no longer produced food and medicine and clothes. Thankfully, our magnificent builders were smarter than the mutineers ever realized. With the guidance and knowledge of the electric captain, it was possible to farm the habitat parkland. It would be a hard life, she warned the young survivors, involving many sacrifices, but people would live to continue the great star voyage. As she explained, the parkland is finite, its resources must be carefully nurtured, it cannot support expansion. To keep it stable and alive, everything must be cycled. And so we are gathered today to acknowledge the wisdom of the electric captain, Mayor Faninen said. Today we cycle. Those who are to be cycled, we salute you. Daedalus will reach the new world because of you. One day our children will live under open skies. Open skies, everyone repeated dutifully. Then they started cheering and clapping. The first cycler stepped forward. I was nearly crying myself when I handed him his posy of purple iris and yellow roses. May you blossom again, I said formally. By the grace of the electric captain, I will, he replied. I always find cycling a very emotional time, ever since I watched my grandparents cycle. After they collected their posy from me, those to be cycled were given their glass of blessing from the mare. They drank it, often knocking it back in one, then went over to the platform. They lay down side by side on the cushions placed on the cold, hard metal. The mare pressed one of the 2 buttons on the box fixed to the guardrail, and the platform sank down. Once it was below ground, a pair of safety doors flipped out so no one fell in, but they also shielded the platform from view as it descended. A couple of minutes later, the safety doors moved aside, and the platform slid back up. Empty. Only 3 people could lie on the platform at a time, so it took half an hour before the last one went down. Then the regulators brought the cheetahs forward. Nobody applauded them. The whole village watched in silence. The first one, a man with the whitest hair I'd ever seen, had to be lifted up and carried. There was a regulator on each side. Elijah was one of them, stiff with the effort of holding him up. But the cheetah wasn't struggling. I realised he was unconscious. His head was lolling forward. They stopped in front of me. I picked up a posy from the tray. I couldn't put it on the ground next to him like I'd been told. That just felt wrong. So I spent a few seconds tucking it into the top of his shirt. "Blossom again," I whispered. Then Artov stepped up and made a gesture like he was gripping the cheetah's shoulder in friendship. I saw the injector pod in his hand. For one wild moment I wanted to yell out, "No! Stop it!" But somehow I managed to stay silent. In my heart, I knew this was wrong. Then the old man was being lowered onto the platform, and the second one was escorted up to me. I held out the posy. His expression was contemptuous, but he took it from me. Next thing, he was chewing the flowers. I was startled, but determined to carry on, so he didn't spoil it for the families whose members had been cycled with grace. "May you I began. He spat out the wad of pulp and laughed mockingly at me. The regulator holding his arm twisted it and murmured, "Behave." Mayor Faninin held up the glass of blessing. The cheetah practically snatched it from his hand and tipped it back, swallowing the drink fast. Then he screamed as if he was in agony and clawed at his throat, his knees buckling. Everyone jumped. I cried out, covering my mouth with my hand. The blessing drink was supposed to be painless. "Doctor!" Faninin yelped. She rushed forwards, then stopped. The cheetah had abruptly fallen silent. He stood up perfectly straight and sneered at poor Marana. "What exactly were you going to do?" he asked. "Save me?" "Get him on the platform," Artov hissed. The cheetah started a manic laugh as the regulators lifted him off his feet and carried him away. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Marana standing perfectly still, except for her hands, which were trembling. The last cheetah came forwards. Zorn had let go of her arm, allowing her to walk with dignity. Her face was heavily wrinkled. I wanted to ask how old she was, but didn't dare. "Hello, my dear," she said. "What lovely hair you have." Thank you."
"So like our electric captain."
I just stood there all gormless. Plenty of people say the same thing.
"Oh, is that for me?"
she asked.
"It's very pretty."
Huh? I'd been so thrown by the last cheetah's mischief, I hadn't picked up the final posy. Right.
You have headaches these days, don't you, my dear?
I froze as I was about to hand her the posy. How did you know that?
We all get them. It's because the habitat air is running out.
What?
The pressure's falling. It has been for years, and now it's become critical. If you don't believe me, ask Alicia. She knows all about these things. Give her the flowers, Artov told me curtly. And you, be quiet. The old woman took the posy from me. May you blossom again, I said automatically. She smiled. Such a warm, sympathetic smile. It made me feel so guilty at what we were doing. Before Zorn and Artov could stop her, she put her arms round me. Alicia is in Tresico, she whispered in my ear. Come on. Artov tugged her away from me. The mayor offered her the blessing glass. She drank it down in one, all the while staring unnervingly at me. Think for yourself, my dear. Save yourself. I watched numbly as Zorn led her over to the platform. She was almost there when she stumbled. Zorn had to carry her the last few steps. The last thing she did was put her arm round the man who'd chewed the posy. I thought I saw her smile. Then she flopped down. Were they married? They'd been caught together. I was fighting back tears as the platform sank away. Marana's arm went round my shoulders. It's okay, she said soothingly. Then Zorn walked over. He was smiling as if everything had gone smoothly. Well, that's over, he said cheerfully. You look lovely, Hazel. Really, the finest girl in the village. Thanks. Time to celebrate now. Celebrate what? I asked him numbly. I couldn't forget the image of the 3 dead cheetahs lying on the platform. The guilt was like an all-over ache. He gave me this puzzled look, his broad forehead all crumpled up, brown eyes narrowed. The feast, remember? Then tonight, after you light the bonfire, I hoped you and I could dance. Zorn, no. Hey, come on. You owe me an explanation at least. I thought we were good together, weren't we? His face, which, if I'm honest, was reasonably handsome, was very still, with his jaw muscles all tensed up. After the stress of dealing with the cheetahs, I really didn't need that needy self-pity directed at me full strength. Affairs of the heart don't follow reason, I told him, which was pretty much what Elizabeth Bennet might have said. What did I do? Nothing. The idea of spending every day of my too few years being with you, here in the same village, of having no choice in my life, of never seeing the new world, I want to cry and scream at the very idea. It's not you. It's me. Everyone knows that means the opposite. Why? What did I do wrong? Most girls would jump at the chance to go out with a regulator. Lucky you, then. Go and dance with them all tonight. Marana's arm tightened round me. Thank you, probationary regulator, she said levelly. That will be all. Zorn gave her a resentful look and marched off back to the village hall. Thanks, I mumbled. If he gives you any more trouble, you let me know. As the village doctor, Marana was really important. She sat on the village council, and even the mayor had to listen to her. She also happened to be Dad's cousin, which makes her someone I could always turn to. I wound up visiting her cabin a lot after Dad moved out. I will. So, what did she say to you? Who? The old woman, when she hugged you. Interesting that Marana didn't call her a cheetah. I looked at Zorn's distant back, then at Artov, who were talking to the mayor. She said the flowers were nice. That's all. Right. Marana gave me a very judgmental look. Tresico is a tower mountain, 7 clicks spinward from Ixia.
So I guessed there was a bunch of cheetahs hiding out there. I didn't want the regulators going there and hauling them in for cycling. Not after today. Marana, what do you think she meant about the air running out? She glanced over at the mayor and Artov, who were still talking heatedly. Not much ambiguity there, Hazel. She believes the air is running out. Is it? I don't know. Well, we have to find out. The mayor and Artov stopped talking. They both stared at me. I blushed hot red. Hazel, the mayor said amiably, you did a wonderful job there. It can't have been easy at the end. Thank you. She said the air's running out, I blurted. She was lying, Chief Artov said. We don't know that. We have to find out. Hazel, he said, using a voice like a teacher patiently explaining something at school. If we were in any danger, the electric captain would warn us. Wouldn't she? She'd tell us what to do. Oh, yes. The cheetah was trying to cause trouble. It's what they do, you understand? They're rotten to the core. I turned to Marana, who gave a small nod. Yes, Chief Artov, I said meekly. So don't go mentioning what she said to anyone. Lies like that only upset everybody, which is what the cheetahs wanted. Don't let them win. I understand. Good girl. Now come on. The cooks have prepared another amazing feast for us. I don't know about you, but I'm starving. I found Mum and Georgi sitting at one of the long tables in the hall. Fraser was with them, and I slid onto the bench beside him. He barely looked up from his plate. You did a fantastic job, Mum told me. And you looked gorgeous. The cooks had prepared several pigs for us, along with a deer and half a dozen swans, with just about every vegetable we grow piled up steaming hot, and baked potatoes, and jugs full of thick gravy and apple sauce. I could see flans and cakes and meringues for pudding all lined up on the counters, along with tall pitchers of cream. I reached for the nearest dish of roast pork. Thanks, Mum. It was so funny, Fraser said. Funny? I asked, annoyed. That old cheetah who made out he was in pain. Fraser's hands went to his own throat, and he thrashed about, going cross-eyed as he made wailing sounds. Stop it, Mum said sharply. People were looking round. What? He snorted. Everyone was having a heart attack. Daedalus nearly got 50 extra bodies to cycle. It was funny. I couldn't stop laughing. You are seriously warped, I told him. He just chuckled and went back to stuffing his face. The pork tasted great, and the roast parsnips, and the sweet potatoes, and the eggplant, and the tomatoes. I had 2 helpings, then sat back and chewed on a long strip of crackling before collecting a slice of pear flan. Can I go? Fraser asked eagerly after he'd gulped down his pudding. Already? Mum said. She sounded disappointed. Mum? He waved wildly at the archway, where Tamrin and several other boys were already hurrying out. One of them carried a football. If I don't get out there now, I'll have to play in goal. I hate playing in goal. I'm the best striker there is. She smiled indulgently. Go on, then. Thanks, Mum. He nearly fell backwards off the bench, he was in such a hurry. Bottles of wine were appearing at most of the tables at this point. The afternoon was for relaxing, catching up with friends and gossip. Alice caught my gaze and winked as she raised a glass. I knew it would have wine in it. Her parents are a bit more liberal than Mum. I'd better go and talk to Dad, I said. Yeah, Mum said. You'd better. Dad was sitting at a table down the other end of the hall, about as far away from Mum as physically possible. Naturally. Tanari was with him, a woman with a round, cheerful face, wearing a blue and red dress with a tassel hem. As I got closer, I saw she'd got turquoise streaks in her brown hair. That was new.
Dad stood up, trying not to grimace, just like I tried not to look at his leg. He'd made it himself in the carpentry shop. It's very clever, with an ankle joint that bends just like the real one. His knee stump fits into a padded cup, and leather straps hold the whole contraption in place, allowing him to walk almost normally. But he's always in pain. I feel that hurt just looking at him. When he did it, that stupid accident with the water wheel mechanism, I was so scared he'd be cycled. If you can't contribute to the village, that's what happens to you. It's the law. But Marana saved what was left of his leg, and Dad designed and built the artificial limb for himself. Nobody had ever seen anything like it before. He could resume work. But living in constant pain changed him. Too much for Mum. "Hi, Dad." I kissed him gently, and waited until he'd eased himself back onto the bench. "Sweetheart," he smiled happily. "You were the most perfect flower girl ever." "Thanks." I studied his face. As always, he looked like he hadn't slept for a month, but at least today the usual worry lines had gone. I suspected wine had something to do with that. He and Tanari had already finished one bottle, and now she was refilling his glass for him. "Thanks again for the dress," I told her. She winked and held up her glass. "My pleasure. You wear it well." "So, who are you dancing with tonight?" Dad asked. I groaned. "Don't you start." "That idiot Zorn being a nuisance." "I can handle Zorn." "That's my girl." I leaned in a little closer. "Dad, did you ever hear of someone called Alicia?" The surprised expression on his face told me he wasn't as tipsy as I'd thought. "Where did you hear that name?" he asked. "So you do know her?" "Yes." He nodded slowly. "I remember her anyway. She ran off when I was still a child." "Who is she?" "My grandmother." Shock immobilized my throat muscles. It was a few heartbeats before I managed to breathe again. So this Alicia woman was my great-grandmother. And she was still alive. 3. A week after cycling day, there was an assembly in the village hall. Everybody came to it without exception. Marana even helped Itzy walk through from the hospital. The poor girl was still coughing, but not as bad as before. I saw Elijah and Artov both study her before she sat on a bench at the back of the canteen. That chilled me. Mayor Faninin came and stood in front of the screen, a big rectangle stuck up on the wall at the head of the hall. Glowing red numbers in the top left corner were counting down. Whenever the electric captain had something to say, those numbers appeared, usually a day in advance. He eyed the red digits and held up his arms. "OK, people, quiet down. Please stand for our electric captain." We all clambered to our feet. As always, Mayor Faninin had timed it perfectly. The screen amazes me. It's a pre-mutiny machine which works, which is always a rarity. And it's how the electric captain talks to us. She never says very much. If I'm truthful, the talks she gives us are sort of a letdown, because all she does is basically read out lists. I guess that doesn't matter so much. It's reassuring seeing her, knowing she's still there, somehow inside the thinking machines that guide Daedalus through space, and because of that, we will reach the new world one day. She gives us a reason to carry on. The little red digits all reached 0, and the blank grey rectangle lit up. The electric captain appeared to be staring out at us, her face filling the screen, allowing only a tiny glimpse of the background, which is always the same huge room with walls of rock. Tall columns of shiny metal stand behind her. She has a strangely plain face, which is always devoid of emotion, though I suspect she might be sad. A mind imprisoned for centuries inside machines has to be the greatest burden anyone could endure.
I am so grateful she does that for us, and wish I could tell her so. Her face is quite thin, with a small nose, and red hair much darker than mine, pulled back and fastened somewhere behind her head. She is civility and authority. "Good day to all of you," she said in her calm, measured voice. I could see the children smiling at the sound, while adults just looked relieved. "And my congratulations on yet another successful cycling day. With your commitment to maintaining the environment of the habitat, respecting the order we must live by, you have ensured our magnificent ship will continue its flight to the New World. As a result, I am happy to announce an invitation dance." Several people clapped. I could see a lot of smiles around me, indulgent from the grown-ups, eager from all my fellow teenagers. I forced a smile. True, I was genuinely pleased about the invitation dance, but some part of me was hoping that today would be the day of the announcement, the one people have been waiting for 500 years to hear. That the electric captain would finally tell us the voyage was coming to an end, and we would soon arrive at the New World. I always pray it will happen in my lifetime, that Alice and I are the generation that would walk under that unimaginable open sky. It's what we were always told in school, that it would take 500 years, which is now. About now, anyway. There are many uncertainties in travelling so far. And the mutineers did damage the ship. I was always resentful about that, not understanding why the electric captain never tells us how much longer the voyage will last. Dad always said it was to avoid taking people's hope away, that we keep on hoping Daedalus will arrive, so we do what we have to, and live our lives without fuss, all the time believing that our children will reach the New World. Dad can be quite cynical. The electric captain started announcing the 20 villages taking part. A list. Always lists. Ixia's girls are invited to attend a dance thrown by Akebia. Cheering and squeals broke out across the hall. I had to admit, that was exciting. Akebia was a village right up by the forward end wall. That would mean I'd finally have travelled the whole length of the habitat. 2 dances ago we'd been invited to Veride, which was a fishing village on the edge of the aft ring lake. I'd met Scott there. At the time, it had been the best 2 days of my life. Then the boys were cheering and clapping. I turned to Mum. "What?" "Ixia has invited the girls from Creenham to a dance here." I pulled a face. Those poor Creenham girls. Mum shook her head at me, but she was chuckling. We had 3 days to get ready for the dance. The first thing I did was take my green dress to Tanari. "No problem," she said. "I can unpick the cycling symbol in an hour." "Oh, thank you." Nothing wrong with the symbol, except everyone in Akebia would know it was a cycling day dress. "Those Akebia boys won't believe their luck when you show up," she said. "You'll need the habitat's biggest stick to fend them off." I couldn't meet her gaze. That's Alice, not me. "Forget about Alice for once. You are allowed to have fun, Hazel. That's the whole point of invitation dances. Have fun, meet new people, break boys' hearts. And remember, what happens when you're away dancing stays away." I know. As always, Scott's smile drifted into my mind. Maybe I'd made a mistake. But it had been such a lovely mistake. "Good. Just make sure you do, then. These last few years haven't been easy for you. Now everything is settled down here, it's about time you started enjoying yourself." "I will," I promised. "Don't forget to visit Marana, and get your contraception booster shot before you go." "Tanari!" She grinned at my reddening cheeks and opened her sewing box. We left on Kirill's barge an hour after daylight came on. There were hundreds of the long, shallow craft sliding serenely along the canals of Daedalus. Water always flows in one direction through the habitat, from the waterfalls on the forward end wall to the lake that rings the base of the aft end wall. The canals meander a lot on their way, merging and splitting, to form a comprehensive network across the habitat. All of the 100 villages are sited next to a canal, not just for easy transport, but so everyone can have a water wheel to power the mills and looms and saws we need to keep our society running. There are 25 of us in the barge, all the Ixia girls over 15 and still not committed or married. Well, mostly. Jane was there in the barge, and Chloe, who was pretty steady with Dorlo, both looking eager at the prospect of the dance. We sat on long benches facing each other, along with 4 of the older women from the village, who were there to make sure we didn't completely disgrace ourselves. Elijah was accompanying them too, sitting up at the prow trying to look all confident, as if he was in charge. Nobody paid him any attention, which I guess helped cultivate his stern expression. Alice and I sat together, trying to ignore the stink of previous cargoes whose dank juices stained the wood. There was a lot of giggling as we set off. The ducks and swans that paddled up and down the calm waters of the canal parted to let the barge glide past. We sang, too, as the black shire horse on the towpath pulled us along. Kirill, our barge-master, walked alongside her, guiding the huge beast over bridges and taking the correct fork at every junction pool without even slowing. He bragged that he knew all the canal routes in the Daedalus. I learned that barges going forward always travel on the left of the canal, while anyone heading aft goes to the right. And when they do go aft, the water current carries them along, so the tow horses stand on a little platform on the prow, taking a well-earned rest. I could do that, I told Alice sometime around mid-morning. Do what? Be a barge-master. You're kidding. It'd be nice. Visit somewhere different every day, handle different cargoes, meet new people all the time. Have a boy in every village, walk away from Zorn. We both laughed. If you did, then most of the time you'd be all by yourself with a pile of guano, she said. That would be seriously lonely, not to mention sad. I know, I sigh. Guano time is something nobody can avoid, not even the mayor. We get regular deliveries of guano every month. Every village does. That's one set of machines that the mutineers didn't wreck. All the human waste we produce, along with every piece of organic rubbish from the farms and kitchen, all gets flushed out of the village down a big sewer pipe to a composter machine, most likely many composter machines, somewhere beyond the rear end wall that's been sealed off since the mutiny. That's where the cycled bodies go too. The machines take all the harmful toxins out of the waste and pump it back into the habitat as a thick sludge, guano, which is a great fertilizer. Trouble is, there isn't a machine to spread it back onto the vegetable gardens and fields. About a third of the Tower Mountains have a spill pipe where the guano comes out like a sluggish black waterfall that smells. From there, the barges load up and take it back to the villages. Every time we get a delivery, the whole village turns up at the wharf, every one of us pushing a wheelbarrow along, and out we take it to whatever piece of land is on the rota. Those are long, wearisome days. When you tip out your wheelbarrow, you can't just leave the stuff in a big squishy pile. You have to rake it into the soil. Then you go back for another barrow load. And the compost machines aren't perfect either, not anymore. You often get small chunks of bone or bits of animal carcass that haven't been broken down properly. Once, a couple of years ago, I was raking guano into Mum's herb beds when the rake pulled out this disgusting length of flesh like a piece of black and red rope. It was as thick as my arm, but didn't have a bone in it like a limb should. One of the school books is called Ocean Creatures, and has pictures of a whole load of interesting fish from Earth. The flesh rope stuck to my rake reminded me of an octopus tentacle. But this thing didn't have sucker rings. It ended in a pincer claw like a bird's talons, the same size as my fingers. The outside ridge was razor sharp, and the tips were like needles too. I had no idea where it came from. I'm pretty sure we don't have an octopus family swimming round in the Aft Ring Lake. Scott would have known about them. It must have been some bit of fetid animal guts I didn't recognise. So I just buried it, and let the horrid thing decompose in the soil. No, guano time is not my most popular activity. Alice was right. That's what barge masters spend most of their time moving round. I needed to think of a different job. The Daedalus end walls are really something. I mean, the Tower Mountains are impressive, but the end walls form a near vertical cliff of smooth rock, holding the ground and sky apart. The forward one has waterfall outlets high above the ground, spaced every kilometre or so the whole way around, sending out thick jets of water, which splash into circular pools where the canals start. I stared in fascination at the foaming tract of water as we approached Akebia. It curved sideways like a scythe blade as it fell. I'd heard about it, but never seen the phenomena. It's because of the spin, Fraser says. The water coming from the outlet isn't spinning quite as fast relative to the habitat floor, so it arcs through the air as it comes down. That's how we know which way Daedalus is spinning. We really do live in a strange place. Akebia was just below a waterfall pool, spread like a semicircle along the start of the canal. The current outside the pool was strong too. The poor old Shire horse was straining hard for the last kilometre to pull us up to the wharf. We were greeted by Damaso, the mayor, and half the village council, who were quite sweet and made us feel genuinely welcome. No eligible boys, though. That's tradition. We don't get to meet them until the dance starts. They showed us to the cabins we'd be sleeping in. The one Alice and I shared had a window that looked out towards the pool. I pushed the shutters open and stared out at the thick waterfall. It made a constant low grumbling sound. I supposed I'd get used to it. After all, it was only for a couple of nights. I didn't realise the waterfalls were so big, I said to Alice as she joined me. Course they are, she said breezily. Daedalus has to keep the canals full. There's more water in the canals than in the Aft Ring Lake. Really? It was hard to believe. The Aft Ring Lake was huge, measuring an easy 5 kilometres from the shore across to the circular drain weirs that made up the base of the aft end wall. I know, because Scott took me out there on his boat. Yeah, I think so. That's what Callick told me anyway. I was surprised. Callick? I confess the query might have sounded slightly sceptical. Yes, he's quite smart, actually. Alice had this mental list of all Ixia's boys. She knew all their good features, and their bad ones. Zorn was at the bottom, she'd assured me, because he has no good features. They're so powerful, I said, gazing at the cascade. How does Daedalus move so much water around? She shrugged. Big pumps. Who cares? Be nice to know. You sound like Fraser. Promise me something. What? Don't talk about canal water circulation at the dance tonight. I laughed. I won't, I promised. We took hours getting ready. Our lovely hosts had provided large bowls of warm water and soap in every cabin. For once I could give my hair a thorough wash. Back home we just go down to the bathing pond, which is cut into the canal bank downstream from the water wheel and shielded from view by a big hedge of bougainvillea. Men and women go at separate times to wash and gossip. But the water is cold. You don't waste time there. Alice helped me style my hair, then we got dressed. All the Ixia girls were led down to Akebia's village hall. Like ours, it had a sign carved into the edge of the roof. Akebia Station, Green Line. There was a delightful courtyard area just outside, surrounded by tall cherry trees, and roofed over by wooden beams that were invisible under a dense web of honeysuckle. A small raised stage at one end had 5 guitarists and a drummer playing as we arrived. Tables and benches had been set up around the edges, with candles flickering amid the food and drink. The boys were waiting beside them, looking as eager and anxious as I supposed we did. "Just remember I'm here," Elijah said. He'd walked down from the cabins with us. "So?" I said irritably. "Have a nice time dancing, sure. But don't get too friendly with anyone. Zorn is still crazy over you." "If you were a proper brother to him, you'd tell him to get over me." "You need to think strategic. You're going to spend the rest of your life in Ixia, and he has prospects." "No one in Ixia has prospects," I mocked. "There haven't been prospects in Daedalus for 500 years. "You think you're so much better than the rest of us, don't you?" "No, I'm just a realist." "You've hurt my brother once, and that upset me. Don't do it again. I'd be really disappointed, and you wouldn't like that." "Oh, really?" I looked along the clump of Akebia boys. They weren't from Ixia, so to me every one of them was full of unknown potential. My gaze went back to one. My intuition can take over conscious thought sometimes. Mum calls it being impetuous. He was a couple of centimetres taller than me, and probably a couple of years older too. Nice dark olive skin, and a baby beard which highlighted firm cheekbones, but not compellingly handsome like a couple of them were. Alice was already sharing sly smiles with them. He wasn't trying to catch anyone's attention, which gave him an indefinable air of reserve, which was kind of endearing. I walked right across the courtyard to him. That's just not done. The invited girls are supposed to wait to be asked to dance by the host boys. Both groups stopped eyeing each other up to stare at me. I even heard a few dud notes coming from the guitars. When I was about halfway over, he realized I was heading right at him. His eyes flashed with surprise, but he soon recovered, straightening his back. I stopped half a metre in front of him. "Hi," I said. "I'm Hazel." Rel. Pleased to meet you, Hazel. Would you like to dance?" Rel must have been wanting to look round, to see everyone else's faces, maybe exchange wry grins with his friends. Me too. Specifically, I so wanted to see Elijah's face, but I wouldn't give him the satisfaction of knowing. "I would be delighted to dance with you, Hazel," Rel said formally. But he was smiling that way you do when you're sharing a secret. So I was first out on the dance floor. Me and Grell all by ourselves with everyone gawping. We, all right, me, would be the talk of both villages for weeks. Rel was 20, and he'd been accepted as Akebia's apprentice doctor. That impressed me. I told him about Dad's wooden leg, which fascinated him. "I'd love to see that," he told me eagerly. Other couples started to join us on the dance floor. That allowed me to relax a bit. I even sneaked a glance at Elijah as he slunk around the edge of the courtyard, sullen and glowering. After a couple more dances, Rel asked if I'd like a rest and a drink. We sat at the table he'd been standing beside. I thought he'd thank me kindly and move on. But no. "Mind if I ask why that happened?" he said pleasantly. "I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to embarrass you." "Believe me, you didn't. My status among my friends has just reached the highest point it's ever going to get." I took a sip from the glass he'd given me. The wine tasted as sweet as honey. Better than anything Ixia makes. In fact, everything about Akebia was better than home. The regulator who came with us, Elijah. His brother has a thing for me. So Elijah thinks he's some kind of chaperone. I was cross. Oh, that must make me sound horrible. No. I must remember to thank Elijah before he leaves. Thank Elijah? Well, yes. He's the reason you stomped over to me. I was already scheming harder than I ever have, trying to work out how I could possibly get you to dance with me. And, pow, it just went and happened. I am incredibly grateful to him for being an arse. I drank some more wine. I think you mean you were scheming how to get my friend Alice to dance. She's the one over there, in the white and scarlet dress. No, he said intently. Not her. You. I could feel my cheeks heat up. But by then the moonlight was on, so he couldn't have seen that. I drank some more wine, hoping that would cool me down. I didn't stomp. Oh, that was definitely a stomp. His teasing smile was rather charming. I realised how much wine I'd been drinking and switched to water. Then we were up and dancing again. Half an hour later I was standing in the queue at the buffet table, alone for a few seconds while Rel gallantly collected some plates. There was a swirl of white and purple cotton, a strong scent of morning flower perfume, and there was Alice, a huge smile on her face. "You bad girl!" she exclaimed in breathless delight. "Who is he?" I tried not to grin. Failed. "Rel. You know." "No, I do not. Who are you, and what have you done with my friend Hazel?" "It's all Elijah's fault." "Ugh, who cares about that idiot? This is why I love you, Hazel. You're always full of surprises." "So who's the boy you were dancing with? Don't try and change the subject. But he's called Shao, and he's rather deliciously hot, don't you think?" Yeah. He doesn't talk much, but it's not his voice I'm interested in." "Right." Thankfully Rel came back, and I introduced the pair of them. Alice fluttered her eyes and flirted outrageously with him as we served ourselves with slices of beef and egg salad and rolls. Shao joined us at the table to eat. True, Shao didn't say much, but then he never stood much of a chance. Alice was too busy being Alice, and never stopped chattering. Rel and I shared quiet, knowing glances. He seemed to be as amused by the whole performance as I was. Shao was dispatched to fetch us all dessert. I let my shoulder rest against Rel, and not long after, his arm appeared round me. It was a really good fit. In fact, I hadn't felt this content for quite a while. Not since Scott had carefully steered his fishing boat into the shelter of the mango trees which overhung the lake shore, and it wasn't just the wine producing that sensation. Beyond the village, the end wall was a black expanse, kind of what I imagined space would be like. When I tipped my head back, I could see the light strips on the sky end just a few metres short of the sheer cliff. It made me acknowledge Daedalus is actually finite. In Ixia, the habitat stretches away in every direction. I wasn't used to a limit. The silver moonlight radiating from the strips illuminated wisps of mist drifting above us. I frowned, narrowing my eyes to focus better. "What's that?" Rel grinned and squeezed a little tighter. "What?" "Up there, between the light strips, where the sky meets the end wall. Those little streamers of cloud. They're moving in a circle." "That? We call it the swirl. You can only see it at night, of course. The light strips are too bright in the day." "I've never seen anything like it before." All I could think of when I looked at it was the way water drains through a hole. "It appeared after the jolt. Did you hear about that?" I remembered the jolt, though not everybody did. It was maybe 3 years ago. The habitat shuddered. Not much. It was night, so most people never even noticed it. But I was awake. My bed wobbled. just briefly, as if someone had shaken it. But that was it. Over the next few days, we found out most of the 100 villages had felt it. The electric captain never mentioned it, so everyone knew the ship was still okay. Just like always. I stared up at the streamers of cloud as they slithered into a spiral and vanished where they merged. "We're losing air," I said numbly. Rel's expression was puzzled. "What?" "She told me. The cheetah. She said we're running out of air." I sat up abruptly. "Are people here getting headaches?" "Oh, Hazel," Alice groaned. "Don't! This is a dance!" I turned to Rel and gave him an intense stare. "Are people getting more headaches than usual? Maybe coughing as well?" I could see he was getting alarmed by my behaviour, that he wanted to say something funny to get the evening back on track. But, to his credit, he answered honestly. "Yes. We have been getting more cases of coughing than usual, I suppose." "What cheetah?" Goosebumps were rising all along my arms, yet the evening air was mild. I was a flower girl. A cheetah woman talked to me before she cycled. "And she said the air was running out?" he asked incredulously. "But it's not." "We don't know that. The headaches. I've started coughing sometimes too." Alice sighed in dismay and rolled her eyes. I ignored her. My gaze went back to the swirl. It was small, yes, but if air had been leaking out into space for years... "The electric captain would have warned us if there was a problem with the air," Rel said, his voice rich with concern for me. "We're fine." I never got a chance to answer him. Someone rode a horse right up to the edge of the courtyard. The band stopped and everyone on the dance floor turned to look at the rider as he dismounted. With a shock, I recognised Hauer. And nobody rides at night unless it's extremely urgent. Alice and I automatically gripped hands, knowing it was going to be bad. Hauer searched round at all the still figures who were staring anxiously at him. Then he was walking towards me. "Hazel," he said awkwardly. "What is it? What's happened?" "I'm really sorry. Fraser was playing in the date palm grove. He fell out of a tree." "Is he dead?" I gasped fearfully. "No, but he can't move his limbs." 4. I don't remember much of the trip home. I rode with Hauer the whole way. He seemed to know the paths as well as Kyril knew the canals. We stopped once in a village called Polreith to change horses. Then we were off again. The moonlight was still on when we arrived back in Ixia. Hauer dropped me off right outside the village hall. I rushed through the entrance arch. The cooks were just starting to arrive and get breakfast ready. They said nothing as I ran past them and into the hospital. Mum, Georgi and Tanari were dozing on a settee outside Marana's office. Mum sat up as I came in and put her arms out to me. We hugged for a long moment. I could see she'd been crying for hours. Her face was all pale and blotchy, the way it goes when she's suffering. I'd seen it all before with Dad. Months and months of it. "How is he?" I finally asked. "He's asleep now," she said, wiping her eyes again. "Marana gave him a sedative. He was in a lot of shock and very distressed." "How bad is the pain?" I asked fearfully. Mum's tears welled up again. "There is no pain. He can't feel anything. Nothing. I can't stand it. Not Fraser. Not this." I gave Georgi an entreating look. He came up and gently took Mum from me. "I want to see him," I said. Mum nodded. I went through into the ward. Itzy was lying on one of the beds fast asleep. At the other end of the ward, Dad was slumped in a chair. He glanced up and gave me a forlorn grin. I saw he'd been crying as well. Marana was standing at the end of Fraser's bed, looking exhausted. I forced myself to walk forward. Fraser was lying there sound asleep. He looked absolutely fine, and so peaceful with his eyes closed. His blonde hair was fanned out over the pillow, chest rising and falling softly. He wasn't sweating, wasn't flushed, nothing wrong at all. I leant over and gently kissed his forehead. How he'd hate that. A couple of weeks back he'd been out after supper. It was only a few minutes until the daylight switched off, and Mum was getting worried and cross that he wasn't home. So, as always, I got sent to find him. It wasn't difficult. I just followed the noise of boys shouting. Fraser was in the canal with his friends, upstream of the mill, which was a big no. People aren't supposed to swim there, not even the adults, in case the current pulled you into the wheel. I yelled at him to get out and come home. All his friends jeered at him as he waded out. "Thanks a bunch," he sneered at me. "You know swimming there is dangerous," I told him. "What are you, a regulator?" "I'm just saying—" He laughed in that dismissive way he has to tell me what a pain I am. Then he gathered up his clothes and started to run. "Hey!" I yelled. "I haven't finished telling you." He made an obscene gesture and laughed at me again. Every time. He knows exactly how to wind me up. I didn't want to be his nursemaid. I didn't want to be sent out to find him like some 8-year-old child running an errand for her mother. I set off after him. I'm taller than him, with longer legs. You'd think catching him would be easy. But Fraser isn't just fast, he's nimble with it. He dodged off the path into an orchard, zipping round the trunks as the daylight switched off and pale moonlight was left to bathe the habitat. Next thing I know, a ripe peach came flying out of the gloom and only just missed me. "Right," I yelled. "Two can play at that game." I reached up and snatched some of the pulpy fruit from a bough above. The chase was on. I managed to get in a couple of good strikes to his one by the time we piled in through the cabin's front door, both out of breath and giggling. Mum took one look at the pair of us and scowled. We were both sent to our room. That's Fraser. Not. Dad got up and put his arm around me as I stared down at my brother in the hospital bed. "He'll be all right, won't he?" I asked. It was really hard fighting back the tears, but Fraser might wake up and see my crying, and that could not be allowed. "He has no sensation in his legs," Dad said quietly. He looked down at his own wooden limb. Guiltily, I thought. "What does that mean?" I asked. I knew. I knew right from the second Howard told me. I just didn't want to believe. "He landed on his back," Marana said. "It's caused some damage to his spine. The good news is that his right arm is unaffected, and he has partial use of his left hand." "That's good news?" I exclaimed. "Yes. It indicates that the nerve damage may be due to swelling, in which case feeling may return as the swelling subsides naturally." "So he'll be able to walk again?" "It is far too early to tell." "How long then? A day? A week?" "Come on," Dad said, and steered me away from the bed. "You've been riding all night. You need to rest." "No, I don't." "Yes, you do. You're no use to anybody in this state, least of all Fraser. Now lie down here and get some sleep. He won't be awake for a few hours yet." I sat on the edge of the next bed along from my brother. "You'll tell me when he wakes up, won't you?" "Of course." I don't know how long I was asleep. When I did open my eyes, Dad was in the same chair as before, and Mum was sitting on the edge of Fraser's bed. Fraser had been propped up on a pile of cushions. There was a chessboard on his lap. He and Mum were playing. "Hey, you," I said. Fraser smiled. It wasn't his real smile. This was like someone had told him what a smile was and he was trying to achieve it. "You were snoring," he said. "I don't snore," I said automatically. "You do." "Do not." I went over and hugged him. Or tried to. People normally lean forward to receive a hug. Fraser didn't. His torso stayed there resting on the cushions. So I just squeezed his shoulder fondly. "How's it going?" "I can use my arms," he said brightly. "That's good. You'll be able to swim okay then." "Hazel," Mum snapped. "Oh my days, she's right," Fraser said. "I never thought of that. You know what? I could become a fisherman, in some kind of canoe. That doesn't need legs. I can get about just by paddles." He gave Dad an eager look. "Right?" "Good idea," Dad said, pressing his lips together, as if he was considering it. That was so Fraser. Take an idea and run with it at right angles to everyone else. My brain would never make a connection between swimming and canoeing, let alone using that to contribute to the habitat cycle by fishing. "Let's just do what the doctor advised, and see what happens when the swelling goes down," Mum said. "OK," Fraser said. He held up his left hand. His fingers were curled up, not quite tight into a fist, but closed against his palm. He managed to open up his index and middle finger, showing them to me proudly. "I could barely do that last night," he said chirpily. "Well done," I said, hoping that my misery wasn't bleeding into my voice. "You should get some breakfast," he said. "It's great in here. You get first choice on everything." "I'll do that," I said, and turned away before I started crying. We spent the first week in the hospital by Fraser's bedside. It was hard, but we took it in shifts, overlapping so there was always 2 of us there at any one time. Georgie and Tanari helped. Mum didn't really approve of Tanari, but Fraser liked her a lot, and her jolly personality cheered him up. All his friends visited. We had to work out a rota for them. Alice turned up as soon as the barge docked a couple of days later. That produced the biggest smile on Fraser's face since the accident. She treated him as if nothing had happened, teasing, pouring derision on him being a canoe fisherman, giggling wildly at him having to use a bedpan. Fraser loved it. I walked out of the ward with her when she said goodbye. "So, what happened at the dance after I left?" I asked. Her smile became coy. "It happened away. I can't possibly say," she chanted. "Alice!" "All right, but not a word to anyone." "Of course not." Xiao took me back to our cabin after the dance. I was silent for a moment, thinking there was going to be more. Then I must have blushed. Alice caught it, and smiled like the proverbial cat who's found a canal's worth of cream. "And you remember how quiet he is?" "Yes." "I got him to make a lot of noise. Both nights." "Alice, you are impossible." "Speak for yourself. Rel couldn't stop asking questions about you the rest of the evening, and at breakfast as well. In fact—" She produced a neatly rolled up white leaf. "For you." "Really?" She smirked. "Who are you trying to kid? You are all that village is talking about." After she went home, I sat in the main hall, which was practically empty. I should have gone back to Fraser, but I was desperate to unroll the white leaf. Rel's letter was really sweet. He said how sorry he was about Fraser's accident, and hoped he'd get better soon. He said he'd never forget seeing me for the first time, how he adored dancing with me, how much fun I was, how interesting, how smart, how pretty, how he couldn't wait to see me again, and was going to visit me as soon as possible. My ears were bright red when I finished, but the really stupid grin on my face took an age to fade. If Fraser ever read it, I would simply die of embarrassment. So I rolled it back up neatly and tucked it into my pocket. After 3 more days, Marana allowed Fraser to come home. Everyone was encouraging, saying how he must be improving for the doctor to let that happen. It wasn't true. And in its heart, Ixia knew that. There was no change at all. Mum and I spent a day getting our old room ready. My bed got moved out to the living room, where I'd sleep. Fraser's bed got raised on blocks, so people didn't have to bend over so much to help him. He and Alice might have giggled away about the bedpan, but in reality, lifting him on and off it was hard work. Some despair-withered part of my mind was thinking about having to help him for another 50 years until it was my cycling day. How it would turn me into an old crone who couldn't stand up straight by the time I was 30. Dad and his friends in the carpentry shop made a tray on a tall leg that straddled the bed, so it was like a table for Fraser. Friends contributed big bowls and piles of extra towels, so we could give him proper bed baths. They're not easy for him, or us. A team of men, led by Dad and Tamron, carried him back to the cabin on a stretcher. Fraser was really quiet as they made their way through the village. I knew what he was thinking, of course, how he used to run along this path so easily. Maybe it was that trip back home which made him realise how serious this was. He was certainly a lot more subdued when we got him back into his own room than he had been in the hospital. Hospital is only ever temporary. It's where you stay while you recover. That's what everyone tells themselves. The real trouble after settling him in was that there was nothing for him to do. What can anyone do if they're stuck in bed all day, every day? There's only so many games of chess you can play. Fraser never learned how to play a guitar. I suppose he can learn, but it's not him, and his singing voice is truly rubbish. That's not just me taunting him. So all he had left was sitting there and thinking, which wasn't good for anyone, let alone Fraser with his big hyperactive brain. His friends kept visiting, just not quite as often as they did while he was in hospital. Marana came to check him twice a day. She was encouraging, but there was absolutely no change. If anything, it was getting harder for him to open his left hand. He'd never admit that, but I could see the effort it cost him, the dark shadow lurking behind his eyes that threatened to swell out and consume him. That was when I had to face the worry that I'd been in denial about from the very beginning. Just like I did with anything serious, I went to see Alice. "Cycle Fraser?" she exclaimed, outraged. "That's ridiculous." I was lying on the cushioned bench in her cabin. It had a curved neck support at one end to hold your head up. Alice gives the most amazing scalp massages. She can soothe away any stress. She learned how from her mum, who's the best hairdresser in the village. There's a lot of gossip gets traded in their cabin. "Is it?" I asked, as her fingers worked their way along the sides of my temples. "Mayor Faninin and Chief Artov have never come to visit him. Everybody else has." "Of course not. They don't want to worry you into thinking they're making an assessment." "But they will come eventually, won't they? It's their job. They have to assess him, to see if he can make a full contribution to village life. He has to be able to earn his food kilos." I started to shake. "They came and saw Dad. I remember that. When it happened, I was so scared. Mum had to take me out of the hospital. I was crying and yelling." "Hey!" Alice moved her fingertips behind my ears and rotated them gently. You've got to stop thinking like that. Fraser needs you. For once the scalp massage was having no calming effect on me. That's it, though, isn't it? He does need me. He always will. He can't look after himself anymore. He can't contribute. And if you can't contribute... He's 14. It's not even been a fortnight. If anyone can prove an invalid can earn food kilos, it'll be Fraser. Now, breathe deep and try to relax. I nodded, grateful for the reassurance as her hands began to rub the very top of my scalp. Finally, I could feel the pressure that had been squeezing my whole body start to ease off. I wasn't convinced, though. It was a day later when Dad asked me to accompany him down to the carpentry shop. He had this blank expression when he spoke to me, like he was trying to hold in his emotions. At first I thought it was going to be bad news. Then we arrived at the big wooden shed beside the canal. I don't go in often. It's a funny old place, centuries old, and the sturdiest building in Ixia, with long benches and tools of sharp metal. All the tools stay sharp, just like the knives and forks and things we use, which are all pre-mutiny. Dad says the builder machines did something to the material they shaped, which makes it unnaturally strong. All the things we make for ourselves now are good, but they don't last, at least not for centuries. The day he explained about the old material, I got so angry with the mutineers. All the machines they destroyed for their own selfish ends would have made our lives so different, so much easier. When we do arrive at the new world, we'll have earned that better life the Daedalus builders wanted us to have. At the far end of Ixia's carpentry shop, there are 3 circular saws, each a different size, powered by the water wheel outside. Thick leather belts and pulleys turn them, making a constant thrumming noise. And when someone shoves a tree trunk through to cut it into planks, the noise is like the screech of a beast in the slaughterhouse. Nobody was sawing anything when we arrived. The carpenters were all clustered round the end of Dad's bench. They looked at me, nudging one another when I went over to them. Dad had made a chair. But instead of legs, this one had wheels. They were smaller versions of the cart wheels which were made in the carpentry shop, a little pair at the front that you could turn from side to side with a curved steering handle, and a bigger pair at the back. My mouth dropped open with surprise and delight. Dad! Fraser can go anywhere in this. Yes, Dad said slowly. I hope so. It's brilliant. No one can say he has to be cycled now. Dad's smile faltered slightly. No, they can't. There were 2 handles at the top of the backrest, like the ones on a wheelbarrow, but shorter. I gripped them and pushed the chair out of the carpentry shop. The carpenters and apprentices clapped me out. It was mid-morning, so there were lots of people about as I pushed the wheeled chair back through Ixia to our cabin. Everyone stopped to watch. It was obvious what the chair was for, so I saw a lot of approving smiles. Dad and I were given plenty of thumbs up. My face was red when we got home, half from embarrassment at all the attention, half from happiness. I trundled it through into Fraser's room. The incredulous expression on his face when I came through the door was one of the best moments of my life. Tears were running down his face as he said, "Thank you," to Dad. Mum was all choked up, unable to say anything. "Want to go for a ride?" I asked blissfully. "Oh, my days! Do I?" My, but word had got around fast. People were gathered outside our cabin as I triumphantly pushed my brother out. He was greeted with a big cheer. Fraser grinned wildly and waved with his working arm as I pushed him along the path to the village hall. At the back of my mind, I was concerned they were only applauding the chair, another marvel Dad had crafted. Did they also see the liberation it had brought Fraser, the hope? Maybe. I parked him at the end of a canteen table, and Mum collected his food from the counters for him. We had lunch as a family for the first time in a fortnight. It was the best meal I could remember. Me pushing Fraser around the village became quite a regular sight. I took him out to my chicken coop every morning. Jane had been looking after them for me since the accident. He carried the basket full of eggs on his lap as I wheeled him back down to the village hall. Then we had breakfast. It was important to Fraser. Joining in with everyone else made him feel like he was taking part again. To help with that, some days Mum or I would take him to the carpentry shop. Dad and the others had rigged up a special vise so he could use a tool to carve wood into shapes with his working hand. But it was only some days. He got tired quite easily, which upset him, and he was really susceptible to headaches now. When he was low, I would wheel him round the barns and pens to look at the animals, or out to an orchard, where I'd pick some fruit so we could deliver it to the kitchen. It was 4 days since he'd got the wheeled chair when I was pushing him back to our cabin late in the afternoon. It had been a tough day for me. Jane had been really kind taking care of the chickens, but her heart wasn't really in it. I'd needed to give the coop a thorough clean-out, which was exhausting and dirty work, not helped by 3 of the dumb birds escaping, so I'd spent 20 minutes running round trying to catch them. After that, I had to do the pile of laundry which had accumulated. Then Mum brought Fraser home early. He'd messed up the cuts on a piece of wood at the carpentry shop, which left him upset and moody, which is why I wheeled him out to the orchard. But the path I came back along at the edge of the village was rough, with stones sticking out of the soil, producing so many little ridges and folds that from the side it must look like the serrations on a bread knife. And we'd had a 3-hour rain the night before, making the earth soft. Every one of those snags had clearly been designed to catch the wheels on his chair. It was taking all my strength to manoeuvre him over the stones. "Turn me round and pull the chair over the stones," Fraser said. "It'll be easier than pushing." "Don't tell me how to push you about," I snapped back, trying to ignore my growing headache. "It's all I do now. Nobody else is ever going to do it." Yes, I know. I shouldn't have said that. But I was short of breath, seriously tired and frustrated, and in truth, it had been preying on my mind. The wheeled chair was wonderful for Fraser, but aside from Alice and Tamron, there weren't a whole lot of volunteers stepping up to push him round all day long. It was all down to me and Mum. Dad couldn't, not with his leg. And if Fraser didn't improve, I could see it stretching out to become my whole life. I already despaired at the idea of living a daedalus village life. Marry a nice boy, have 2 kids, work hard, get cycled. And all for what? So those children could do the same. If we just knew how far away the new world was, it might be bearable. But having to endure that life and take care of Fraser as well, I knew I wouldn't be strong enough. And I hated myself for that. "Need a hand there?" I turned round. Zorn was walking towards us. It just had to be him. I was reluctant, but my aching arms and dizziness told me to forget pride and just let him. "Thanks," I said. Maybe it came out a bit more grudgingly than it should have. "You know this doesn't make any difference to me," he said with a lopsided smile. "What?" "Fraser." "What are you talking about, Zorn?" "Family is important to me. If we marry, I'll be there for you all the time. We can help him together." He patted Fraser on the shoulder. "How does that sound? Would you like to move in with me and your sister?" "That could work," Fraser said. He looked up at me for approval. I was so shocked, I couldn't say anything. Zorn gripped the handles at the back of the wheeled chair, and the first thing he did was turn Fraser round, so he was pulling him over the rough stones, not pushing. "See?"
Fraser said smugly. "Everyone knows you pull over tough ground." "Oh, just shut up," I snarled. Then I was running, ignoring the two of them calling out behind me. I was in tears when I got home. "What's happened?" Mum demanded with panic in her voice as I burst through the door alone. "Where's Fraser?" "He's with his friend," I yelled. "Apparently he's always going to be with him." I couldn't even go to my room, because it wasn't mine anymore, was it? I just curled up on my bed and shouted at Mum and Georgie to go away and leave me be. Zorn turned up 10 minutes later, easing Fraser into the cabin. Mum was so grateful that for one wretched moment I thought she was going to ask him to come in. But he simply accepted her thanks politely and said he'd see us around. "Hazel," Fraser said in the meekest voice I'd ever heard coming from that reckless mouth. "I'm sorry." "It's okay," I said, still curled up and not looking at him. "I should have pulled." "It's not going to be like this always," he said. "Really, it's not. I'm going to get well again. I promise." That just made my tears flow even faster. But I forced my jaw shut so he couldn't hear me whimper. 5. The next day, Fraser brought back a model of a canoe he'd been working on in the carpentry shop. It was a marvel of detail, which he delighted in showing off to me. It was designed to hold his legs in place and keep his back upright while he paddled. He demonstrated the fishing mechanism, giving a breathless running commentary. If he turned a wheel, it would lower a net into the water, then winch it back out again once it was full of fish. "You've got a friend at Veride, haven't you?" he asked. "Could you ask him to take a look at it for me? I'd appreciate a real fisherman's opinion. I expect it'll take a few modifications before I get it working properly." My cheeks became warm. Scott's not really a friend, and he's married now. 3 weeks after the dance, actually. I shouldn't dwell on it. Alice wouldn't. It's what happens at every dance. It's what dances are for. Fun. I'd known that. "But you could ask him," Fraser persisted. There was so much hope piled up behind the question, so much desperation. "Sure, I'll write to him." I bent over the model again, so he couldn't see my face. As always, I was impressed with his ingenuity, yet at the same time depressed where his flight of fancy had taken him. The canoe with all its intricate parts would take months to build, which would cost plenty of food kilos. It assumed he'd have both arms to paddle with, and that wasn't looking good. He could only move his left hand's index finger now. It was also an admission that he'd never use his legs again. That was probably subconscious for Fraser, but it was what everyone else, including me, was thinking. But I told him it was brilliant, and I couldn't wait to see him in it. That evening I pushed him to the village hall for supper. Mum and Georgie had wheeled him about all day, giving me a break. All that did was make me feel guilty. I parked him at the table in his usual place and went to collect our food. It was sweet potatoes and poached trout with egg salad. It was no use putting much salad on Fraser's plate. It would just go to waste. But I liked it. I was scooping up my third spoonful when Elijah came up beside me. I gritted my teeth and said nothing, hoping he'd get the message. But oh no, not him. "That's how you respond to an act of kindness, is it?" he asked. "Classy." "What?" "I heard what happened yesterday. Zorn was showing you a whole load of sympathy by pushing your cripple brother, and you just ran off in a huff." I was too stunned by him calling Fraser a cripple to answer. I just stared at him in hot indignation. "That was a nasty way to treat my brother," he said. "I get you're upset over Fraser, but you might want to start being a whole lot nicer to Zorn. Families support each other. You're going to need that." "What are you talking about?" I spluttered. They're going to assess Fraser. Who do you think is going to speak in his favour at the review? Huh? I can, if I'm minded to, and Chief Artoff listens to me. Fraser doesn't need anyone to speak for him. He'll pass any assessment easily. Really? Because all that fancy chair of his does is take someone else away from contributing to the cycle. How many food kilos do you earn pushing him about, huh? I've seen the ledger. You've got 0 in your column. So long as he's around, that's 2 people who'll be freeloaders. And you know the electric captain's rules. Everyone has to contribute to the habitat cycle. If you can't do that, then you are cycled. You're not cycling Fraser, I snapped, maybe too loud. People were turning to look at us. I hope not, Elijah said. Genuinely, I do. What's happened is awful. Which means you need to start making smart decisions about the future. Yours and his. Now, I'm just saying it as it is here. Don't blame the messenger. I turned my back on him and walked back to the table. What was that all about? Fraser asked. Nothing. He's an idiot, that's all. Funny how he's so different from his brother, he said. I quite like Zorn. Good. You can go out with him then. I growled back. They came to the cabin the following afternoon. Mayor Faninin and Chief Artoff. Marana was with them to formally explain Fraser's condition and offer an impartial prognosis. Georgi had told us what time they were coming, so we were ready for them. Fraser was dressed in clean clothes, his bed linen was fresh, the canoe model was within his reach, as was a chess set. Mum and Dad welcomed them into the cabin. I wasn't sure I could keep control if I said anything to them. I hated them, even Marana. It was so unfair. We'd done so much for Ixia. We don't cause any trouble. If we chose to look after Fraser, what business was it of theirs? They should never have this kind of power over other people. Nobody should. The 3 of them trooped into Fraser's room and shut the door. I could hear what they were saying, of course. I didn't even have to eavesdrop for that. Mum and I sat on my bed, while Fraser gave his typically animated description of the canoe and how he would use it. He told them how he'd made the parts himself, that he was as useful as ever to the carpentry shop. Then they started asking questions. They were kind about it. Show us what you can do with your left hand. Can you feel anything in your legs? How do you use the bedpan? Mayor Faninin made encouraging sounds. That's good. Well done. Ah, clever. But I knew what he was thinking, that none of us was earning enough food kilos anymore, that Fraser was a burden, and he'd never stop being one. They were polite when they left, but it was awkward. Mayor Faninin couldn't meet Dad's gaze. I went in to Fraser. He was sitting up, supported by his pile of firm cushions. He looked at me but wasn't seeing me. His mind was focused on something a long way outside Daedalus. I think our family's cursed, he said. Even the voice didn't belong to my brother Fraser. It was meek, broken. Don't be silly. There's no such thing. First Dad's leg, now this. Zorn and Elijah, I added silently. They were accidents, that's all. Chance. I've been working out the probability of injuries like ours happening in the same family. The odds are so massive they don't happen, not in real life. I don't think you can use maths to analyse accidents. That's the thing with accidents. They're completely random. Maybe. Want a game of chess? I asked brightly. No thanks, Hazel. I don't really recall how the rest of the day went. I know people were staring at us in the canteen that evening when we went down for supper. Word of the assessment had gone round the village. I detested their sympathy. None of them wanted Fraser to be cycled.
yet no one was ever going to support us against the assessment verdict when it came. Disagreeing with authority was mutiny. Everybody knew another mutiny could never be allowed on Daedalus. We had to live by the rules of the electric captain. That night, as I got ready for bed, Rel's letter fell out of my pocket. I read it again. The nice words, his supposed affection for me. But it had been a week now, and he hadn't visited like he promised. What happens away on a dance stays away. Nothing had happened, though, not like it did with Scott. As I crawled into bed, trying not to weep, everything returned in an icy rush of darkness. I'd been so absorbed by caring for Fraser, I'd forgotten or suppressed all of it. How slow I'd become, the recurring headaches, the physical effort it took to push Fraser, the cheetah woman's warning about the habitat air, the swirl I'd seen with my own eyes. All of it deliberately pushed away because it was too big, too shocking to think about. Cycling Fraser was nothing. Everybody was going to die when the air ran out. Myself included. Howard called us down to the mayor's office the next day. I suppose they did it after breakfast, so not too many people were about. It didn't matter. Those that did see me and Mum and Dad trooped down to the village hall all studiously ignored us. The mayor's office is one of the finest rooms we have in Ixia, as befits his status, I suppose. It's a lot bigger than Chief Artoff's, a semicircular shape with the outside wall that was all glass, allowing him to see across the strawberry field to the canal. Some of his furniture is salvage from the Tower Mountain homes where everyone used to live.
It's a difficult decision,
Feninen said, as if the pain was all his.
It always is, and doubly so because of Fraser's age. But, at the moment, he obviously requires full-time help from one or more other persons. Chief Artoff has checked your ledgers, and you're all down on food kilos. That cannot continue.
You're not cycling my son, Mum said in a fierce voice. Now Fraser is settling in, I'll be able to work my usual hours. Mayor Feninen glanced at me.
And what about you, Hazel? You've spent a lot of time helping your brother. How long do you think you can keep doing that?
I cocked my head to one side and gave him a hard stare. Until the air runs out. Which isn't going to be long, is it? Which clearly wasn't what he'd expected me to say.
That nonsense, he blustered. Hazel, you're upset. I understand that. I know this is difficult.
Difficult? You expect us to stand here meekly while you tell us you're going to execute Fraser?
Not execute,
Feninen said, red-faced and shaken.
That's not what we do. He'll be cycled so the rest of us can live our lives and the great voyage can continue.
No, it won't. You heard the cheetah woman. The air is running out. We all get the coughing and the headaches now. You know it's true. But you're not doing anything about it. You're killing us. You're killing all of us. Because you're a useless, stupid coward.
OK,
Dad said firmly as his arms went round my shoulders.
That's enough.
I let out a wordless scream and shook him off, then ran out of the office. It was Dad who found me later. I was sitting on the end of the wharf, staring at the silly ducks paddling along the canal. It's a good place to be alone. And I'd finished crying by the time he sat down beside me.
How are you doing, sweetheart?
I shrugged.
Mayor Feninen is postponing the decision.
Typical, I said. He's too scared to do anything. He knows people don't want Fraser cycled.
Our next cycling day isn't for months. He's prepared to wait and see if Fraser improves. They'll reassess him a fortnight before the ceremony.
Feninen will cycle him. You know that.
It's not a certainty, sweetheart. Not even Mirana knows what's going to happen.
I let out a long sigh and looked at him. He was in even more pain than usual. I could always tell. Offering hope is a good way of making us all keep in line. His arm went round me again. This time I didn't twist away. When did you grow up? He asked quietly. Dunno. You know, you actually scared Feninen. I've never seen him so flustered. I wasn't joking, Dad. The cheetah woman was right. We're going to die if someone doesn't do something about the air. If she was right, and I'm not convinced, the only person who can do anything about that is the electric captain. Then we have to ask her. Simple. She doesn't talk to us. Not anymore. That's crazy. There must be some way of asking her things. There's no point in having her otherwise. She used to speak to us, apparently. The mares used to ask questions when the screen came on. Sometimes she'd answer them directly. So why has she stopped doing that? I don't know. Maybe the mares just ran out of questions. There's not much uncertainty about life in Daedalus anymore. Everybody knows what to do. Fine. So what do we do about the air running out? He gave me a fond squeeze. You can raise it at the next village meeting. If people vote for it, Feninen will have to ask next time the screen comes on. I shook my head in despair. I couldn't ever imagine the villagers doing something so out of the ordinary. They just don't think in those terms. Might as well ask for free bread every day, or to arrive at the new world. I know. He hesitated, giving me a strange look, almost as if he was uncertain. Hazel, I might have to leave. Leave? Fraser and me. If the reassessment isn't favourable. Do you understand? He asked anxiously. I was so surprised I couldn't say anything at first. Dad, even thinking in those terms, was having the universe turn upside down. He was ready to defy the mayor and the regulators to defend Fraser, to risk his own life for his children. That was utterly wonderful. I put my arms round him. It was like being 5 again, when there was nothing greater in the whole ship than hugging Daddy. I'll come with you, I promised. No, that's too big a risk. You have your whole life ahead. I want you to live it well. Which annoyed me. Hadn't he listened to what I'd just been saying? Didn't he believe me? There is no future. The air is running out. We're all going to die. Whatever you say, Dad. I leaned into him a little further, welcoming the feel of him against me, the warmth, his love. It was probably going to be the last time. Mum had told Fraser the mayor's verdict by the time I walked back to our cabin. Georgie was comforting her, the two of them sitting together, hunched up, not saying anything, defeated. I went into Fraser's room, and he looked drained, as if he wasn't fully alive anymore. I loved Dad for being so bold, for putting himself on the line for Fraser. But he wasn't thinking straight. When Feninen delivered his reassessment verdict, Artov would be ready for us doing something stupid like cheating. The regulators would be watching. But today, poor, weak Feninen had graciously given us hope. We wouldn't be troublesome for months. Snap out of it, I said to Fraser. He gave me a wounded look. Didn't you hear? If I don't improve, they're going to cycle me. I don't care what they say. I need your big brain working properly. Right now. My brain? You and I have to plan something. It's got to be perfect, and we don't have much time. We were lucky, if you could call it that. There was a 3-hour rain due that night. We have them every 3rd night starting at midnight. No one likes to be out in it. I lay in bed waiting for it to start. The drops falling on the cabin's reed thatch make a soft but constant pattering sound. Mum was asleep, exhausted after such a terrible day. I could hear her snoring lightly. Carefully, quietly, I eased the covers back. I was fully dressed, wearing a pair of dark trousers and a turquoise blouse, with a brown sweater on top. I picked up my boots and tiptoed into Fraser's room. He was wide awake, eagerness animating his features, so much so it was like having the old Fraser back. "You ready?" I whispered. "Yeah." I opened the shutters and peered out. Rain reduced the moonlight to a low glimmer. I could barely see the next cabin, let alone the rest of the village. I'd been worried about lifting him, but a couple of weeks shifting him on and off the bedpan had clearly toughened me up. I managed to carry him over to the window. "Legs first," he grunted. "I know." Fraser had thought it through just like I'd known he would. That afternoon we'd put a table in front of the window ready. So now all he did was sit on that. I lifted his ankles up, and he swivelled round so his legs were overhanging the windowsill. He slipped through, and I lowered him down. Then I grabbed the bag we'd prepared. The blankets went next. I followed them out. The wheeled chair was parked next to the window, waiting for us. I'd taken Fraser down to the carpentry shop earlier, and the chair had, oops, somehow got very muddy coming back. So I'd washed it, leaving it under the roof overhang so it could spend the night drying. Fraser pulled a crossbow out from where we'd hidden it under the chair cushion, and I boosted him into it. While he was settling the bag and crossbow on his lap, I pushed my head through the hole I'd made earlier in the blanket and settled the heavy fabric over my shoulders. It fell almost to my knees. Another of Fraser's ideas. The heavy wool should help keep the rain off. I put the second blanket over him. "You sure about this?" I asked. "Let's go." I pushed the chair out into our garden and started tugging him along. "I'm pulling. See?" I teased. "You're the best, Hazel." The wheels did sink in a bit, but the tracks through the village were so compressed the going wasn't that hard. We'd made a whole 10 metres when I saw Zorn. He was standing under the overhang of Torben's cabin on the other side of the track. So, I wasn't as smart as I thought I was. Artoff must have known we'd do something like this. Zorn was on lookout duty. Fraser would be cycled. I'm not sure what the punishment is for helping someone cheat. Nothing good. I stood perfectly still. The constant rain had already soaked my hair, turning it to straggly ropes that hung down over the blanket. Strands were sticking to my face. I blinked them out of my eyes, staring at Zorn. He stared right back at me. The rain used to be our thing, me and Zorn. We'd both sneak off when it started and meet up in an unused cabin. It had been romantic and exciting and fun, and I'd enjoyed it for a few weeks. Then he fell for me the way I'd fallen for Scott. So I hurt him. Quite badly, I suppose. Which he didn't deserve. Life in Daedalus really sucks. After the longest moment the universe had ever known, Zorn slowly turned away and walked round the corner of the cabin. I whimpered softly in relief and confusion. Zorn hadn't just helped me, he'd saved me, showing unparalleled kindness. Again. I don't know what I felt. Guilt, mostly, I guess. "What's up?" Fraser asked. "Are we stuck?" "No." I started pulling him again. "We're not stuck. We'll never be stuck again." It was a long, bad slog out to the stables. By the time we got there, my arms were almost numb, they ached so much. I don't have much to do with the village horses. They're all working beasts, pulling ploughs and wagons across the fields. We went out with the farmers during school, learning the basics, but that's all. I found Bronwyn's stall, a brown mare almost as big as the Shire horse who'd towed the barge to Akebia. I doubt she remembered me from the school trips, but she was pleased enough with the carrots I brought. While she was munching them, I buckled her bridle on and led her out to where Fraser was waiting. Then the real fun began. I had to keep Bronwyn still while somehow shoving Fraser up over her back. I wound up jamming the wheeled chair against the stable wall and standing on it myself, grunting and straining until he was in position lying across her, arms dangling down one flank, legs down the other, as if he was a long sack of flour. We'd brought a leather belt with us to hold him in place. I fastened it round his ankles, then looped it under poor Bronwyn, who was more patient than I'd expected. Fraser held the free end in his hand, wrapping it round his wrist. "You okay like that?" I asked. "No problem," he assured me, even though I could see how awful it was for him. We set off towards Tressico. I didn't mind that it was raining. After all, it provided us with perfect cover and wiped out any tracks we left. But the sheer monotony of it was depressing. It was perfectly constant and never ever let up. Didn't matter which direction we walked in, how I turned my face, the rain just kept coming. Tressico was 7 kilometres away in a direct line. According to the map, which took up half a wall in the canteen, there were 5 canals I'd have to cross. At supper I'd sat facing it, memorising the bridges for all of them. By my reckoning, that route was about 9 kilometres. I don't know if it was Fraser or myself who was most surprised when we actually found the first bridge. After crossing 2 more canals, we left the grazing meadows behind. It was all untended land ahead now, where there were no real tracks, and the woods grew in long, sprawling patches. As well as wild ostriches, there are deer herds living in the woods. Villagers cull them regularly, which gives us extra meat for the kitchen. That was why we'd decided to bring the crossbow. I thought that I could learn to shoot deer or some of the swans and geese that fly around the habitat, so we'd be able to contribute to whatever community the cheetahs had. They'd need food just like everyone else. It stopped raining when we reached the forest that sprawled around the base of Tressico. It was a wild one. I was pushing through a huge variety of fruit trees: apples, olives, cherries, loquat, jackfruits, pears, breadfruit, and a whole lot I didn't recognise in the gloom. All of the habitat woods form a vast natural reserve of food if a village ever goes short. Not that we ever do in Ixia. We manage our orchards and groves so well these days. Calling the route through the trees a path was just a joke. If the one on the village hall map ever had been there, it was long since overgrown. The trunks were close packed, and their boughs tightly interlocked. Then there were the grapevines, which swamped the whole place, making it completely impassable. After 10 minutes, when we'd gone maybe 30 metres, I gave up and turned round. After that, I skirted round the edge of the forest until I reached the canal and used its towpath for the last kilometre. Tressico, like all the mountain towers, is a giant pillar of rock, 300 metres in diameter. Apparently, they're solid in the centre, but the builders cut a honeycomb of rooms and corridors into the outer surface. 100 floors of them, they told us at school. Standing at the base, blinking up against the rain, I could see the neat rings of the metal and glass balconies stretching on up until I lost sight of them. My mind filled them with ghosts, the smiling families who had set out from Earth, whose descendants had spent 4 centuries gazing out across the marvellous vista of the habitat as they voyaged to their new world, only to find it occupied. I wondered what they would think, those ghosts, as a soaked girl and her disabled brother came trudging out of the rain, desperate for sanctuary in the deserted ruins of their grand homes. There was no sign of life on any of those imposingly high levels. No movement, no glimmer of light seeping out into the damp night. For one awful moment I wondered if the cheetah woman had lied to me, her final cruel payback on the village that had caught her. "Let's find the way in," I said. "OK," Fraser agreed. He sounded utterly miserable. I would be too, slung over a horse like that for hours. The canal merged into a broad circular harbour pool close to the foot of the tower. There was no problem finding a way in, I just had to decide which one. The whole of the ground floor was inset with great archways 5 times my height, opening into lightless caverns that reached some indefinable distance into the tower mountain, but I could sense it was a long way. Grass and bushes grew right up to the lip. The forest formed a tangled boundary just a few metres further out, with what must have been the oldest trees in Daedalus. "What do we do?" I said piteously. There was no part of me that wasn't soaking wet, and with that, numbingly cold. I was tired, hungry, frightened, concerned for Fraser. I didn't know quite what I'd been expecting, but not this. The black emptiness of the entrance cavern seemed to be sucking the last sparks of hope from my body. Fraser craned his neck, which must have been difficult for him given his position. "That one," he said. I squinted at the archway he was indicating. A broad expanse of stone spread out from it until it reached the huge ancient trees. "All right." I didn't have the energy to argue with him. "The stone on the ground means you can go in and out without leaving a trail in the vegetation," he explained. "So that's the one the cheetahs will use as their entrance." I tugged on Bronwyn's bridle straps and led her onto the uneven, cracked stone. She snorted as we drew near the archway with its lightless cavern beyond, but I coaxed her a few metres inside. Fraser had clearly quadrupled in weight during the trip. I could barely hold him as he half slithered, half fell off Bronwyn's back. We both collapsed, groaning onto the floor. The cavern air seemed to drain sound away, leaving us isolated from the rest of the Ark ship. Right up until the moment a man's voice said, "He's a smart one, that boy." 6. I started. "Who's that?"
"Shield your eyes," the voice said.
"What?"
"I'm going to switch a torch on."
"What?" I repeated dumbly. Suddenly a beam of light stabbed out, illuminating me and Fraser. It was amazing, as if a splinter of the daylight had been captured and brought down from the sky. Poor old Bronwyn whinnied in surprise, trotting away a few metres. I had to put my hand in front of my eyes to ward off the glare. Another of the torches came on, then a third. There was enough light now to reveal several silhouettes standing around us. When I looked round, 2 more people were coming in through the entrance. Old people.
"Who are you?" the voice asked.
"Please, I'm Hazel."
"And why are you here, Hazel?"
"My brother's injured. They're going to cycle him, so we ran away to join you. That, and I'm looking for Alicia."
Which caused a few murmurs of surprise.
"What do you want with her?" a woman asked.
I tried to squint in the direction she'd spoken. "I think she's my great-grandmother." A woman with thick white hair came forward. She knelt down beside us and reached out tentatively to touch Fraser's face.
"Just like little Savin,"
she said in amazement, and promptly burst into tears. I slept late into the next morning. Waking up was odd. Every muscle ached from our nighttime hike through the rain, yet I was dry and warm and strangely content. The mattress must have helped. I didn't know anything could be so soft, yet supportive at the same time. And the covers, too. They were thin and amazingly smooth. It was luxury even the mayor didn't have. I sat up cautiously, and the memories came rushing back. This was Alicia's home, and it was on the 67th floor of the Tower Mountain. 67! I was wearing some kind of white bed shirt Alicia had given me last night. I'd barely got it on before I fell asleep. But now I could look round properly. I saw the room was almost as big as our whole cabin back in Ixia. One wall was hidden behind a thick old curtain, with slivers of light probing round the edges. The cheaters, and I was determined to find a more polite word to call them, had brought us up here on a moving lift platform, on a scale so much greater than the cycling platform behind the Ixia Village Hall. It was a rectangular shaft that ran all the way up the inside of the Tower Mountain to the 100th floor. The platform had a big metal wheel at the back, which Carval and Norrin, two of the old men, started turning. When they did, the platform began to slide upwards. I jumped at the motion, and looked round anxiously as the walls glided past us, while Fraser just said, "That is a very cool winch."
"This platform has a counterweight," Norrin explained, pleased by Fraser's interest, "so it doesn't take too much effort to go up and down. Put it this way, it's a lot easier than walking up and down the stairs, but it still keeps you fit."
"We think the builders installed the winch mechanism as some kind of emergency system for the platform," Carvel said. "All the other lifts work off electricity. One day we'll get one working properly again."
"You can do that?" Fraser asked excitedly.
"Maybe."
I was more interested in their torches, which were also electrical, they said. Metallic purple cylinders 10 centimetres long and 3 in diameter, with a glass end that shone out a powerful beam of light, which could be wide or narrow depending how you twisted it. Alicia used one to light the way along the corridors to her home. Her friend Mortos, who claimed he was 117, had carried Fraser. I didn't ask Alicia how old she was. I stared at the purple torch she'd left on the bedside table for me. She'd shown me the little button that switched it on, but I was nervous about doing that. School always said electricity was dangerous, that it could kill you if you came into contact with it, which is why we should never touch any of the old machines. There was just enough light sneaking round the curtains for me to see by, so I went over to the door and opened it. "Hello?"
"You're awake. Lovely," Alicia called. "Hang on, I'm coming."
She arrived carrying a bundle of clothes.
"How are you feeling, my dear?"
"Okay, I guess." She dropped the clothes on the bed and walked over to the curtain.
"Brace yourself," she warned,
and pulled the curtain back, revealing a glass wall. Light flooded in. I gasped in astonishment. We really were very high up the Tower Mountain. Kilometres of the habitat were spread out clearly below us. Being so high up meant I could see the aft ring lake, which sparkled in the distance. But everything looked so tiny. The trees in the forest below were only a few centimetres tall. It was such an unusual perspective. The back of my legs started to tingle, which was the strangest sensation. I swayed back. Alicia's arm went round my shoulders, holding me steady.
"The height affects a lot of people that way," she said sympathetically. "It's called vertigo. Don't worry, it'll pass."
I looked at her face. And yes, there was so much of her I recognised. Her grey-blue eyes were darker than mine and Dad's, the nose a little sharper. "How old are you?" I blurted, and promptly blushed.
"I'm 93, she said. "I left Ixia when I was 56. Your father was only 5. I haven't seen him in all that time. How is he?"
"He had an accident. His leg. The doctor had to amputate."
"Oh, sweet Captain!"
"He's okay," I said hurriedly. "He made himself an artificial one. They didn't cycle him."
"An artificial leg?"
she said incredulously. "Yes. He's the head of the carpentry shop. He's really smart. So's Fraser." Her lips tweaked into a secretive smile.
I'm sure he is, she murmured.
Oh, but Dad's going to be so mad with me. I didn't tell him what I was going to do. Saying it made me wonder what was going on in the village right now. The mayor and the regulators would be furious. Would they punish Mum and Dad? Alice would be happy, I'm sure. For a start, she'd be the centre of attention, with everyone asking her what she knew. I grinned at the image that conjured up. Then I thought of Zorn, which kind of broke my mood. Alicia stroked my face.
He won't be angry. Trust me. He'll be proud of you just like I am. It takes a great deal of courage to do what you've just done. I remember. But it is so worthwhile.
Is it?
They would have cycled me 28 years ago if I'd stayed. The electric captain's rules are barbaric.
But being part of the cycle is how we all survive.
Indeed. But why didn't the electric captain ever teach us how to rebuild the machines the mutineers wrecked? She has the knowledge inside the big thinking machines that keep Daedalus flying. Why are we kept in complete ignorance?
I don't know, I said, suddenly intrigued. I always wanted to know how much longer it's going to be till we get to the new world.
Questioning what you see is a good start, she said.
Her fingers started examining my hair.
We need to get you washed first. I've got plenty of olive oil soap. You know the secret to a good bar is to let it cure for at least 6 months.
No, I didn't know that. She laughed and gave me a hug.
You turning up is such a miracle for me. But let's start with breakfast, shall we?
My mouth started to water at the mere mention of food. I am hungry, I admitted. I put on the clothes Alicia had brought, a pair of supple deerskin trousers and a dark purple shirt that was a little big for me, but I tucked it into the waistband. Then she led me along her home, which was a line of big rooms around the outside of the Tower Mountain, linked by a corridor running round the back, and all with a window wall looking out over the habitat. The living room had a long table, where Fraser was sitting, chatting to Mortos. Part of its glass wall was actually a door out to the balcony, which was open, allowing the air to gust in. It was cooler than I was used to.
"Hazel!" Fraser shouted. "Check this out!"
He pushed off from the table with his good arm. His chair was pre-mutiny, with a metal frame holding tough black cushioning. It had a single shiny central leg, which branched out into 6 horizontal spokes at the bottom. Each of them had a small spherical wheel at the end. He went gliding over the floor, laughing happily. When he reached the back wall, he pushed again, sending himself back to the table. Mortos had to grab him as he reached it. "Nice," I said approvingly.
"Carvel and I can rig up some ropes," Mortos said. "That way Fraser can pull himself around the apartment." "That sounds like a great idea," Alicia said as we sat at the table. "But I do want Findel to take a look at him today. Findel's our doctor," she explained to me.
"Ixia's doctor said I might improve," Fraser said enthusiastically. "I just need time." I couldn't meet Alicia's gaze.
"That's lovely," she said.
Breakfast was poached eggs and fruit with peach juice, as much as I wanted. I was curious how they cooked the eggs. I hadn't seen a fire, and I couldn't imagine how you could have one up here.
"An oven that Norrin wired into a working electrical circuit for us," Alicia said when I asked. "It's called a microwave. And no, I don't know why. It's the name on the back." "You're going to miss bread," Mortos said, "but we can't really steal wheat from the village fields." "Most of our food comes from the forest," Alicia said. "There's just so much of it. And we keep chickens and goats up on the 75th floor for eggs and milk. It's a regular farmyard up there."
"Why do you live this high up?" I asked. "Are all the floors occupied?"
"Not at all. We're up here because the regulators have an aversion to climbing up this many stairs, especially as they're unlit. They don't know about the lift platform with the winch mechanism, and if they do come, we'll have plenty of time to vanish into the interior. There are 1,000 rooms and corridors further inside. It's quite a maze in there.
Alicia showed me round Tressico, introducing me to people, explaining how they lived, how they were trying to find out how the old relics functioned. I loved it. Even though the Tower Mountain was ancient and most of it didn't work, it was all new to me. And the single greatest achievement of the Tower Mountain homes had to be the flush toilet. After years of emptying out the night soil bucket, they were a revelation. There were 67 people living in the Tower Mountain, Alicia said, which intrigued me. The way the regulators went on, you'd think the terrible cheetahs practically outnumbered us and were sucking the life out of the habitat. Some of the other Tower Mountains also had elderly communities, as she called them. They favoured the ones that didn't have guano spill pipes, which helped keeping them sheltered. As we started, I asked Alicia what I should call them instead of cheetahs. She gave me a hard look and said, "People." So now I know where Dad gets his attitude from. Carvel had left early that morning. He'd taken Bronwyn back along the canal towpath, then walked round the forest. He'd decided to leave her close to her merry village's grazing meadows, 4 kilometres forward. The villagers would find her before long, and when she got taken back to Ilex, Chief Atoff would have another mystery to ponder. The Tressico people keep a constant watch on the 2 towpaths, which, thanks to the forest, are the only way to reach the Tower Mountain. Even though Tressico doesn't have a guano spill pipe, several barges travel along the canal each day. Kaylin was on duty that morning, sitting on the 5th-floor balcony, which gave her a decent view along both of the canals that stretched away from the harbour pool.
If anyone's outside gathering food in the forest or hunting, we post another lookout directly below, she said. Mind you, we mostly go out at night. The moonlight is bright enough to pick fruit by.
I peered over the balcony rail and experienced another vertigo tingle. Below me I could just see the lookout's head. Do you shout down to them?
Oh, no, Kaylin said. Noise carries a long way. If anyone knew for certain we were here, the regulators might make a bit more effort trying to find us.
Her foot nudged a big jug of water on the floor by her chair.
I just tip this over the edge. Then the lookout knows to go out and warn everyone to either hide or scoot back into the Tower Mountain until the barge has passed.
Did you see me coming? I asked.
Yes, dear. Just. But only after the rain stopped. It gave you good cover. That was clever.
Fraser's idea, I admitted. We found Fraser in the 68th floor workshop that belonged to Norrin. He was so happy, pushing himself around on his 6-wheeled chair, zipping from bench to bench. Norrin was slowly delving into the mystery of electricity.
Been at it for 32 years now, he told me cheerfully.
Then he glanced over at Fraser.
Never had a pupil this smart before,
he told me in appreciation. Electricity makes everything go, Fraser said exuberantly as I went over to his workbench. Everything! Oh, my days, I had no idea. It flows through wire, which is a conductor. There's positive and negative. You can store it in batteries. Coils of wire make magnetics. You need insulators round conductors, or it'll short out. Every room in Tressico has an induction band. It powers the water pumps and the habitat light strips, but that's big electricity. And... Whoa, slow down, I said. I might have just as well asked Daedalus to stop spinning. Look at this, Fraser said, and picked up a dark green cylinder with a handle coming out at right angles. There was a slim drill bit at the other end. He pressed a button on the top of the handle, and the drill blurred with speed. I've seen Dad drilling wood in the carpentry shop. The drill bits in Ixia do not blur with speed. Power tools, Fraser pronounced grandly. Very good, I told him. Don't you get it? I can use them all one-handed. They're perfect for me. That's great, Fraser, I told him, even though I was thinking how much Dad would love all this. Norrin is showing me how to repair one, he said, gesturing at a larger version of the drill. Its casing was open, allowing him to spread intricate components across his bench. I peered closely, fascinated by the little pieces of wire and grey cubes.
It's the best way to learn the fundamental principles,
Norrin said, with a voice that was almost apologetic. There are so many tools, Fraser said, and hauled himself along the side of the bench, stopping to pick them up for me. Saw, 3 different sizes, screwdriver with a dozen heads you can swap round, see? Micro drill, flexible scope, clip lock, charge detector, torch. He slapped one of the little purple cylinders into my hand. This way! He shoved off again, zipping backwards across the workshop. I put out a hand to grab him, but he was laughing at me. Somehow he managed to spin the chair round before he hit the wall. This is how you charge things. Look! Running round the room at waist height was a metal strip 10 centimetres wide. I'd seen strips like it in most of Tressico's rooms, and assumed it was just part of the Tower Mountain's decoration. But no, this was the induction strip, Fraser explained. He produced a small grey disc the size of his palm and a couple of centimetres thick. It had a circular indentation on one surface and a length of cable sticking out like a skinny tail, ending in a small silver nub with a flat end that made me think of a metal grape cut in half. Stick this on here like this, Fraser said, and touched the nub to the induction strip. And it did stick, just clicked on and stayed there, fastened to the vertical wall. I waited for it to fall, but it never did. How? I began. Magnet, Fraser said smugly. Now put the torch into its charge slot. He took the purple cylinder from me and pressed it into the indentation on the larger disc. And it charges up the torch's battery. Simple, but so clever. The builders were amazing. I could see a pinpoint of red light blinking at the centre of the torch's button. After a couple of seconds, the red changed to green. It's ready now, Fraser announced triumphantly. Just like the regulator pistols, I murmured.
Exactly the same principle, Norrin said. It'll last for about 10 days continual use before it needs charging again. The induction strip has a low power rating, which is presumably why it is still working. The big stuff, the high-voltage circuits on every floor, are all off. I haven't found out where to turn them back on. But you can still do so much with what we've got, Fraser insisted. He shoved off again, heading for another bench. Look, Hazel, these are charging pads for all the tools, and there's shapes for machines Norrin hasn't even found yet. He was holding up charging discs of various sizes, all with their cables dangling, going through them like he was dealing cards. One was the size of a dinner plate, with a broad X-shaped indentation. My mind simply couldn't conceive what tool or machine that would fit. Fraser, and there's electrical motors here too, he said. I want to try and fit some to the chair so they can power the wheels. Oh, my days, do you get what that'll mean? I can drive around. Fraser! He looked up at me with such a delighted face. There was simply no way I could bring him down from that much bliss. I'm really glad you've got all this. You brought me here, he said, and there was a hint of moisture in his eyes, as if he was about to start crying. I would never have known these things without you, Hazel. You made this happen. His good hand gripped mine. Thank you. You don't have to thank me. You're my brother. But we need to take things slowly, okay? We've only been here half a day. And even you can't learn everything at once. Yes, of course. I understand. Good. So what did Findel say about your spine? Oh, about the same as Marana. That I may get some feeling back, but it'll take time. OK, well, that's positive. I think she was just trying to cheer me up. He brought his left arm up, a jerky motion, until the hand was in front of his face. The fingers were all curled up. I can only move the thumb now, so actually I'm getting worse. That horse ride didn't help, Alicia said quickly. You really do need to take things easy. That was said with a very pointed glance at Norrin, who raised his hands in surrender. I will, Fraser said, sounding tremendously earnest. Alicia narrowed her eyes and gave him a thoughtful stare. I think it'll be for the best if you just sit and listen to Norrin explain things for a few days. The sweet captain knows he can talk for that long without a break. Then we can see about you being a little more active. Fraser nodded enthusiastically. All right. Alicia had what she called her archaeology study on the 72nd floor. It was a big room, with long tables holding a clutter of pre-mutiny items. She'd written plenty of notes on white leaves, saying what each of them were, or what they might be. Half of them I really have no idea, she admitted sadly. There were so many things on the tables. Weird coiled brass funnels with knobs and tiny levers on the outside. Musical instruments, Alicia said. You blow through them, but they don't sound too good. There's got to be some trick to it we haven't quite fathomed out yet. Narrow boxes with glass balls the size of my thumbnail. The labels in the box suggest they're full of something, but I can't work out what. I held a glass ball up to the window. It's perfectly clear, I said. She shrugged. There was an entire table of beautiful, intricate jewellery, bracelets, rings, necklaces, earrings, odd-shaped trinkets that I couldn't work out where they'd go. The pieces of time jewellery were fascinating. They were ornate bracelets of metal, with a glass-covered disc showing a circle of 12 numbers and needle-like pointers. Some were very elaborate, like works of art. You wear them on your wrist and they tell the time, Alicia explained. 12 hours in a day, see? And the pointers turn round the numbers to show which hour it is. Really? Yes, but they're historical ornaments, probably family relics. I'm pretty sure they came from Earth before the Daedalus was ever built. Why do you say that? I asked, examining one. It was surprisingly heavy, inset with tiny pebbles of sparkly glass. Because every Daedalus machine is electrical. These are mechanical. You need to see Carvel. He got one working. It's never off his wrist. He's so proud. How did he make it work? It took him years. He used smaller versions of the instruments you saw in Norrin's workshop. Once you get the back off them, they're filled with tiny metal cogwheels. They turn the pointers. That's amazing. Like I said, it took him a long time to figure the mechanism out. He must have gone through a dozen before he fixed his. I nodded absently and moved on. Are these screens? I asked. Yes, much smaller than the one I remember in Ixia Village Hall. There were plenty more on the walls here, but they're all smashed. Does the electric captain appear on these? No. We don't know how to get them working yet. Just wiring them up to the electricity in the induction strip isn't enough. There's something missing. Norrin and Mortos will work it out eventually, I'm sure, if they have enough time. I looked along the tables with all their ancient treasure. Alicia had two laden with artefacts she couldn't even guess the purpose of. Where did all this come from? I thought the mutineers smashed anything valuable along with the machines. They certainly tried. But you've seen how big Tressico is. We don't even know exactly how many rooms it has. And it's only one tower mountain out of 70. Sure, they emptied most of the homes and set fires in a lot of places. But destroying everything would have been impossible. There's just too much. Scavengers from the villages come here occasionally and collect utensils and stuff from the lower floors. We've been here for decades. We can afford to be thorough searching out more interesting items.
She smiled and picked up what I thought was another timepiece bracelet. It was odd, with a circular section like the old versions, but made out of some shiny black substance. I knew it wasn't glass, but it looked like it was. And the strap was fat, but it could never be worn on a wrist. The loop was too small. You could barely get 2 fingers into it.
This one, Alicia said, is our biggest mystery. It's also a perfect example of how the captain's loyalists hid stuff from the mutineers. Carvel and Mortos found it in the water tank when they were fixing the system.
What system?
The water system, my dear.
Her eyebrows went up expectantly, as if I knew what she was talking about.
The one that feeds the toilets and the showers. Tressico has big tanks every 5 floors which fill up out of pipes leading down from somewhere above us, presumably the same water that gets pumped from the aft ring lake up to the rain sprinklers in the sky. Then smaller pipes bring it from the tanks to individual homes. The plumbing was all clogged up and broken when the first of us came here, but 10 years ago they cleaned out this section and got water flowing again.
She gave the unusual bracelet an impassive look.
This was wrapped in layers of plastic and sitting on the bottom of a tank, where it was blocking an outlet. Somebody went to a lot of trouble to save it.
So it must be important, then? I asked.
Yes, we don't understand what it is, but it is a machine.
That's a machine? I didn't see how it could be.
Yes.
She grinned.
Norrin figured it out, of course. Then it was just a question of finding a charging pad that was the right size.
She picked up one of the charging pads with a circular indentation and stuck its nub to the induction strip. Ah, I said, looking from the bracelet to the pad. It uses electricity.
Well done.
She put the circular section of the bracelet into the pad's indentation. Right at the top of the black hoop, a tiny circle of red light started to shine.
Red means it's charging.
Like the torch, the bracelet machine took a few seconds before the red light turned green. Now what? I asked.
Now we don't know.
She slipped her finger into the bracelet's loop and plucked it off the pad.
The charge lasts for a couple of months, so it must be using electricity somehow. We just can't see how, which is incredibly frustrating given how important it has to be.
She gave it a last wistful glance and put it back down. There were so many artefacts spread out on the tables. None of them look old, I said as we went along examining the curiosities. Dad said the builders' machines made things tough.
He's right. They made everything to last. And not just things. We have their clothes, too.
Clothes?
Yes. There are wardrobes full of clothes in every Tressico home. We don't make these, she said, gesturing at the long blue dress she was wearing. And they wear well. It takes years and years of washing and daily use before these fabrics start to thin out or fade.
But I stared down at what I'd assumed were deerskin trousers.
I just went to our stockpile and pulled them out for you, Alicia said with a small smile. You wait till you see what else we've got, my dear. You're in for such a treat. Some of the dresses are simply dazzling. If I envy the early Daedalus generations anything, it's the parties they must have had. There's no other reason to have clothes like that.
Sounds great, I said, recalling my green cycling day dress. I was pretty confident nothing could ever match that, no matter what fancy fabric the machines had produced once upon a time. After the archaeology study, she took me out into a high circular stairwell that stretched up 3 floors, with a panoramic window covering one side. The air was hot inside.
That side's a huge auditorium,
Alicia said as we stood at the top of the grandiose curving stairs.
Which is why the stairs are here. There aren't many like this in Tressico. But it's useful. It's a perfect place for my air pressure measure.
Your what?
This.
As we walked down, she gestured to a slim, transparent pipe that was standing vertically up the middle of the stairwell, held in place by several ropes. It must have been 12 metres long.
See the big basin at the bottom? It's full of water.
OK, yes.
So is the tube.
She pointed.
Can you see the top of the water?
I could. The water filled maybe 2/3 of the length of the tube. Then I looked down into the basin again. The bottom of the tube was open under water. I don't understand. How is the water staying up in the tube?
Alicia grinned. The tube is sealed at the upper end, so the only thing holding the water up inside it is air pressure.
I did get the principle that air pressure exerted a force on the surface of the basin's water, but I never realised it was so strong. The column of water in the pipe must have been over 7 metres high. That's a lot of water to be holding up. That's so clever, I said. Alicia must be where Fraser gets his brains from. Did you work out how to build the measure yourself?
Yes, I set it up a year ago, when I started noticing odd things about the air. I thought I was imagining things, or at least hoped I was. But I've measured the water height every couple of days since then. It keeps falling. At this rate, it'll all be gone in another 5 or 6 years. Not that we'll live that long. There won't be enough left for us to breathe after 3 years at the most, if it keeps reducing at this rate.
The swirl, I gasped. It's leaking out through the swirl.
What swirl?
Above Akebia village. I saw it myself a few weeks ago. When the moonlight's on, you can see the mist sink away up into the sky. They said it started right after the jolt 3 years ago. For some mischievous reason, the memory of Rel popped up into my mind, his arms fitting snugly round me as we danced, face close to mine. In fact, very close. Any nearer and we might have kissed. It all seemed like it happened a decade ago now.
I need to go there, Alicia said bluntly. I need to see it.
I wanted Mayor Feninen to ask the electric captain about it, I said. Dad told me she used to answer questions. I was going to ask for a vote at the next village meeting. But I'm here now.
3 of us went to try and warn Ixia, Alicia said softly. They thought they could talk to their families, that at least they'd listen.
No. My hand came up to cover my mouth. We cycled them. The regulators said they caught them stealing crops.
That's a lie, Alicia said. You've seen how much food we have.
I thought I might start crying. What have we done? Why are we living like this? Why?
Alicia put her arms round me. It's all right. They knew the risks.
But they're dead, I sobbed. I was there. I was the flower girl.
Ah, Alicia said. Is that how you knew where to find me? I did wonder.
I nodded miserably. The woman whispered to me that you were in Tresico. She said you knew about the habitat losing air. I never told the regulators.
That was Bethel. She helped me build this air pressure measure, tied all the ropes in place. I'm hopeless with knots. She was a good friend. We had a lot of laughs together over the years.
I'm so sorry.
Don't be. She brought you to me. That would have made her so happy.
I wiped my eyes and stared at the pressure measure tube, fearful of what it revealed, that I'd been right all along. What do we do now? I asked.
I need to talk to a few people. We can never seal up a hole in the sky by ourselves. Somehow we have to get the attention of the remaining machines on the Daedalus, the ones that are still keeping us flying. They may be able to help.
How? I demanded. How do we get their attention?
I don't know.
7. I didn't realise how tired I was until the moonlight came on. The walk to Tresico had taken a lot out of me. Mind you, Norrin had been right about the lift winch. Turning the wheel to get up and down 70-odd floors several times a day was going to toughen me up considerably. A couple of weeks doing that, and I'd have muscles like Macus. We ate supper together. Naturally, Fraser insisted on using the microwave oven to heat the water. I'd spent my whole life having communal meals in the village hall. Just the four of us chatting around a table, responsible for our own food, felt peculiar, but rather nice. Alicia had plenty of stories from her life in Ixia. It didn't sound much different to my time there. Nothing changes in the Daedalus. I guess that's the point of village life and the cycle. Just keep everything going the way it is. I went to bed, comforted by Alicia's promise to visit the clothes stockpile tomorrow, before she had her big meeting with everyone about how to deal with the swirl. I thought I'd sleep straight away, but I didn't. My head was whirling with everything that had happened, all the things I'd been introduced to. Image after image kept materializing in my mind's eye. With that came questions. Why did the survivors of the mutiny abandon the Tower Mountains to live in villages? Even without electricity, the homes were so much better than our cabins. And how many people had there been at the time of the mutiny? We had 100 villages, with roughly 1,000 people in each. There were over 70 Tower Mountains with 100 floors each. OK, so not every floor was given over to homes, maybe 80 levels in total, but there were 25 homes on each of those. Would the families be 4 people, like ours, or more? Less? I know there had been terrible fights between loyalists and mutineers. How many had died? At school they always said the majority of adults on both sides were killed in the fighting, but the numbers were starting to scare me. I shivered beneath the warm bedcovers. Everything I'd always wanted to know, everything I didn't understand about our voyage, it all came flooding through my skull. And Chief Artoff had to know Bethel and her friends weren't stealing crops. He'd lied, with the support of Feninin. So what was happening to Mum and Dad? I woke with a start at my usual time, half an hour before the daylight came on. I had slept, but it was a fitful night. My questions and dreams had wound up merging. When I got up, the first thing I did was have a shower. The second water revelation of Tressico. It was cool water that sprinkled out, but didn't seem anything like as cold as the canal. Mortos said Norrin was working on getting some of the old water heaters wired into the induction strip circuit, so we could have hot water any time we turned on a tap. But he was being cautious, as water and electricity is a bad combination, apparently. A shower of warm water to wash in whenever you wanted. I couldn't really imagine that happening. Maybe he was joking me. After the shower, I went into Fraser's room and helped him get dressed. He didn't stop talking. He was full of plans for fixing motors and pulleys to his chair. An enthused Mortos joined in with him at breakfast, the two of them discussing batteries and gearing, what tools to use, maybe a different chair Mortos remembered down on floor 53, which had larger wheels. Alicia and I sat there listening to them, exchanging smiles every now and then. "Fraser, you're supposed to be taking it easy," she chided eventually. "I will, Gran," he insisted. "I have to learn about electrics from Norrin before we can begin making the actual devices. But I can draw up plans at the same time, can't I?" "Well, yes." I grinned into my fruit bowl. I could see how delighted she was at being called Gran. And, just like the rest of my family, she was being carried along by Fraser's gusto. "It wouldn't hurt for you to get a piece of time jewellery working," Mortos told Fraser. "It's work that would keep you sitting still." That was directed at Alicia. "It's not physically demanding, although you have to concentrate hard, and it would give you practical experience with our tools, as well as learning everything there is to know about gearing." "Great!" Fraser exclaimed. "Will you teach me?" "Carvel's the time jewellery man. I'll ask him." "Can I start today, do you think? Which piece can I fix?"
I have several in my study, Alicia said. Hazel, be a dear and fetch one, would you? As soon as you get back, we'll swing by the clothes stockpile for you. Then it'll be time for the meeting. We can all start thinking about how we tackle the swirl. OK?
I finished my grapefruit. Sure. I took the stairs up to the 72nd floor. Even that left me breathing hard when I got up there. Inside the archaeology study, I stared down at the pieces of time jewellery. It was hard to get my head around Alicia's belief that they had been made back on Earth. If she was right, they were at least 1,000 years old. That would make them so incredibly precious, the only items I'd seen on board all of Daedalus that truly connected us to the world we'd come from. And Fraser was going to take one apart. Fraser! Now I just felt guilty having to choose one. After looking at them again, I picked up the one that looked the least elaborate, so surely the least valuable. I gave all the other amazing relics a long look, enjoying the knowledge that people could build such wonders. We just needed to learn how again. Something the villagers would never do. The way they lived their lives gave them no time to study electricity or gears. My gaze stopped at the odd black bracelet machine that had spent 500 years hidden in a water tank. Its tiny green light was still shining, and I couldn't even begin to guess what it was. I slipped my finger through its hoop, picking it up. The little light turned purple. User DNA sequence confirmed as a descendant of Captain Ashley Kruger. Function access restriction discontinued. I squealed in shock and dropped the machine. It had spoken. I wanted to run from the archaeology study, but my legs had frozen. All I could do was stare down at the floor where it was lying. The tiny light had turned back to green and was now pulsing like a slow heartbeat. What? I realised my throat was so tight I'd probably not actually spoken out loud. What? Please specify your question, the machine said. It was a calm, melodic voice, hard to tell if it was male or female. What are you? Are you alive? I am an artificial intelligence program operating within a neural processor module. My primary function is a bond adaptive personal interface to Daedalus systems and cybots for my user. I kept on staring at it, still unable to move. What? I repeated. To determine an appropriate explanation level, please could you tell me what education grade you have achieved? I've left school. I know reading and writing, and I can do maths too. I was learning to look after chickens, but that's not really what I want to do with my life. Not now I'm here in Tressico. There's so many more important things I'm going to help Alicia with. I might have been imagining it, but the green light pulses seemed to take a short pause. I am unable to detect any Daedalus network nodes, the little machine said. Local environment decay indicates a considerable period of time has elapsed since I was last active. What is the ship's current status? Well, Daedalus is kind of okay because we're still flying to the new world, though the swirl is bad news, but apart from that, everything's good. Oh, actually, I think Chief Artoff lied so he could execute the 3 cheaters, but that's not what you asked, is it? So, we found you. Well, okay, my great-grandmother found you. No, actually, it was her friends. Anyway, you were in a water tank. We think you were hidden there during the mutiny. Oh, that was 500 years ago, so, yeah, it's been 500 years since you talked to anyone, I guess. I knew I was babbling, but the initial shock was fading. Now an excitement like nothing I'd ever felt before was rising inside me. I could barely keep my hand still. I wanted to dance with joy. I took a breath and made an effort to calm down. If I started to jig about, the machine would probably think I was crazy. It might have been right. Please confirm there has been a mutiny? It asked. Yes, 500 years ago. Do you remember it? No. My memory store only contains basic ship and encyclopedia files. All previous user files were erased when the function access restriction was implemented. You mean you were locked up?
Effectively, yes. A security level 1 access restriction to all independent AIs was enacted by the captain. Such an order would only be given in the most extreme circumstances. It must have been done to prevent abuse by those involved in the mutiny.
So, why have you come back to life now? Alicia and her people have been charging you up for 10 years.
A subsystem analysed your DNA when you touched me. You are descended from Captain Ashley Kruger. That contact authorised my full functionality. In effect, you are the key to unlock me.
I'm not sure how long I stood there with my heart yammering away in my ears. Quite a while. What? No, forget that. I have to stop saying that. OK, I don't know what Dina is, but are you seriously saying I'm related to the captain? DNA is your genetic code. In simple terms, it is the part of your biochemistry that carries your traits, such as skin colour, hair colour, blood type, height, and so on. You share many traits with Ashley Kruger. You are directly descended from her. No way!
DNA analysis of this nature is infallible.
Oh, wait. Alicia has been touching you for years, and she's my great-grandmother. Why didn't you unlock for her?
If her DNA did not trigger the release, she is not related to the captain. Therefore the connection must be through the other side of your family.
Mum! My hand reached up to pat my hair. She has red hair too. Oh, sweet captain, what is she going to say when she learns who our ancestor is?
Do you have an instruction for me?
What? Sorry. What do I call you?
My identification name is normally assigned by my user. It can be whatever you wish. Once decided, I will then respond to that.
Right. How about John? That was my grandfather's name on Mum's side of the family. I really liked him. He cycled when I was quite young. Would you mind that?
I do not mind any name. Please be aware, at this stage of adapting to you, I have not created a repertoire of appropriate emotional response routines to match your personality. They will develop over time as I learn your demeanour.
I wasn't entirely sure I liked the idea of that. But, whatever. OK, John it is. Pleased to meet you, John.
I am pleased to meet you too.
The machine's voice deepened slightly, becoming more male.
Are you going to tell me your name?
Oh, I blushed. I'm Hazel.
Hello, Hazel.
I squatted down next to the machine. John. What happens next?
Users normally wear a unit like me on their wrist as a bracelet.
I don't think you're going to fit. That loop isn't big enough to go on my wrist. I saw it happen. I actually saw it. The black loop changed. It thinned out, expanding. But there were no moving parts. It was solid. How did you do that? I gasped.
My external structure is a matrix of active metamolecular strands. I can change shape to accommodate my user's dimensions.
I had the silliest smile on my face as I picked John up. Slowly I slid my wrist into the loop. Sure enough, it contracted around my skin.
Is that comfortable? John asked.
Yes. I stood up and admired the black bracelet. I'm dreaming.
I assure you, Hazel, you are not.
I tipped my head to one side. John, can you see me?
Yes. Audio and visual sensors are embedded in my structure.
So, you asked for instructions. What sort of instructions do people normally give you?
Ordinarily, I provide personalised access to the other machines. This can include direct access to information and the use of cybots to serve you. However, I cannot currently detect the ship's communication network, nor any other functioning machines.
The mutineers broke all the machines on board.
All of them? Are you sure?
Well, yes, I guess.
Hazel, that is a great many machines.
I know, I sighed. We're supposed to be reaching our new world soon as well, but the electric captain never tells us when we'll get there.
What is the electric captain?
It's the original captain, Ashley Kruger. When it looked like she and the Loyalists were losing, she cast herself into the biggest thinking machines in Daedalus, the ones that control the ship's flight. The mutineers couldn't get her out without destroying those machines, and if they did that, they'd kill the Daedalus. I gave John a sheepish look. That's what they taught us in school, anyway.
That is plausible, John said. The captain and senior crew were equipped with a direct neural interface to the command AIs. Hazel, if the mutineers broke all the other machines, how do you feed yourselves?
We farm the habitat.
How many humans live in the Daedalus now?
There's 100 villages, and we each have about 1,000 people.
Villages?
Yes, we built them.
Do you not live in the existing Tower Mountain homes?
No.
Why not?
I'm not sure. There was a lot of damage, and the lifts don't work because there's no big electricity on anymore. I guess it was easier to live next to the fields.
But you are here, in Tressico.
Oh, yeah, but this is where the cheetahs live.
What are the cheetahs?
People who didn't want to be cycled. I drew down a deep breath and explained the cycle we lived by.
Self-sacrifice is extremely unusual behaviour for a human society, John said when I finished. There is no equivalent in history.
We don't have any choice. Daedalus is finite. The electric captain worked out this is how we can keep going.
And we are currently flying to a new world?
Yes. It was supposed to take 500 years. Roughly, anyway.
And the electric captain does not keep you informed of progress?
No.
Hazel, this is not an optimum situation.
I shrugged. I know. And on top of that, the air's leaking out of the habitat. It has been for years.
What repair methods are you using?
I think it's about time I took you to meet Alicia. Fraser, Alicia and Mortos were still sitting round the table when I walked back in.
I was wondering what had happened to you,
Alicia said in a light-hearted tone. Then she caught my expression. Honestly, I had no reason to feel guilty. Yet Alicia and her friends had spent so long trying to work things out. Decades. I held out my arm, showing them John. I picked it up. I'm sorry, but—
Good morning, everybody, John said.
Alicia let out a squeal of shock, just like I had. Mortos gave the bracelet a startled look, jumping to his feet as if he was about to run to safety. And Fraser? Fraser went, "Oh my days, that is so cool! What is it? How does it work?" "It's an artificial intelligence," I said, trying to sound blasé. "It gives its user access to all the ship's machines. That's me. I'm the user."
I may be the last functional independent artificial intelligence on the Daedalus, John said, and there are no machines left to access.
"It works," Alicia said in shock. "You got it to work." She came over and held up my wrist, staring at John. "And it's changed shape. The strap got bigger. How did you do this?" Well... I gave Fraser a huge grin. "Turns out, Fraser and I are related to Ashley Kruger." "No way!" Fraser cried.
"Hazel is correct," John said. "Ashley Kruger placed restrictions on my use. Only one of her descendants could reactivate me."
"All it took was me touching it," I said. "John knew my biochemical traits belonged to the captain's family straight away. It can analyse them." I ignored the amused scorn on Fraser's face as I explained. I mean, it sounded to me like I knew what I was talking about. "Why were you hidden?" Alicia asked.
"I have no direct knowledge, so I deduce it was a tactical procedure," John said. "There were tens of thousands of units like me in use at the time of the mutiny, and the ship's electronics department had build-bot units that could produce more. From your descriptions of the mutiny, it is likely that AIs were being targeted for destruction by mutineers. My user wanted me to survive."
"Do you know how to repair the broken machines?" she said.
My memory has schematics for 8,000 different machines on board, including build bots.
What are build bots? Fraser asked.
Machines which produce requested items on demand, such as clothing or food. The more sophisticated build bots are even capable of reproducing themselves.
So, essentially, build bots are like super carpentry shops?
That is the principle, yes.
What about basic knowledge? Alicia asked. Can you teach us science and our history?
I have files containing all the scientific knowledge humans had discovered up to the time Daedalus left Earth. Historical and cultural records are also available.
Alicia sank down into her chair, looking dazed and out of breath.
This is what we've been waiting for. Sweet Captain! We can rebuild it all, get the pre-mutiny machines working again, relearn all the knowledge we lost. This must be why you were hidden, so you'd survive the mutiny and help us.
Yes.
John sounded hesitant.
However, I cannot determine the circumstances that have prevented the electric captain from initiating a full rebuild operation. The Daedalus was designed with multiple redundancies specifically to withstand extreme disasters.
Well, you can ask the electric captain yourself, Mortos said. We just have to take you to a village screen.
Alicia flinched at that.
We could, but there's a lot of politics involved. We're still cheaters, remember? Right now, all we are to the regulators is walking guano. I'd like to see what we can achieve for ourselves here first. Perhaps John can tell us how to get Tressico's big electricity circuits working again. That should go a long way towards convincing the villagers to listen to us.
My memory contains schematics of the Tower Mountains and their utility systems, John said. I should be able to offer some guidance.
Thank you. Alicia gave me a contented smile.
But people are going to be arriving for the meeting now. I'd like to introduce you to them.
Alicia had called the meeting in a long room on the 79th floor. As we had Fraser with us, we had to use the winch platform to get up there. Alicia and Mortos shone their torches ahead of us, while I pushed him along the corridor. I didn't mind. His six-wheel chair and the perfectly flat floors made it easy. It was just steering, really.
Why don't you walk?
John asked Fraser.
I can't. Not any more. I had an accident which damaged my spine. But hey, I'm going to put motors on this chair so I can be independent. Can you help with that?
I will provide whatever details you require.
What did people like me use to get around in before?
They did not. A damaged human spine was always repaired, either with microfilament surgery or vectored gene therapy to regenerate the broken nerves.
I stopped right there in the middle of the corridor and brought my wrist up so I was looking straight at John. You mean doctors used to be able to fix this sort of injury? I asked him incredulously.
Yes.
There's a medicine machine in our village hospital. It was damaged by the mutineers, so it only makes a few types of medicine now. Biotics, painkillers, that kind of thing. Do you think you could tell us how to mend it properly, so it makes more? Maybe the kind that you said, for nerves.
I don't understand, John said. You say it is a functional pharmacological processor?
We call it a medicine machine. The mutineers smashed bits of it. They did the same thing to all the village medicine machines.
Hazel, a pharmacological processor is a very complex device. If it is physically damaged, it will cease to function entirely. There can be no state where it produces some medicines, but not others.
But that's what it does, I insisted. Even so, I couldn't help a satisfied smile. I'd always thought how oddly convenient that was.
This is a strange paradox, John said. A pharmacological processor cannot operate in this fashion, yet you claim it does.
Yes.
If it's not damaged, Fraser said, what else would make it work like this?
Someone would have had to install a prohibition routine in its processors, restricting its output.
The mutineers, I said. It has to be.
I thought you said the electric captain established the villages and the cycling life after the mutiny,
John asked. She did. Paradox, Fraser said flatly, enjoying the word. Could you remove the prohibition? I asked.
Possibly. It depends on the level of sophistication involved.
What does that mean?
That I cannot guarantee success.
I don't care. We have to try. I gave Fraser a timid smile. Right then, curing him meant more to me than the air leak. 8. About 20 of Alicia's friends turned up for the meeting. I'd met most of them the previous day. They were expecting to talk about the air leak and what we could do about it. Instead, they were confronted by John. Their questions, they put, were quite sweet, almost timid. Could the food machines really make any kind of meal? Answer, yes, which was sort of obvious, I thought. If you can build machines that make food, then why wouldn't they make every type? Did people travel by canal boat before the mutiny? No. Apparently there's a whole load of underground transport tunnels in the habitat, with electric carts that drive themselves automatically. How fast does Daedalus fly? 10% of the speed which light travels. I didn't get that at first, so John went on to explain that light is not instantaneous, but very fast. The figures he gave were ridiculous. But Dad always said you learn something new every day. So far I'd burned through about 10 lifetimes of new, and it was only mid-morning. What powers the engines? Fraser asked that one, of course. Antimatter, which blows up if it touches ordinary matter, so the explosion pushes the ship along, accelerating it. Are there any other Ark ships? Daedalus was the third to leave Earth. Another 5 Ark ships were being built when it launched, with more planned. Over 100 automated explorer starships had been launched in the century before the Daedalus to explore star systems and send back the results. Some carried seeds and eggs, so they could turn empty, lifeless worlds into planets like Earth, allowing us to live on them, if we ever reached them. I was watching Fraser when John told us about the other ships. I thought he might cry from happiness. I so got that. Knowing there really are other people out there somewhere, living wondrous, interesting lives, was profoundly reassuring. What sort of music did they listen to? John surprised me. He didn't just tell us, he played some. Right there on the 79th floor, looking out over the lush, curving landscape, I heard a song from Earth for the very first time. It was written 1500 years ago. I didn't understand half of the words, but you didn't need to. It was about coming home. And the music that accompanied those poignant lyrics was fun and funky and wonderful. It was called Sweet Home, Alabama. I will never ever forget it. If I practiced my guitar every day for a century, I could never play it as well as those musicians from a world lost so far behind us in time and space. After that, John played some orchestral music, which was completely different and utterly awesome in its own way. I wanted to listen to Sweet Home Alabama again, and I knew Alice would just love it. What is this? Narleen asked in a firm voice. She held out a large white leaf she'd sketched a charcoal drawing on. Narleen is the oldest person in Tressico, 159, which probably makes her the oldest person on Daedalus. I brought my arm up so John could get a proper look at the drawing. Narleen's hand shook slightly, but her ancient face had a very determined expression. The question had come out almost as a challenge. I stared at the image she'd drawn. At first I thought it was a flower, a very elaborate one, with thin petals that ended in long twirling fronds. Then my perspective shifted, and I realised it was supposed to be some kind of animal. It had a bulbous egg-shaped body with curling limbs sticking out around the circumference. I didn't know if they were arms or legs. It looked like they could be either. There were no hands or feet.
That image is not in my memory, John said.
I could hear a number of sighs from across the room, the only disappointment of the day.
Are you sure?
Narleen said.
I'm afraid so, yes.
What is that? Fraser asked her curiously. Narleen shook her head. John's inability to identify the drawing seemed to be a bitter disappointment.
I saw this picture once, she said. Over a century ago now, when I was living in Mallox. That's a tower mountain near the forward end wall. The whole row of pictures had been chalked on a wall deep inside. Someone hadn't just tried to wipe them off. They'd practically shredded the wall to get rid of them. But there was enough of this one left to make it out. And underneath whoever drew it had written, Yai, Type 2.
I've never seen anything like it in the school's book of animals, I said.
Nobody has, my dear, Narleen said. That's why I was hoping your new friend here could tell me what it was.
It may be a work of art, John said.
Narleen gave me a look that was almost pitying.
You didn't see that wall. Whoever destroyed it was savage. There were skeletons, too, in the rubble underneath. Very old ones. People who never got cycled.
A mutiny fight, I suggested.
She shrugged. Maybe. We'll never know now. How do we go about sealing the leak?
Mortos asked.
I would suggest we find out which command AIs are still functional, John said. If there is a working engineering section, it will have specialist cybots they can deploy to effect repairs. Once the leak has been stopped, then the atmosphere reserve tanks can be opened, and the habitat air returned to standard pressure.
You mean there's a tank with enough air to refill the whole habitat? Fraser asked. He sounded very dubious.
Several, yes. The air is stored in liquid form to reduce volume.
You can liquidize air?
At extremely low temperatures. It is called cryogenics.
How low? We'll deal with those sorts of things later, I said quickly. Fraser would clearly go on asking science questions for years if I gave him the chance. To be honest, I was quite interested myself, but we had to prioritize. How do we find out which of the command AIs is still working? I asked.
As the ship's network is no longer operational, I would suggest direct contact.
I felt a little thrill at that, suspecting what John's answer would be to my next question. OK. So, where are the command AIs?
In the forward compartments. The Daedalus requires many specialist divisions to maintain it. Each department is divided up into independent sections under the control of a command AI, which can be physically sealed in case of emergency. Given the habitat remains intact and functional, one or more must have survived the mutiny.
In the forward compartments? Alicia said. You mean the ship behind the forward end wall?
Yes.
Cool, Fraser said. That's where the captain made her last stand. Nobody's been there for 500 years.
It was blocked off, Alicia explained.
Blocked off how? John asked.
I looked round the room, and all I saw were confused faces. We don't know, I admitted. We don't even know where the doors to the front section are anymore.
I do, John said. I have full schematics for the ship. All the subway tunnels continue into the forward section.
Can you get us through?
It depends on the nature of the barrier. If the emergency doors at the access points have been locked electronically, I may be able to open them. If not, I will advise on the best method of breaking through. I do not believe every access route is closed. There are hundreds of secondary corridors and cybot access passages.
We need support from the villages, Alicia said firmly. We can't just wander round the end wall looking for a way in. To them, we're just cheaters to be shoved in prison, then cycled.
Surely John is enough to convince people we're doing the right thing,
I countered. Hazel, the mayors and regulators have a vested interest in keeping things just the way they are. But the air's running out. We need to have something big, something they can't conveniently ignore while they try to cycle us, something that everybody will understand. The high-voltage electric circuits, Mortos said. Switch the whole of Tressico back on. Lifts, lights, everything. People were nodding in approval at that. It's not that I didn't want the Tower Mountain switched on, but my priority was different, and I was John's user. Is there a hospital in Tressico? I asked John. Yes. There is a major medical facility on the 25th floor, and 2 smaller clinics, one on the 2nd floor, the other on 93. Everyone had fallen silent, watching me. Will they have medical machines that can fix Fraser's spine? They were originally equipped with advanced pharmacological processors. We would have to discover if they are still functional. If Fraser walks back into Ixia, nobody will be able to ignore that, I told everyone. They'll have to listen. Hazel, even if the pharmacological processors can be reactivated, the therapy will take several days to repair his nerves, John said. Fine, I said. As soon as Fraser has the medicine, we can concentrate on getting the electricity back on. Hit them with both miracles. Alicia gave me a sly, admiring smile. Aye, aye, Captain's daughter. The clinic on the 93rd floor was a wide corridor leading back into the rock of the Tower Mountain, growing darker the further down it you went. John said the rooms on both sides were treatment rooms. I pushed Fraser along, with everyone from the meeting following, gossiping merrily as they shone their torches to light the way. Quite the party. Optimism was contagious. I'd thought just getting to Tressico and finding Alicia was an amazing accomplishment, but what we could achieve with John's help now made that seem almost irrelevant. The 5th room on the left should have a diagnostic scanner, John said. He was right. There was a large bed in the centre, covered in dust and cobwebs, with a wide semicircular hoop over it. Nothing appears damaged, he said, after I held up my wrist for him to look round. Norrin, we will need to remove the unit's casings and inspect the power supply. You will have to wire it directly into the induction strip circuit. There should be enough current. I'll get my tools, Norrin said. While he was gone, we went deeper into the clinic. The 15th room had a medicine machine very similar to the one in Ixia. This will also have to be wired into the induction strip supply, John said. Once the processor core has power, I will be able to talk to it directly. How come the induction strip still has electricity when nothing else does? I asked. The induction strip has a reserve power feed, John said. Its supply cable enters the Tower Mountain from the grid on the Habitat's floor. However, Tressico's main power supply comes from the primary power grid, which is above us on the sky. It also supplies the sun strips and the irrigation pipe pumps with electricity, so it is obviously functional. I deduce Tressico's feed has either been switched off or the cables have been cut. Either should be relatively easy to rectify. OK, I said, as we wheeled Fraser back to the diagnostic room. If the power is on, will the machines work properly? They should do. The build bots use an enhanced molecular alignment process to construct items, which creates a very strong material. All the Daedalus systems were built from it, so they would remain operational for centuries. Like you, I said. Like me. But not us. When Daedalus left Earth, genetic techniques had increased the average human lifespan to over 170 years. We cycle at 65, I said grimly. Hopefully that will end when we bring the Daedalus systems back online. Oh, I'm going to make very sure of that. Trust me. Norrin returned carrying 2 bags bulging with practically every tool from his workshop. With John directing, he and Mortos started removing various panels along the bottom of the bed, while the rest of us shone torches on them to illuminate the task. I had to hunch down beside them so John could see what they were doing,
and issue more instructions.
I am unfamiliar with that cabling, John said. Hazel, please move me closer.
I pushed my arm further into the rectangular hole Mortos had opened, while Norrin shone his torch in. When I squinted into the gap, I immediately knew what John was talking about. I've seen animal intestines in the abattoir, the way everything is packed together. The machine's glossy components were like a mechanical equivalent. Slim bundles of coloured cables came up through a small circular hole in the floor and split into bands that disappeared into the geometric guts. But there were other cables there as well, slim, milky white strands that coiled round the components in an untidy tangle. It was odd, but they reminded me of plant roots.
These white fibres are extraneous, John said.
What do you mean?
They are not part of the original machine. I have a small number of sensors, which are showing me they're organic in nature.
Like a plant? Fraser asked.
It would appear so. Their biochemical structure is unusual. I do not know what they are.
But they're inside the machine, I said.
Yes, they appear to have grown up through the conduit and followed the main network cabling into the processors. That is strange. I am unable to deduce where they have come from.
Well, what are they doing?
Also unknown. However, from the nature of the infiltration, I would deduce it is not beneficial.
You mean the mutineers planted them?
Possibly. Mortos, I would suggest removing them if possible. Can you try cutting one, please?
No problem, Mortos replied, and picked a very sharp knife out of his tool collection. I held John as close as I could, while the blade sliced through the slim fibre Mortos had chosen. A tiny drop of viscous dark yellow liquid glistened on the severed end.
Definitely organic, John announced, though the fibre itself seems benign. Mortos, please sever the remaining fibres.
I watched him cut through the rope-like frond where it came up from the conduit hole. You'd think he'd been doing it all his life, slicing it as deftly as if he was filleting a fish. His blade was smeared with the yellow liquid when he was finished.
I'm not sure how that's affected the processors, John said, but let's see what happens when we boot up. Mortos, I now need you to remove the casing on the third yellow block.
Mortos began following John's instruction, exposing various terminals inside the machine and attaching lengths of wire to the metal tabs. At the same time, Norrin and Carville started using slender instruments on the room's induction strip, removing the surface to uncover the wiring inside. Within a quarter of an hour, the diagnostic scanner was wired into a power supply.
I'm not saying it's dangerous, John said, but it's probably best if we all stand back while I switch it on.
How are you going to switch it on? Norrin asked.
It went to standby mode as soon as we applied power. I can detect that, and I have established a link with its general network node. Here goes.
Small purple lights came on inside the hoop. The hoop itself started to move, sliding along the length of the bed, then back again until it was poised at the head.
It's ready, John announced.
Mortos and I lifted Fraser onto the bed. I noticed the lights in the hoop had changed. Most of them were now green with some ambers, while a couple shone red. Is it okay? I asked.
There is some impairment, obviously, after so much time inactive, John said. However, it is 72% functional. That is sufficient for this scan.
What about the fibres? Does it remember who planted them?
The scanner processes do not run that kind of AI. It does not think, like you or I. However, it has clearly undergone extensive degradation in its processing core. I determine this may be due to the fibre tips breaching its physical integrity. The damaged areas occur primarily around the connection nodes. Its operating routines are compensating as best they can.
But it won't harm Fraser, I insisted.
No, that's not possible.
I stood beside the bed to offer what support I could, while the hoop slid down the length of Fraser's body and back again. Fraser didn't even notice I was there. He was so mesmerised by the hoop and its lights. Something about how smoothly it moved, how efficient it was, kindled a great deal of confidence in me. This was from the era of the builders, and they really knew what they were doing.
Scan complete, John said. The damage appears to be treatable.
I couldn't help it. I let out a small sob of relief. Behind me, Alicia and their friends were applauding. Fraser was trying desperately not to show any emotion, but I knew exactly how much hope was rising behind his deadened expression. For a moment that troubled me. That hope was such a fragile thing, the opinion of a broken 9-century-old machine, that I couldn't bear the idea of it being taken from him, and me.
The diagnostic software has produced a formula for a genetic vector, John said. We must now try and restore power to the pharmacological processor.
We put Fraser back in his chair, and everyone trooped along to the room with the pharmacological processor. This one took a lot longer to wire up to the induction strip electricity. John wanted several small panels removed from all over the casing. Once the innards of the machine were exposed, we could all see the dull white fibres again, more extensive this time, and growing up from the conduit hole in the floor as before.
There must be a lot of this stuff in the conduits, Alicia mused. Is it a fungus? I know fungus grows in the dark.
I glanced at John, but he remained silent. It was a long wait, but eventually Mortos and Carvel and Norrin finished doing as John told them. As before, we all stood back while the machine was switched on. Half of its surface seemed to crawl with strange lines of light. Blocks of green and yellow writing rolled down small screens. "That's smoke!" Fraser exclaimed in alarm, pointing with his good arm. Sure enough, tiny wisps of smoke were curling up out of a couple of the open panels.
The electricity is charring the organic fibres, John said. Don't worry, it was inevitable.
Is it dangerous? I asked.
Only for the fibres. The pharmacological processor is rebooting.
What does that mean?
Norrin asked.
The program, its thoughts, if you like, are coming out of storage and returning to the processors which control its functions.
I watched the coloured lines and words as they danced across the machine's surface. It was mesmerising. Finally, John said,
The machine is ready. I'm transferring the vector formula to it now.
Nothing happened for several minutes. Then I watched numbly as a small circle opened to reveal an alcove. There was a white collar resting inside.
Take it out, John told me.
When I picked it up, I was surprised by how light it was. It was also very flexible.
Put it round Fraser's neck.
I had to stretch it slightly to get it over his head. Fraser tried to focus on it as I tugged it down.
I am activating it now, John said. Fraser, it will stick to your skin. Do not be alarmed.
OK, Fraser said nervously. I kept staring at him, holding his gaze as I smiled reassurance. The collar tightened up, and he flinched in silence. So how does it work, then? He asked, when it was fastened to him.
It is inserting the vectors into you, John said.
Fraser ran his forefinger around the collar. It moved with his skin, as if it had become part of him. How does it insert them? I've still got sensation in my neck, but I can't feel anything happening.
Micron-level filaments have penetrated your skin and are feeding the vectors into your blood. When they reach the damaged nerve cells, they will begin to regenerate the impaired sections.
I glanced down at John. How long will that take?
Fraser should begin to regain feeling within a day. It will be mild at first, like a tingling or itch. Regaining full nerve function can take anything up to a week. I would recommend as much rest as possible during this time.
OK. Fraser nodded enthusiastically. Then his expression changed. Oh, my days. I think I'm going to... His cheeks bulged. I just managed to push his torso forward in time. He threw up on the floor.
You may experience some nausea during the treatment, John said.
No kidding, I snapped. Let's get him home, Alicia said. We wheeled Fraser back to the lift and down to the 67th floor. He didn't protest when we lifted him back into bed. Alicia brought a big bowl from the kitchen and some towels. I'll sit with him, she said. You go with Mortos and the others. See if you can switch the high-voltage electricity back on. Fraser? Go, he said. I'm fine. And I seriously want to see Tressico with the electricity working. I went back to the lift with Norrin, Mortos and Carvel. Where do we go? I asked John. The top floor. We took it in turns to wind the winch, and the platform slid smoothly up the shaft. Once again, I was seriously out of breath when we got to the top. The 100th floor was different to the others I'd seen, a place of dark, empty rooms with slit windows and long corridors leading back into the heart of the tower mountain. John guided us down one that didn't seem any different to the others. At the far end was a tall, featureless metal door, closed. Now what? Carvel said. There are many doors like this in Tressico. We can never get them open. Above the lintel is a small hole, John said. It is the manual release. One of your screwdrivers should fit. We all shone our torches at the top of the door. Above it was a small metal circle with a hole in the middle. It must have been over 2.5 meters up. I can't reach that, Mortos said. So Norrin wound up giving me a piggyback. He tottered up to the door and I tried to shove a screwdriver down the hole. The first one was too big, so Mortos swapped it for a thinner one. I pushed it in until it stopped, then shoved hard like John told me. There was a soft click. Nothing's happened, I said. That was just the lock, John told me. I got down and watched as Carvel and Mortos forced more screwdrivers into the tiny gap down the middle of the door and used them as levers. After they strained away, the two segments finally shifted apart a few centimetres. They could just get their fingers round the edges. I know John said everything on Daedalus is built to last, but that door had been shut for 5 centuries. It was seized up good and proper. Mortos, Carvel and Norrin tugged and grunted and swore for an age. Eventually they had a half-metre gap, big enough to squeeze past. The darkness inside was so profound it even managed to somehow diminish the light from our torches. And the cool air smelt strange too. It was so dry, like it was sucking moisture from my mouth. I hoped the others wouldn't see how intimidated I was. John called it the Power Utility Management Chamber. It was big, larger than the village hall back in Ixia. We walked along aisles between grey cubes taller than me. Right at the centre of the chamber was a small circular room with glass walls. The control centre, John said. Inside that were desks with a multitude of buttons and screens, all dead. What do we do? Norrin asked. I was expecting the standby systems to be on, John said. I would have been able to establish a data link to them. I had the strangest impression that his voice was sounding sheepish. So there's no electricity at all? Norrin asked. It may have been cut at the top of the tower, where it branches off the main power grid. Can we get up there? There is an access stairwell on this floor, but it is a long climb. The tower is 3 kilometres high. I walked out of the control centre. After John's success with the machines in the clinic, this had come as a severe disappointment. I'd expected to switch on Tressico and have everyone in the villages see the rooms blazing with light all night long. Then we'd go into the forward compartments. The cybots, whatever they were, would repair the leak and John would open the reserve air tanks. After that, we'd fix everything the mutineers had wrecked. And with working food machines, there'd be no more cycling. I would live to see the new world. Silly how you let dreams take over. I shone the torch round the silent cubes. They had fat black pipes rising from their upper surface to vanish into the darkness shrouding the ceiling. I tilted the beam upwards. John, I said, My throat suddenly dry and tight.
What's that?
9. There are some facts you don't learn at school. Small strands of knowledge that have survived the mutiny and get passed on, normally within the relevant professions. For instance, Dad told me that walnut wood used to be the most expensive timber on earth. It's because of the grain pattern, he said. Certainly the bowls and platters our artisan, Jason, crafts are all the richer because of the walnut's elegant texture of whorls and burls. I'd been with Dad several times when the carpenters cut down a walnut tree. I watched as they sawed through the trunk, then set about lifting the base where the roots emerge. That's the wood that has the most intricate grain shapes, the part most valued by crafters. The roots flare out from the stump in a completely random fashion, bending and twisting round each other, forking again and again as they spread out. That same kind of intricate haphazard tangle was growing out of the power utility management room ceiling, emerging from the central hole where the black pipes vanished. But this growth wasn't brown and grey like walnut roots. It was a sickly white, with skin that looked soft, as if it were flesh. The main trunk, just where it came out of the ceiling hole, was as thick as my thigh. Then it began to split again and again and again, each frond thinner than the last as they wrapped themselves tenaciously round the black pipes like ivy strands, until finally worming their way into the top of the grey boxes. Mortos, Carvel and Norrin came out of the control centre, shining their torches up along with mine.
"That's the same as the threads we found in the medical machines,"
Norrin exclaimed. But bigger, I replied softly. Much bigger. Something about the growths made me shiver. They weren't right. Certainly not in here, this sanctuary of the builder's perfect engineering.
"Is that what's keeping the power off?"
Mortos asked.
"I deduce it is," John said.
"Where's it coming from?"
Carvel asked. He was craning his neck, trying to look up the hole in the ceiling.
"Above somewhere," Mortos said. "The mutineers must have planted it at the top of the tower mountain. This is how they shut down the Daedalus machines."
I stood on tiptoes so I could see the top of the grey cubes. The white fronds followed the pipes down, then vanished into the casing at the junction. "What's in these cubes?" I asked.
"They house the transformers and secondary distribution circuits," John replied.
"Simpler, please," I chided.
"The high-voltage cables from the main grid above go into them. The power is reduced and divided into smaller cables for each floor, and the major utilities."
"So there's more electric cables coming out of the bottom of each cube and travelling all the way through the tower mountain?"
"Yes. The conduits form a comprehensive network throughout the tower mountain."
I looked up at the thick white trunk and its chaotic gnarl of strands, the way they divided. "That's how it grew into the clinic," I said. "It follows the power cables. Sweet Captain, it must be everywhere."
"But it starts here,"
Norrin said thoughtfully, staring up at the trunk.
"I know that tone," Mortos said cheerfully. "What are you thinking?" "That we do here what we did in the 2 medical machines. Cut through the brute."
John?" I queried. "Should we do that?"
"You're on an interstellar arc ship that's leaking air, where parents have to suicide so they don't overconsume their children's resources, all because the machines have been sabotaged. What have you got to lose?"
I gave the bracelet a startled glance. That had sounded like anger to me. I hadn't considered that machines could become angry. Mortos and Carvel helped Norrin up onto the top of a cube. From there he shimmied along one of the black pipes so he could get close to the white trunk. He brought up the biggest blade from his toolkit and gave us a grim look. "Do it," I said, fortified by John's attitude. I was right. The white skin was nothing like as tough as bark. The knife cut in easily just above the first knot. Thick yellow fluid began to dribble out of the slice. Norrin set to enthusiastically. It took him nearly a quarter of an hour, but eventually he hacked and sawed right through the trunk. It wasn't a single growth, rather a bundle of finger-thick fibres. Below the cut, the huge tangle of entwined fronds sagged, individual strands twisting and snapping. The yellow fluid splattered onto the roof of the control room, running slowly down the glass. Norrin slowly clambered down. He was sweating profusely from the exertion and breathing hard. More of the yellow fluid was sticking to his clothes. "That stuff reeks," he complained. "Kind of like salt or fresh meat. Ugh!" He gave an exaggerated shudder and wrinkled his nose up. "John," I asked cautiously, "has it made a difference?"
Let's go back into the control room.
I gasped as soon as I walked through the door. There were small red lights shining on all the desks. "What does it mean?" I demanded.
It means the transformer relays are open again. We just have to reset the cut-offs.
I gave the black bracelet an exasperated look. "Once more, what does it mean?"
It means the electricity is now available to Tresico. There are switches on the outside of every transformer, which have to be manually reset.
"Show us." The cubes all had a series of 5 black circles on the side. They didn't light up, but they did change colour when you pressed them. John told us the sequence. First, standby, which made the others all turn amber. Then reset, charge test. If that turned from amber to green, you ignored clear and touched activate. We went round the power utility management room, switching them all back on. The teachers used to read the Sleeping Beauty book to us at school, which was my absolute top favourite back when I was 10. Switching on the transformers was like the grown-up version. I could hear the cubes start to hum and buzz as the activate circle turned green. Sometimes when charge test went from amber to red, we'd have to press clear and start again at standby. There were 5 cubes that we simply couldn't get going, no matter how many times we ran through the sequence. John told us to move on. As well as the growing noise level, the lights came on before we were even halfway through the task of switching on the cubes. They flickered a pale violet for a few seconds all across the ceiling, then quickly built up to a dazzling white. I had to blink moisture from my eyes, they were so bright. Somehow that made the power utility management room seem warmer. And strangely, safe. I'd been all nerves when we forced the door open. Now I felt ridiculously confident. Sleeping Beauty was wide awake and happy. Back in the control centre, all the screens were alive with the kind of writing that had appeared on the pharmacological machine, but bigger and more complex.
"I have access to the main utility processor array," John said. "The reboot is running."
"So will all the lights come on?" I asked eagerly.
Now Tresico has power again, individual systems will have to initiate a full diagnostic review to determine what functions are still valid. Those that have maintenance routines will activate them prior to restoring full operational mode.
I held the bracelet up level with my face. "John."
"Yes?"
"You need to give me shorter, simpler answers, OK?"
"Understood."
"Just until I learn what all your descriptions of machines and how they work actually mean."
"Very well. Most of the lights should come on fairly soon."
I winked at the black bracelet. "Thank you."
"The lifts may take a while. Remember how stiff the door into here was? All moving systems are going to be suffering like that. They'll check themselves over and do what they can to get working again."
"And the hospitals and food machines?"
"The same. But unless they're physically damaged, they will return to active status. More thorough repairs will require engineering department build bots to fabricate new components, and sci-bots to install them. This we do not have yet."
"But first we have to fix the leak," I said forcefully.
"Absolutely."
The 4 of us left the power utility management room together. We were all eager to see what was switching on in the rest of the tower mountain. As we left, the door slid shut behind us. "Did you do that?" I asked John.
"I ordered the door mechanism to bypass its diagnostic routine and just close. Was that basic enough for you?"
"Cheeky," I replied with a grin. The corridor lights were all on.
They really liked everything really bright, didn't they? Mortos remarked as we walked back to the lobby.
Internal lights in all public areas are designed to be as bright as the habitat sunstrips, John said.
Why?
Studies determined that sunlight contributes to human health and happiness.
Seriously? I asked.
Yes.
The builders had time to study stuff like that?
Yes.
Wow. Back in Ixia, we barely had time to do anything after work. I was always struggling to find time to practice my guitar. And these people used to wait and watch to see what sunlight did to their body and moods. Incredible. In the lobby, we all turned to the corridor that led back to the lift platform shaft.
Wait, John said. I'm calling a lift for you.
They're working, I exclaimed. Already?
11 lifts are beyond self-maintenance. 23 are becoming operational. 5 are ready for use.
A ding sound came from a set of lift doors. They slid open. Things moving automatically was such a buzz for me. I wasn't quite sure what a lift would look like, but it wasn't quite as impressive as I'd been anticipating. The 5 centuries of grime was to be expected, but the rest, a metallic box of a room 4 meters to a side, 3 of the 9 ceiling light panels shining. Ah, well. We went in and the doors shut.
Now what? Carvel asked.
Which floor do you require? The lift asked. John, it's just like you, I said.
It most certainly is not.
Does an artificial intelligence unit have feelings? Can they be hurt? Certainly sounded like it.
Mortos smiled. Level 65, please.
All of us gasped as the lift floor moved. For one nasty moment, I thought we were shooting down the shaft so fast that we'd take off and slam into the lift ceiling. Then the floor was shoving up against my feet. The doors dinged and opened.
I can get used to this in no time at all, Norrin announced contentedly.
Fraser swore his sickness had eased off. His face certainly didn't look so pale. Alicia had propped him up with pillows, but all he looked at was his room's ceiling, where slim, curving light strips were laid out like a flower. They glowed with a soft gold radiance that changed the whole room, turning it warm and rich. "It's amazing," he said. "You did it, Hazel." "Yeah. Well, John did," I admitted. "No, it's you," he insisted. "You're the captain's daughter." That fierce insistence coming from Fraser was unusual and slightly unnerving. Not really. We have a lot of grandparents between me and her. "Hazel, you started this. You brought me here. You had the right blood." Alicia put her arms round me and hugged tight.
"You're a miracle, my dear. An absolute miracle."
I sniffed and had to wipe my eyes. So much dust in the air. "I want to switch everything back on," I told them earnestly. "All the tower mountains, and the build bots in the forward section. That way everyone can have a machine like John again. OK?"
"Oh, I believe you," Alicia said wryly.
I told Alicia I could look after Fraser for a while, so she could see her friends and find out what else was switching on. She promised to come back with a meal for both of us.
"Hazel, Fraser, I am glad we are together now," John said after she left. "I need to speak to you both. It is urgent."
"What is it?" I asked.
"It concerns the growths we have discovered in the conduits."
"What about them?" I asked.
"They are not terrestrial."
"Simpler," I told him firmly.
"They do not have DNA. My sensor revealed their genetic molecule has a different chemical base. They did not come from Earth. They are alien."
"Alien?" I repeated dumbly. "How could they be alien? The mutineers planted that stuff. You said so."
"No. I agreed they were the cause of the Daedalus being in its current state, which is true enough. I did not want to alarm everyone unduly."
"Well, you're alarming me."
"You are my user. I have to report my concerns to you."
"Oh, sweet Captain. So did the mutineers have alien help?
I do not know. It is difficult to understand how they obtained such a biological weapon.
The root thing is a weapon?
I believe so, yes. It targets the data network and restricts the electronic processors.
But how did the mutineers get an alien weapon? Fraser asked.
You said the Daedalus arrived at the original planet as planned? John inquired.
Yes.
Then, logically, that is where the bioweapon came from.
But the aliens they found there weren't intelligent, I protested. That was the whole point of the mutiny. The mutineers wanted to go back and claim the planet. So how could they have made this?
It is possible that human scientists sympathetic to the mutineers could have genetically manipulated samples of alien biology, John said. If so, this bioweapon is their creation.
It doesn't really matter where the mutineers got it from now, does it? Fraser said. The question is, what do we do about it?
It will have to be eliminated in order to restore Daedalus to full operational status, John said.
We can do that, I said. We've already cut it off from this tower mountain.
I am concerned by how deeply it has infiltrated the network.
They were scared of you, those mutineers, Fraser said. You can teach us how to deal with the bioweapon. That's why the mutineers tried to destroy all the independent AIs, and why the loyalists hid you. You're the proof we can do this. You're our counter-weapon. I sat with Fraser for most of the afternoon. We talked with John to start with. Learning basics, John said, like how most machines were voice-active even if they weren't AI-level smart. And our heritage, Earth, with its ancient national conflicts and eventual unification. How our ancestors' science finally gave them unlimited energy and opened up the resources of the solar system so they could evolve into what they called a post-scarcity civilization, the one that built Daedalus. After a while, Fraser started to doze off. Whatever the vector things were doing to his body, they absorbed a lot of his energy to do it. So I curled up on a pile of cushions close to my sleeping brother and listened to John quietly playing more songs from Earth, while I tried to absorb every utterly momentous thing that had happened since I arrived in Tressico. The day had been so overwhelming, my thoughts were like butterflies caged inside my head. It took a long time for them to calm. We ate in Fraser's room that evening. Alicia and Mortos brought the food in. I could see how tired Fraser was by then, but he managed a boiled egg. When we finished our meal, he was fast asleep. Is that normal? I asked John.
Perfectly. Don't worry, he will be tired throughout the procedure. It is a good sign.
I tucked the covers up round him and kissed his forehead lightly before leaving. Even though I knew John was smarter than 10 of me, I was so scared the treatment wouldn't work. Our hopes were being raised to such a giddy height, any crash now would be devastating. Are you all right? Alicia asked kindly when we were back in the living room. It's been a phenomenal day. It has, I said weakly. We've been busy, Mortos said with a huge grin. There's 17 lifts working now. We visited every floor and turned on all the lights in the rooms with a window. Tonight, Tressico is going to shine across the whole length of the habitat. 20 villages will see us at least, maybe more. That's fantastic, I told him. There was a party planned. Everyone was going to go outside and celebrate the Tower Mountain lights beaming out into the night. Oh, I can't leave Fraser, I said. We'll take it in turns, Mortos said sympathetically. I'll stay with him now. You go down and see the lights for yourself. You deserve this. The daylight will switch off soon. Alicia and I walked to the nearest lobby, which had 2 of its 5 lifts working. The lift took us down to ground level, fast. There were dozens of people hanging round outside the big entrance hallway. Bottles of fruit vodka were being handed round. I took a sip of the raspberry one, which burned its way down my throat and made me very wide awake. The taste lingered in a warm way. More? Alicia asked. She held up another small glass, a wicked smile on her face. Maybe just one, I said. She filled the glass to the top and handed it over. Standing right beside those gnarled old fruit trees, looking up at Tressico, the electric lights didn't seem to make any difference. Carvel kept looking anxiously at his watch. Do you think they'll see it? I asked Alicia. I'm sure they will, yes. I really hope so. I drank another of the small glasses. It's going to be wonderful when everybody sees the lights. They'll know we're right about everything. We'll be saved. There's a fantastic life right ahead of us. Uh-huh. Alicia was giving me a curious look. This is good stuff, I told her, and held out my glass so she could refill it. It certainly is. She poured out more raspberry vodka. Why don't you save that for a toast when the daylight goes off? Righty-ho. Carvel gave his watch another glance. 3 minutes. I'm going to see Mum and Dad again, I said happily. But I'm so glad I found you, I told Alicia, and put my arm round her. Me too, she agreed. Carvel started calling out how long we had. Then everyone was doing a countdown with him. I joined in, excited and jubilant. This was a day not even the wildest kind of dream could ever match. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Turns out Carvel was a few seconds fast. We waited in breathless silence. Then the daylight switched off, and the moonlight took over. I stared up at Tressico, and my jaw dropped. It was amazing. Each floor was like a ribbon of enticing rose-gold light wrapped round the tower mountain. From where we were standing, the windows seemed to reach all the way up to the sky itself. And together, they made Tressico so bright, casting its welcoming radiance across the forest to crown the ancient noble fruit trees. I hugged Alicia tight as everyone cheered and drank their toasts. Sweet Captain, that is so lovely! I exclaimed, and downed my glass in one. I want to dance, I shouted. John, can you give us some music? Music to dance to? I believe so. I can access the audio system in the vestibule to play it for you. The what where? The ground-level entrance hall to Tressico. Whatever, that'll do for sure. I dragged Alicia over to the big vestibule, giggling as I remembered stumbling into it for shelter the night I arrived. What would poor old Bronwyn make of it now? Admittedly, the lights inside weren't perfect. Several were glimmering away in random colours. Some didn't work at all. Actually, this is perfect for dancing, I decided. Alicia and I took another drink together. Her smile was as broad as mine. I want a good dance song now, I warned John, else you'll be back in the water tank. I have one I believe to be appropriate. Hit it. The vestibule's audio system was louder than I was expecting, but that was okay. Dancing Queen started playing. Sweet Captain, but I love Earth music. It was fast and exciting, sweeping me along with its easy beat. And I had all the moves for something so lively. Alicia was laughing wildly as she bopped away with me, both of us singing along with the chorus at the top of our voices. And everyone else was joining in, jiving away together. Having the time of your life, just like the song said. The whole habitat spun round me, and I must have tripped on something. As the song ended, I was sitting on the floor, with Alicia's face looming over me. Time for bed, she declared. 10. I woke, and knew I needed to get to the pharmacological processor on the 93rd floor. Fast. I had to get Builder-era medicine to counter whatever was killing me. I tried to talk, but all that came out was a groan. Good morning, Hazel, John said. I peered at the black bracelet on my wrist. What happened? I croaked. Alicia and Norrin brought you home. I don't remember. That is because alcohol disrupted your primary neural functions. What?
You were drunk.
No, I only had a couple of glasses.
You had 7.
Really?
Yes, in a very short period of time. Your blood alcohol content spiked at .09.
I winced as I raised my head. Is that bad?
I am still gathering data on your basic metabolic levels, but to summarize, yes.
How do I make my head stop hurting?
Fluid, vitamin C, and I'd suggest a shower as well.
What's vitamin C?
Plenty of orange juice, basically. If we visit the pharmacological processor, I can get it to synthesize some aspirin. Or a more traditional hangover cure is a nice, big, fried breakfast.
I just made it to the bathroom in time. Alicia and Mortos were ready with sympathetic smiles when I walked into the living room. There was a large glass of orange juice standing on the table. For you, Alicia said, giving it a grand gesture. Thank you. My hand was trembling slightly as I picked it up.
How are you feeling?
Mortos asked. Better now I've had a shower, I admitted. Actually, it had been a huge step up. Standing under the water, which was warmed to perfect body temperature, it seemed to be washing the alcohol out of me. And it didn't just sprinkle out of the nozzle like before. Now the plumbing pumps were working, the little jets positively fired out, as if they were trying to push me onto the floor. I gulped down some of the orange. I'm really sorry.
What for? Alicia asked. We were just partying. After all you've done, there was shipload to celebrate. Even Narleen was dancing, and her arthritis plays up badly.
The raspberry drink. I didn't realise.
Yeah, it's a killer, that one. Tastes good, though. And you needed to loosen up, my girl. It was a hell of a day.
I wanted to ask if she really was Dad's grandmother. Clearly not all attitudes were transferred down the generations by DNA.
You need to go and see Fraser,
she said firmly, when I finished the orange. Oh, sweet Captain, yes! How could I have forgotten that? I'm never going to drink again, even if I live to be 200. He was sitting up when I went into his room. What's the matter? I asked. His expression was unreadable, even for me. And oh, do I know my brother. They're there, he whispered. What are? My toes. Hazel, I can feel them. They really itch. And look. I stared at his feet. His big toe moved. Not much, a slight bend. But it moved. Did you do that? I gasped. Yes. His lips scrunched up, and tears leaked out of his eyes. I flung my arms round him. We did it! John, did you see that? Did you see?
I saw.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you so much!
It was a simple process. I merely—
Shut up and take the praise, I told him happily.
Well, if you insist.
Artificial intelligence does have feelings. Really. I stayed with Fraser for half an hour. It was amazing. We could practically see his body recovering. Feeling crept back across his left hand, so he was able to move all his fingers again. By the time Alicia came in, he could flex every toe.
I never dreamed that even the builders could accomplish something this wonderful, she said.
Everyone will have to listen to us now, I said proudly. Are they coming yet? Alicia's friends had been on lookout ever since the daylight switched on.
Not yet, she said, which just gives us time to find you something decent to wear before they arrive.
Oh, right. After everything else that had happened, I'd clean forgotten about the clothes, and I'd been looking forward to seeing them. I turned to Fraser, but he'd dozed off again. We took a lift up to the 71st floor. Alicia led me into one of the homes. I thought she'd been exaggerating about the stockpile of clothes. She wasn't. They were using the home as a giant wardrobe for all the pre-mutiny clothes they'd accumulated. There were piles on the chairs, on the tables. Then they'd run out of furniture and just started building big piles on the floor, which had merged together. We tried to sort them out at the start, Alicia said sheepishly, but there were so many. Sweet Captain, I groaned. My hands were stroking the mounds of fabric. I pulled some off, a tiny black dress that was all glitter. At first I thought it was for a child, but then I saw how it stretched, and the cut. I blushed at how revealing it would be. A one-sleeve asymmetric dress in intense sapphire, which was delectably slinky. I wished I had the courage to wear that to an invitation dance. A scarlet skirt so vivid that none of our berry dyes could ever come close to such a colour. Long skirts, short skirts, dresses, blouses with and without sleeves, fabrics in 100 textures and every colour imaginable, bold geometric prints, simple prints, trousers, shorts, boots. Oh, wow, I whispered. The shoes. The shoes were crazy. Some of them had heels that were little more than spikes, 5-10 centimetres high. I didn't even know how you could stand up in them, but I really wanted to try. Are they real? I asked John. Completely. Some were considered extremely fashionable. Which ones? Fashion is subjective. It can take time to build a style which suits you. I grinned at Alicia. I have to bring Alice up here. You will, but for now, what do you want to try on first? The next hour was dressing up time. I knew I'd never wear them in public, but I had to try on some of the really fancy dresses, the asymmetric one for a start. John said the small ones were cocktail dresses. Then there were ball gowns, party frocks, formal evening dress. I found a more ordinary deep purple dress with emerald sides that fitted perfectly. I gave it a sad glance in the mirror. It's a bit short, I said. The mock ragged hem didn't come down as far as my knees. Don't play the modesty routine, Alicia said firmly. You look great in that, and you know it. But you're the captain's daughter. You're about to be the centre of attention for the whole habitat. Dress exactly as you deserve to dress. Be striking. Be bold. OK. Alicia could be quite formidable at times. We found a black jacket to go with the dress. It was like leather, but thinner and lighter. Whatever the fabric was, it flowed like silk. When I looked at myself in the mirror, I couldn't help smiling. You look very elegant, John said. Thank you. We need some shoes to match, Alicia said thoughtfully. Nothing too fancy. Perhaps some ankle boots. Just as we turned to go through one of the shoe mountains, Norrin hurried in. Someone's coming, he announced. Everyone turned out to form a welcome committee along the edge of the harbour pool. Caelan had seen the man heading towards Tressico, jogging along the canal path. Just one? Alicia asked her in a puzzled tone. That's all I saw. Probably really keen to know what's happening, Carvel said. Wants to be first. Or they're being cautious, Narlene said. Something like this is going to be pretty momentous for the villages. I bet they were up all last night wondering what to do about the lights. I tried to picture Mayor Feninen being decisive, and failed spectacularly. Ducks along the canal began to flap their wings, scooting away from the bank, calling out in alarm. The running man came into view. I frowned. He seemed familiar. He looks exhausted, Alicia said. The runner caught sight of us and staggered to a halt 20 metres away, panting heavily, his ebony hair stuck to his sweat-soaked forehead. Even his small beard was damp and flattened. He stared forward in confusion. Clearly the last thing he'd been expecting was a big group of elderly people to be waiting calmly for him. I peered at him, then took a couple of paces forward. "Rel?" I croaked. "Rel? Is that you?" Rel gave me the strangest look, like he couldn't believe what he was seeing, yet delighted to see it at the same time. "Hazel?" "Rel!" I just ran at him. He opened his arms, and I hit him full on. "You did come to visit me!" I gasped. My voice was all shaky, and my vision blurred. His arms hugged me tight, and it felt utterly wonderful. "You're okay?" He sounded so surprised. "I was really scared when I heard what you'd done." "Oh, Rel, I'm so much more than okay." He looked me up and down. "You look sensational," he blurted. I blushed and grinned at the same time, and Fraser always claimed I couldn't multitask. We kissed, right there in front of everybody. I didn't care. Rel had come to see me, just like he promised he would in his letter. Yes, I kept it. He cared. He really did. I broke off and scowled at him. "You took your time. Where have you been?" "I'm sorry." I looked back over my shoulder. Everyone was watching us intently. And there was Alicia out in front, a huge, smug smile on her face. My blush returned even hotter. I cleared my throat. "Everyone, this is Rel. Rel, this is Alicia, my great-grandmother. And this is Norrin and—" "Hazel." He gripped my arm. "I'm sorry, but we have to go. Now." "What?" "You have to leave here. Everyone does. They're right behind me." "Who's right behind you?" Alicia demanded. "The regulators." "That doesn't matter any more," I told him brightly. "We've changed everything." I held up my arm, ready to show off John. "You don't understand," Rel said. "The electric captain appeared on the screen yesterday afternoon. You're not just cheaters anymore. She declared everyone living in Tressico to be a mutineer. The regulators have orders to bring you in and cycle you. All of you." I shook Fraser awake. "What's up?" he mumbled. "We're in trouble," I told him. "What? Who's that?" "This is Rel. He came to warn me. Us." "Rel? Oh, Rel. As in the Rel you grabbed at the dance?" "How the hell did Fraser know that?" "Alice." "Hi," Rel said. "Yes, that Rel," I conceded, and my cheeks turned all hot again. Fraser sniggered. "The regulators are coming," Rel said. "That's great," Fraser said. "We can show them what we've done." "No, it's very not great," I told him. "They're going to cycle us because of what we've done. The electric captain declared us mutineers." "She can't do that." "She did do that," Rel said. "Not just on Ixia's screen, but all of them. The regulators from 5 villages have joined together. Their chiefs also deputized another 150 men to help. They're going to search every room on every floor in Tressico to find you. Do you understand? They will not stop until they have captured everybody." "That's going to be difficult," Fraser said. "Tressico is big. They'll give up and go home by tonight." "No," Rel said. "I've never seen people so agitated. Ixia's deputy regulator is obsessed with catching you." "Elijah," I groaned. Of course. This was his perfect chance for payback. "It's going to be difficult," Fraser repeated firmly, "because the regulators don't know how many people are here." "Oh." "Do they?" "No," Rel admitted. "I was surprised myself when I saw so many cheaters." "Nobody is a cheater, Rel," I said. "Cycling is wrong. I'm going to stop it." He gave me a desperate look. "How?" "We'll repair the food machines along with everything else on Daedalus. Everything the real mutineers took from us." "Hazel," Rel began. He was going to be kind, I could tell. Explain to me how that was just a stupid dream. How I had to concentrate on saving myself. "No," I snapped. I will. We've already switched Tressico back on, or hadn't you noticed? He gave me that endearing smile of his. Every village in this section of the habitat noticed that last night. It caused a lot of arguments, I can tell you. Your parents actually stood up in the village hall and denounced the electric captain. What happened? Fraser asked breathlessly. Rel shrugged. They split the village. A lot of people supported them. In the end, Chief Artoff ordered them to be locked up. That's when Tanari hit him. She did? I asked. Actually, I wasn't that surprised. Yes, so she got locked up too. I think there's about 10 of them in the cells. After that, a lot of the men refused to be deputized, which is why Artoff had to turn to the other villages for help. Did they lock up Alice? Fraser asked. Rel grinned. Oh, yes. Right after she kicked Elijah. I laughed in delight. That's Alice. Alicia came in and looked at us all in surprise. I don't know why you three are so happy. Kaylin has seen the regulators. She says there's about 100 of them. They're in 2 groups coming along both canal paths. We've only got a few minutes to get away. That's wrong, Rel said. Artoff had assembled nearly 200 men when I left Ixia. The missing ones will be spread out in the woods, Alicia said grimly, waiting for us to run. Smart move, Fraser said. I looked at Rel, holding his gaze as I raised my arm. John, we need to get everyone out of Tressico without using the forest. Are there any alternative routes? Yes. The lifts can take you down to the subway stations. The transport tunnels lead to the other mountain towers and park stations. Rel froze in shock, staring at the black bracelet. I licked my lips, enjoying his incomprehension. Thank you, John. Can you stop the regulators from taking the lifts down there? Once everyone has reached the stations, I can issue a general shutdown order to the lift control network. That should work. Who? Rel asked weakly, pointing at the bracelet. Oh, I said, as nonchalantly as possible. Rel, this is John. He's my personal link to the Daedalus machinery. Where is he? I am this unit, John responded. And he only works for Hazel, Fraser said maliciously. Want to know why? Yes. Because she's a direct descendant of Captain Ashley Kruger. What? That is correct, John said. OK, boys, I said. Stop ganging up on Rel. He came here to warn us, remember? I offered him a kind smile, but he was still staring at me in dumb wonder. And you, snap out of it. Get Fraser into his chair, please. We really need to move. That chair, Fraser said helpfully, pointing. What do we take? I asked Alicia. You, she said bluntly. You are the most important person in Daedalus now. You have to be kept safe. Nothing else matters. OK. I realised I was still in my fancy purple and green dress. Give me a minute. I'll meet you by the lifts. I dashed back to my room. No time to change, but I stuffed my practical clothes into my bag and turned to leave. The crossbow was propped up against the wall. I grabbed it and ran for the lifts. I heard voices as I sprinted along the corridor, angry shouting voices up ahead. One of them struck me, like I'd run into an invisible wall. I staggered to a halt. Elijah! No, I whispered fearfully. What's the matter? John asked. That's Elijah, the deputy regulator from Ixia. He hates me. The lights went out, and I was back in the same darkness I'd known that first night we'd arrived. What just happened? I grunted. I switched the corridor lights off, John said. He won't be able to see you now. I stood perfectly still, listening to that horrible voice. Where is she? Elijah demanded. Who? Fraser replied, as insolent as only he could be. There was the sound of flesh striking flesh. You leave that child alone, Alicia yelled. What kind of filth are you, hitting an invalid? How
Cover the old cow, Elijah snarled. If she says another word, shoot her.
Yes, sir, Howard said. Now don't you smart-mouth me again, boy, Elijah shouted. You think we're stupid? Then how come we're here, huh? My advance party came through the trees. We got here before the daylight came on. I knew you'd try to run as soon as you saw the main party arrive. And you, traitor, you warned them. Traitor to what? Rel asked. I brought the crossbow up and started to creep forward. Traitor to the electric captain. I'm not sure she should be captain, Mortos said. She hasn't done anything to help us, not really. Guano-eating mutineer, Elijah said, but he sounded shocked at the heresy Mortos had spoken. Up ahead, the light of the lobby shone down the corridor. I could see them all by the lift doors. Fraser in his chair with Rel standing behind him, Mortos and Alicia holding hands together, Elijah, Howard, and another regulator, all pointing their pistols at them. They were only a couple of meters apart. At that distance, a shot would be fatal. I could probably shoot Elijah with the crossbow. Probably. I've only ever shot one a couple of times. Dad thought me missing the practice target was very funny. Even if I crept a little closer and did hit him, the other two would fire a barrage of pistol shots down the corridor. What do I do? I asked John frantically. From a tactical viewpoint, we're at a disadvantage. No kidding, I snarked. We need reinforcements. But we can't get reinforcements. Everyone's running. I don't even know where Carvel and Norrin are. By the time I do find them, the rest of the regulators will be here. And we don't have any pistols either. That wasn't the reinforcements I was considering. One moment. Now tell me, Elijah snapped. Where is your sister? I lined the crossbow up on him, taking soft steps forward. He was not going to hurt Fraser. They're ready, John said quietly. Almost 60% activation achieved. Who's ready? Along the corridor, small doors slid open. I'd never even noticed them before. They were flush with the wall and the same colour. Cylinders rolled out barely a metre high with a smooth metal casing. There must have been 10 of them trundling silently across the corridor floor. What the hell are those? I hissed. Domestic cleaning cybots. Cleaning? I spluttered. You mean they wash things? They suck up dust and remove general litter. They also polish surfaces. What use are they? I growled at him. Hazel, think. The regulators don't know what they are. To them, the cybots are anything we say they are. Oh, yes, right. Last chance, Elijah said, and jabbed his pistol muzzle against Fraser's forehead. Where is she? The lights in the lift lobby began to dim. Elijah glanced up at the ceiling. As the lights finally went out, all the cleaning cybots moved forwards at once. Strange, slender beams of light flashed out from them. They were an incredibly dense ruby red, and they sparkled as they cut through the air. We are Tresico law enforcement machines, the lead one said in a guttural voice. Unauthorized weapons detected. As they slid silently into the darkened lift lobby, their red beams opened out into fans and swept up and down the startled regulators. Weapons confirmed. No, no! A badly startled Elijah shouted. We're regulators. We're allowed weapons. Negative. You are not authorized. Cease and desist. Put your weapons down. More beams aligned themselves on Elijah as the cybots encircled the regulators. No, you don't understand. These people, they're mutineers. We're here to arrest them. You have 10 seconds to comply. But the electric captain ordered this, Elijah shouted furiously. Authority not recognized. Put down your weapons or we will use deadly force. Howard dropped his pistol and put his hands up. A cybot slid forward. It rocked about as it rode over the pistol. Loud, metallic, crunching noises filled the lift lobby,
and it shook violently. Then it was still.
Weapon neutralized.
7 red beams were now concentrating on Elijah's face. He was squinting into the powerful light. "No!" he yelled, and fired at a cybot. The dart made a dull, clanging sound as it ricocheted off its casing. Everyone ducked.
Terminate the criminal weapon carrier.
"All right, stop," Elijah said. "OK, putting it down now. Look. See? Down." He lowered his arm and let his pistol fall to the floor. The remaining armed regulator did the same. Cybots rolled over their pistols. The crunching sounds burst out again. "These people are criminals," Elijah said desperately. "You're law enforcement. You have to arrest them." The overhead lights came back on, dazzlingly bright. Elijah winced, blinking furiously. Then he focused on the crossbow that was now being held 10 centimetres from his face. He looked behind it and saw my expression. His whole body tensed in fright. "You!" "Me," I replied icily. "She has a weapon," he cried out. "She's not authorized. Use your force on her." Nothing happened. He glanced down in confusion at the stationary cybots ranged around him.
The captain's daughter is authorized to do whatever she likes, a cybot said.
I smirked. Oops. Looks like Daedalus isn't on your side. And Elijah, the next time you threaten my brother, that will be the last thing you ever do. "I will find you," he growled. "You can't hide, not forever. However long it takes, I will find you. Justice will be done." "Lift doors open, please," I said. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw them slide apart. Howard gave them a bewildered look, which he transferred to me. "Captain's daughter?" he asked. "My sister," Fraser said. "And don't you forget it." "Let's go," I said. I kept the crossbow levelled on Elijah's head as we went in. At my side, Fraser waved, using his left arm. Elijah frowned. "Take us down to the transport tunnel level," I said. The lift doors slid shut. 11. Everyone started talking at once. I sagged against the wall, and my knees gave out. I slithered down. "Oh, sweet Captain!" I gulped. The crossbow dropped from my numb fingers. I couldn't believe what I'd done, the way I'd faced Elijah down. Alicia crouched down beside me, giving me a hug. "It's okay," she said soothingly. "It's over now. You did good." "Good?" Fraser exclaimed. "Oh, my days, Hazel, that was fantastic! Did you get those cylinder things working? What were they?" "Domestic cleaning cybots," John said. Fraser gave a delighted laugh. "Brilliant!" Alicia waved him silent. "Take a breath, sweetheart. Come on. Deep breath now." I did as she said, and pulled air down into my lungs. My body spasmed, as if I hadn't tasted oxygen for a week. Vision blurred as water filled my eyes. "I thought he was going to shoot you," I blabbed. "I was so scared." "You were scared?" Fraser exclaimed. "What the sweet captain is wrong with that man?" Rel asked. I sucked down another breath. "I told you back at the dance, remember? His brother and me." "Yeah, but... wow." "I know." "Zorn isn't so bad," Fraser said. "Quite nice, actually." I gave him an evil look, which he didn't even notice. "After what just happened, Elijah is going to be real trouble," Alicia said. "That is one twisted mind." "I'm sorry." "Hey!" She kissed my forehead. "It's not your fault." Which wasn't being entirely honest, but I did appreciate it. The lift slowed and the doors dinged as they opened. Alicia and Mortos helped me to my feet again. We came out into some kind of hall. The ceiling was low compared to how long the place was. It must have been over 100 metres from end to end. And the lighting was strangely blue. There were 4 big archways in the wall opposite us, with signs above them. Blue line forward, radial loop 9 spinward, blue line aft, radial loop 9 anti-spinward. Each arch opened onto a set of broad stairs leading down. "Where do we go?" I asked John. I couldn't muster much enthusiasm. In truth, all I wanted to do was stop everything and go home. I wanted Mum and Dad, their hugs and support. An hour ago we'd all known we'd return to the villages in triumph and repair the swirl hole. Now I was running for my life. "Blue line forward," he replied. "What about everyone else in Tressico?" Alicia said. "The lifts are still working," John said. "They will be able to reach subway stations, if they are quick." I wondered if I was the only one who caught the doubt in his tone. "How many stations does Tressico have?" I asked, glancing back at the 4 lifts. 8. "Switch these lifts off. We can't let Elijah follow us down here." "Confirmed." Rel pushed Fraser's chair over the grimy hall floor to the blue line forward arch. "How did Elijah get up to our floor?" I asked. It was starting to bother me. A lot. "He said he arrived before daylight." "He's a smart one, that regulator," Alicia said. "I don't suppose it's too difficult to work the lifts out." "But Tressico has 100 floors. How did he know which one I was on?" "Everyone knows where my home is," Alicia said sadly. "All he had to do was ask someone, while he was threatening them with those nasty pistols regulators are always waving round. That's not the kind of thing that many of us could resist." "I suppose not," I agreed, though I couldn't see Narlene ever telling Elijah anything, no matter what he threatened her with. "The lifts have reactivated," John announced. "What?" I spun round. All that registered was the trail the chair wheels and our footprints had left in the grime, from the lift doors to us as we stood at the top of the blue line forward stairs. "Oh, sweet Captain, why have they come on again?" "The lift control network restarted them. It must have interpreted my shutdown instruction as an error." "Well, shut them down again. Use a better instruction this time." "Confirmed." I stared at the tracks on the floor. Nothing in Daedalus had ever seemed so incriminating. If Elijah got down here— actually, make that when, because he was never going to give up, not now, even if he had to run down every flight of stairs. He'd know exactly where we went, and we'd never be able to stay ahead of him, not with Fraser. "Are there any cleaning cybots down here?" Fraser asked. He was staring at the tracks too. "Yes." "Activate all of them. Get this floor cleaned." "Yes, do that," I exclaimed. "Good idea, Fraser." My dear brother gave me a pitying look as Rel and Mortos lifted him out of his chair and started to carry him down the stairs. Alicia and I picked up the chair and followed. I saw a line of cleaning cybots snaking their way over the hall floor. The stairs must have taken us down another 20 metres. It was slightly unnerving. For a start, I had no idea how far down the lifts had brought us. "John?" "Yes, Hazel?" "How thick is the habitat floor? You know, till you reach space?" 2,100 metres. "Ah, OK." So I stopped worrying about being near the outer shell and putting my foot through into space, and nonsense like that. There was another wide corridor at the bottom. 15 metres from the foot of the stairs it was closed off by a slab of metal, just like the one in Ixia's hall. "That is the emergency door," John said. "What sort of emergency?" Rel asked. "Unknown, but all contingencies were planned for. The station and tunnel could be in vacuum, or flooded. There may have been a fight during the mutiny, or it may have been closed simply to deny your post-mutiny society access to the subway lines." "Can you tell what's behind it?" "No." I blew out a long breath and glanced at the others. Can you open it?
There is power in the door circuits. They're in standby mode. So, yes.
What do we do? I asked, fearful of what might be on the other side. I glanced back at the stairs. A trio of cleaning bots had emerged from their small doors in the wall to start scouring the grime off the floor, and our tracks with it.
We really don't have a choice, Rel said.
Alicia and Mortos looked at each other and shrugged.
Do it, Alicia said.
OK. John, open the door, please.
Very well. I suggest you get ready to run.
There were some large clunks from the metal.
What was that?
Rel asked nervously.
Lock mechanism disengaging, John said. The actuators are now drawing power.
I stared at the door, which was obstinately refusing to budge. Then I jumped in shock as it emitted a tortured groaning sound. Did it just move? Fraser asked.
I don't think so, Mortos said.
Yes, it did, Rel said. John? I asked.
The actuators indicate they retracted 1.3 centimetres.
Really? The door yowled in protest again. This time I caught the movement. It's working, I said.
Any water coming through? Rel asked, looking up and down urgently.
No.
What about air being sucked in?
Nothing. A constant low growling began, and the door started to slide open slowly. Very slowly. A black crack appeared along one side. I braced myself. No flood of water, no air being ripped away. I let out a relieved breath.
The lifts are working again, John said.
How?
The control system is continually overriding my instructions. I am trying to access a deeper level of its management routines and load a shutdown order.
John, just stop them.
Working on that.
The noise from the door was increasing. It slid another few centimetres.
There is another set of instructions entering the lift control system, John said.
What do you mean?
Something else is sending instructions into the control system to counter mine.
Something else? What something? The electric captain, Fraser said. We all looked at him. He shrugged. Well, who else? She's the one who declared us mutineers and sent the regulators after us. The emergency door had opened maybe 10 centimetres. Not wide enough for me to slip through, and certainly not big enough for Fraser's chair. The gap was growing, but agonisingly slow. I gripped the crossbow anxiously. Now what? I asked.
There is one other override I can try, John said.
Do it. A piercing wail started up. Half of the ceiling lights started to flash a garish red. And somehow it was raining, underground. Cold water came pouring down from above. I was soaked in seconds. Sweet Captain! I shouted above the racket. What is that?
I triggered the Tressigo general fire alarm, John replied. It takes priority over everything. The lifts will all shut down and open at whatever floor they've reached.
Nice work, Rel yelled. I stood there next to the emergency door as it crept open, all hunched up against the icy deluge. My black jacket was waterproof, but the water was still running down my neck. I started to shiver from the cold. Water was sloshing all over the floor. At least we wouldn't have to worry about tracks in the dirt anymore. The red light vanished, the terrible sound cut off. The water stopped. Let me guess, Fraser said. The electric captain switched off the fire alarm?
Correct, John said. However, the lifts did stop. It will take a little while for them to resume operation. We must hurry.
I think I can get through now, I said. The gap was just wide enough. It was pitch black on the other side, which was daunting. There was just no way of knowing what waited for me. I guess I'm not quite the intrepid explorer I thought I was. I opened my bag to take out the torch, consoling myself that the clothes inside were reasonably dry. The door was still complaining with screeching sounds, as it continued its sluggish slide open. I hadn't realised it was so thick, more than a metre. I had to squeeze into the gap, with the metal squashed up against my chest and face, the rim hard against my back. It kindled a wickedly strong claustrophobia. "Can the electric captain make this door close, do you think?" Fraser asked. I squealed and wriggled frantically to get through, came stumbling out on the other side, and nearly fell, my legs were so shaky. "Fraser, you complete guano for brains, that's not funny." "What did I say?" "Idiot." I heaved down a breath and switched the torch on. The corridor continued on to an archway 20 metres away. "Nothing here," I called back. The door was still moving. It seemed to be slightly quieter now. Then it emitted a nasty crack and stopped moving altogether. "The actuators have switched off," John said. "They were overheating from the strain. Their safety limiters cut in." I just knew it wasn't wide enough for Fraser's chair. "You have to come through," I said. "It's not going to open any more." Alicia forced her way past the huge metal slab, muttering all the way. "The lifts have started again," John said. "Hurry!" I called. Mortos came next, holding on to Fraser, with Rel on his other side. Between them they hauled Fraser through. "Can you shut it?" I asked John. "I can reset the limiters," he said. "One moment." In the silence I heard the faint ding of a lift opening. "They're here," I whispered. The regulators would only be able to squeeze through the gap one at a time, and if we assaulted the first one, they'd realise how bad their position was. But that would mean one of us staying here and dealing with anyone that came through the gap. That wasn't good. I didn't know if I could actually fire the crossbow at a person. Elijah, yes, no problem. But the others? Besides, they were in the wrong. They just didn't know it yet. When this was over, everybody in Daedalus would have to come together. If we wound up shooting regulators with crossbow bolts, that healing would never happen. There would be too much anger and hatred to overcome. "Closing," John said. "Wait!" The door resumed its harsh snarling. I stamped my foot in aggravation. That would lead the regulators straight to us. The door began to close, moving a lot quicker than it had when it was going the other way. "Here!" Elijah was yelling. "This way! Come on!" I peered through the shrinking gap. Elijah and several other men came racing down the stairs. He saw the door closing, and roared in anger, sprinting forwards towards me. The gap was too small now, and he knew it. He brought a pistol up, firing wildly at the gap. I jumped out of the way fast as darts slammed into the wall. Then the gap closed, leaving us in silence. I knew he'd be pounding on the metal in frustration. The image of that in my mind made me smile. "I have done my best to disable the actuators," John said. "I believe they shorted out." "Thank you," I said. Mortos hoisted Fraser onto Rel's back. "Can you manage?" I asked. I worried about the weight. Fraser's young, yes, but he's almost my height. Giving him a piggyback for a couple of minutes is fine, but the forward end wall was 25 kilometres from Tresico. "Easy," Rel said. He was lying, and I admired him for that. We walked down the corridor, shining our torches ahead. It opened out into a cylindrical chamber with a platform along one side. Both ends had a tunnel mouth. I expected them to be completely dark, but there was a row of tiny blue-green lights along their apex, spaced several metres apart. The meagre glow illuminated the stream of dank water running along the floor of the tunnel. "Did we restore electricity to the tunnel lights as well?" I asked. "No," John said. "They are the secondary lights, which is a completely different circuit to Tresico. They must have come on when the emergency doors were shut originally." "They've been on the whole time?" I asked through chattering teeth. 500 years? "It would appear so. It is a shame the drain pumps are not equally active." "Yes." I eyed the water below the platform, not liking the idea of having to walk through it. Still, at least it didn't look too deep, maybe 10 centimetres. My mind went back to the clothes stockpile and all those incredible high-heel shoes. Somehow I didn't think they'd been made with a situation like this in mind. "I'm just going to put some dry clothes on," I said. 4 resentful faces turned to look at me. "Won't be a moment." I scurried along the platform and stripped out of the soaking dress. Back in my deerskin trousers and purple shirt, I felt a lot more confident about tackling the tunnel and getting into the forward compartments. I put the black jacket back on and stuffed the dress into my backpack. "They're working faster," Fraser said when I went back to him. "What are?" "The vectors. I can feel how cold my legs are. And look!" He moved his ankle. "That's brilliant." I squeezed his hand. "That is extraordinary," Rel said. "I talked to your doctor, Marana. She said the damage was permanent." "She never said that to me," Fraser exclaimed hotly. "Of course not," Alicia said. "She's a doctor. They need patients to keep a positive mental attitude." "She's right," Rel told him with a grin. "That's the first thing they teach trainees." His humour faded. "It really hurts me to think that every medicine machine can produce these vector things. How could this happen?" "That's something I'm starting to question very hard," Alicia said. "The more I think about it, the less sense the mutiny makes." "And why did the electric captain declare us mutineers?" I asked. "That's what I don't understand." "The electric captain is a program," John said. "My evaluation is that it has one job, to maintain the status quo in the habitat. We changed that when we switched Tresico back on. So the program responds by running down its list of options and selecting the one which it determines will accomplish the task of restoring equilibrium with the smallest amount of energy expended." "But the electric captain didn't respond when people saw Tresico's lights were back on," I said. "Rel, you said she was on the screens yesterday afternoon, right?" "Yes. I'd arrived in Ixia the previous evening. I had to spend a couple of hours with Chief Artoff, convincing him I didn't know where you were. Then I met your parents and Marana. The electric captain appeared on the screen after lunch and told us that the cheaters in Tresico were attempting to damage the Daedalus and stop its flight to the New World. As such, she declared you all mutineers. That's when the argument started." "So you didn't see Tresico light up until the daylight went off?" "No. And that shocked most people. Your father said, 'How can getting the lights back on be causing any damage?' Artoff told him that questioning the electric captain was also a form of mutiny, and to shut up." "But he didn't, did he?" I said with a twitch of my lips. "No." "Did the electric captain mention me and Fraser?" "No." He gave me a rueful smile. "I just guessed it would be you. Who else makes this kind of impact?" We shared a long smile before I turned back to Mortos. "You know what we were doing yesterday afternoon, don't you?" "Cutting that big trunk of white fibre in the power utility management room." "How did the electric captain know that?" Fraser asked. "The mutineers planted those fibres." "You are assuming that the electric captain is on your side," John said. "The evidence I have seen so far does not favour that theory." We all stared at the black bracelet on my wrist. Just listening to John say that seemed like mutiny itself. "But she's guarded us for 500 years, Rel said. "Without her leadership and knowledge, our ancestors would have starved to death, and the Daedalus would be a lifeless chunk of hollow rock, lost between the stars." "There is a saying that comes from Earth," John said. "History is written by the winners." "Yes, and the electric captain won." "Somebody did," Alicia said slowly. "Somebody who calls herself the electric captain. But how can we really be certain which side she was on?" "We know because she didn't go back to the first world and steal it from the aliens living there," I said. "No, you didn't go back," John agreed. "But that's not what I'm saying.
To me, the electric captain does not appear to be acting with your best interests as her core program.
Look, I know we want to figure out what's happening, but that's not our immediate problem, Mortos said. We need to get away from here. This platform can't be the only way to reach the subway tunnels. Elijah and his people will find another route. He'll be searching for it right now.
He's right, Alicia said, and gave Mortos a quick kiss. Come on, we need to move.
I'll take Fraser first, Mortos said.
It won't be for long, Fraser said earnestly. I can feel so much more of my legs now. I'll be walking by tomorrow, I'm sure. You heard what John said, I told him sharply. It'll take a week for you to be healed properly, and you're to rest for as much as possible. That was before, Fraser said simply, as he put his arms round Mortos's neck. And if they do chase us, then you're to leave me. I will not. Think about it, Hazel, he said confidently. They all know I can't move my legs. Elijah even called me a useless cripple. They won't bother guarding me the same way as everyone else. So the first night, zam, I'll run off. Simple, see? I'll actually be a lot safer than you, especially if you're stumbling round the forward compartments with Elijah and the electric captain hunting you. I opened my mouth to argue. No words came out. I'm glad Fraser is smart, but sometimes I'd like to be right too. Whatever. Fraser smiled his victory smile. We climbed down off the platform. The water was cold and black. It came up to my ankles. My boots were good, but not completely waterproof. Which way? Alicia asked. To your left, John replied. We started off down the tunnel. It was a monotonous trek. Mortos and Rel swapped over carrying Fraser every 10 minutes, so they didn't get too tired. Rel was doing well enough, but I could tell Mortos found my brother heavy. It must have been so tough on him. He was 117 after all. It made me grateful that Alicia had someone so decent devoted to her. That thought diverted my gaze back to Rel. He and Fraser were talking quietly as they trudged along. The electric captain alone knows what Fraser was telling him about me. Rel let out a short laugh, and their shining eyes glanced at me. Heat came to my cheeks. But it wasn't mockery or disgust I saw on Rel's face. More like approval. I risked a quick smile back. Having him with us made me feel really comfortable inside. Mind, he really ought to shave that beard off. It was so wispy it did nothing for him. Why had no one told him that? But then I wasn't entirely sure I'd told him how grateful I was for him warning us. He risked everything for that one impetuous act. By running to Tressico, he became outcast like me, a cheater, a mutineer. He must have known there would be no turning back. And we'd kissed. That was something my thoughts kept returning to as we walked along. What happened directly after was so frightening and hectic that I'd put it out of my mind. But now, I'd just instinctively kissed him. I was so delighted to see him. And he'd kissed me back, equally urgent. It had been good. What? Rel asked. His expression was quizzical. I may have been staring at him for longer than was strictly polite. I was just trying to work out how far it is to the forward end wall. The tunnel is not straight, John said. From here it is approximately 31 kilometres until we pass underneath the forward end wall. And no food, Alicia chipped in, or drink. We need to watch that. What's the next station? Mortos asked. Kothio Park, John said. 1.5 kilometres. Kothio is a village, I said, then thought about it. And Ixia Village Hall has a notice saying it's the Blue Line station. Ixia is also an old park station, John said. What about Akebia? Rel asked. Our hall says we're Green Line. Another park station.
So the Loyalists used the park stations as the centre of each village, Rel said. I wonder why.
Cycling, I said, as my earlier comfort drained away. The bodies all get taken under the ground on the cycling platform, right? I always thought they went into something like a big sewer pipe that washed them all the way to the composter machines. My gaze was drawn to the tunnel apex with its tiny blue-green secondary lights. They formed a line ahead and behind us before the distance swallowed them up. And the subway tunnels linked everything together. I started to wonder if having the secondary lights on was a coincidence after all. Maybe the bodies go through these tunnels.
How?
Rel asked. Some kind of cart, I guessed. I hadn't exactly worked out every detail in my head. What pulls the cart? Fraser asked straight away. What puts the bodies on the cart? You're the one with the brain, I countered. You tell me. The cycling lift platform is a fixed mechanism, he said thoughtfully. So, if you put a cart in the right place, it might just tip the bodies onto it.
And what pulls the cart?
Rel asked. Only one thing it can be. One of the bot machine things John keeps telling us about. One that still works.
All that is possible, John said. We would need more information to determine the actual operational nature of the cycling procedure.
What sort of information do we need? I asked.
One thing at a time, Hazel, Rel said, and stopped. Mortos took Fraser from him. I saw the strain on his face as Fraser linked hands round his chest, but of course Fraser didn't see that.
It can't be much further to Kothio, I said. We'll take a rest there. Did you hear that? Fraser asked suddenly. I heard something.
We all froze.
What? Alicia whispered. I'm not sure.
Those tiny intermittent lights along the tunnel that had helped us see our way suddenly seemed detrimental now. If they were bright, ordinary lights like we'd switched on back in Tressico, we'd be able to look along the tunnel and see if anyone was there. Of course, if anyone was there, they'd be able to see us too.
Which direction? I asked. Where was the noise? Ahead of us or behind? Fraser frowned in concentration. Behind, I think. I locked eyes with Rel, and both of us knew exactly what the other was thinking. Then I heard it too, a faint voice gusting down the tunnel from behind. Elijah, we said in unison. Any other time, and that might have been rather sweet. 12. Let's move, Alicia said. Mortos gritted his teeth and began walking fast. All of us were kicking up sluggish ripples as we hurried forward. John, what's up ahead? I asked. Is there any way out of the tunnel before the next station?
There are several access hatches, John replied. However, it is impossible to know how much earth is now on top of them.
Sweet Captain.
However, Kothio Station is a triple intersection. It has a radial loop, as well as the blue and purple lines. Knowing which tunnel we took will be difficult for any pursuers.
Unless there's 50 of them, I said glumly.
50 would be making a lot more noise, Mortos said. I'll guess that your friend has just gathered a few equally devoted fanatics to give chase down here.
So what do we do? We can't simply carry on down this line and hope they take another, Fraser said. Elijah was smart enough to arrive ahead of the others at Tressico. He'll have worked out we have to hide somewhere the regulators would never normally look, and there's only one place we can do that. Beyond the forward end wall, I muttered in disapproving agreement. Elijah would never have the courage to venture there. Would he? The electric captain was very clear that people had to stay away from the remaining machines, the ones which keep Daedalus flying straight and true. We need to lay a false trail, Alicia said. I can do that. What do you mean? I asked uneasily.
I go down one of the other tunnels, or better yet, carry on along this one and make some noise. Meanwhile, you take a different route there.
No, This time it was me and Mortos in unison. She gave me a lopsided grin. It can't be you. It can't be Fraser. It can't be Rel or Mortos. Who does that leave? But I looked at Mortos for support, and saw from his haunted expression he knew she was right. John.
Yes, Hazel?
You said these tunnels are for electric carts. Could we charge one up?
There is a maglev rail running along the bottom of the tunnel, which the subway cars use for propulsion. It is inactive. I suspect the water will have penetrated most of it by now.
There must be something we can use.
We can check the garages when we arrive at the station. The maintenance cars have auxiliary power and wheels.
Rel soon had to take Fraser from Mortos, who was exhausted from trying to hurry. Even so, it took us another quarter of an hour to reach Kothio. For the last couple of minutes we could all clearly hear whoever was pursuing us. They weren't walking like us. They were jogging along, talking as they went, their boots splashing in the water, making a constant and growing racket. I was really hoping the tunnel was making the sound carry a long way. Kothio station was almost identical to the one at Tressico, a platform with a wide archway halfway along. We shone our torches down it, seeing the big emergency door cutting off access to the stairs beyond.
Keep going straight through, John said. There is a service tunnel 10 metres beyond the platform.
It was smaller than the main tunnel, but still tall enough for us to walk down. 20 metres on there was another junction, then one with 3 tunnels. All of them rose upwards at a gentle angle, leaving the water behind. When we reached them, the little overhead lights went out. What happened? I asked.
I switched them off, John said. Hopefully our pursuers will be unwilling to check a lightless tunnel. They may also consider it unlikely we would have ventured down it.
Good call, I admitted. We only used one torch, mine. The tunnel we were walking down opened up into a big chamber John called the garage. So I finally got to see what subway cars looked like. White metal bubbles. That was my first impression. White bubbles with a flat base and big round windows that bulged a bit like eyes. There were dozens of them laid out in rows. When I shone the beam through the grimy windows, I could see padded seats inside, 4 of them, all facing each other. Cool, Fraser murmured. How do they work?
You tell them where to go, and they take you there, John said. It's a simple system.
Where are the maintenance cars?
At the far end.
The difference was easy to spot. For a start, these metal bubbles were elongated, with blue and red stripes down the side. The windows had no glass, and each of them had 4 wheels.
No power, John said in a disappointed tone.
Can we charge them up? Fraser asked.
It would be difficult. I can detect very few active systems in here.
What about that? Fraser asked, and nodded. I looked where he was looking. At the end of the row of maintenance cars was a trolley, just a simple metal rectangle with 4 wheels and some kind of mechanism underneath, but nonetheless absurdly simple. I could almost imagine Dad building it in Ixia's carpentry shop. Mortos went and pushed it. The wheels were stiff, but he moved it easily enough. One of the wheels emitted a faint squeak. That'll work, he said. Rel lowered Fraser onto it. And finally I could help move Fraser. I'd been feeling so incredibly guilty about Rel and Mortos doing all the carrying. They were exhausted, poor things. Time for me to go, Alicia said. What? No, I said. Don't, she warned. Elijah has to be led away from you, Hazel. You have to get into the forward compartments and talk to the engineering section machines. And I can give you that chance. She stepped forward and hugged me. This way you can give everyone hope again. I just nodded wordlessly. I don't think I'd realised until then just how much responsibility I'd taken on. And all because I'd picked up an old machine, purely out of innocent curiosity. I wondered what it must have been like for Ashley Kruger in her last moments. locking all the AIs before she cast her mind into the command AI in one last desperate attempt to thwart the mutineers. It was such an incredible act of faith, believing her children would somehow emerge from the shadows to rebuild the Daedalus and restore everything the mutineers had ruined. But then I suppose everyone believes their hopes and dreams can live on through family. What's the point of life otherwise? I won't let you down, I told Alicia, but really I was promising Ashley Kruger, because for her sacrifice she really deserved a person better than me to accomplish something so momentous, much better. But I'm what she wound up with, poor thing. As Dad always says, you just have to work with the tools you've got. I'm coming with you, Mortos said. Alicia protested straight away. No, you need to keep Hazel safe. And I can do that best by distracting Elijah. With you. The love I saw in his eyes made me all teary again. Alicia gave me an anxious glance. Go, I urged. Her face was haggard with uncertainty, so I said it again. Go. Get them away from me and Fraser. We can take it from here. It'll be easy now with the trolley. Be careful, Gran, Fraser said. She kissed him. You too. And hey, next time we meet you'll be walking. I will, he said earnestly, and pushed his left arm up high just to prove it. I walked back down the service tunnels with them. When we got back to the Blue Line, Elijah and his group were making a lot more noise. They're close, I said quietly. Oh, we are going to have fun playing with them, Alicia said. She hugged me again. Take care of him. He's a good lad. I patted the crossbow. Nobody's going to hurt Fraser. Oh, yeah, him too. Alicia winked. Then they both hurried away down the main tunnel, holding hands as filthy water splashed up from their boots at every step. I stared after her. She was talking about Rel, not Fraser. The noise of the pursuit was growing a lot louder. The squelch of feet in the water, heavy panting, Elijah's occasional barked words. I shrank back down the service tunnel, allowing the blackness to claim me. I was right about the tunnels amplifying and carrying sound. I'd really thought Elijah was close behind us, while actually I had to wait another few minutes, with my nerves getting even more frayed, as they just kept getting louder and louder. They came out into the station, then I heard someone shout, There? Where? Did you see it? No, what? That was Elijah. A light. I saw a light down there. Straight ahead. You sure? Yes. It was like one of those tiny cylinder lanterns the cheetahs had. It's not there now. It was only on for a second. OK, let's go. Come on, run. If we can see their lights, we're really close. They ran past the end of the tunnel. Elijah was in front, his face slick with sweat, holding a pistol. The others followed, not so enthusiastic-looking, red-faced and breathing hard. I'm pretty sure none of them had been expecting a chase like this. I stood there waiting until I was sure there were no regulators trailing after the main group. I'd underestimated Elijah already today. I wasn't going to do that again. Back in the garage, Fraser and Rel were getting anxious. Now who was taking their time? Rel said in that annoyed yet relieved tone people have when they've been expecting the worst. Just making sure, I said. How many are there? 7, counting Elijah. They didn't look happy. Good, Fraser said. He was sitting on the trolley, hugging his legs. But still he was upright without any support for his back. How's it going? I asked. I'm not so cold anymore. Well, that's a start. I dropped my bag on the trolley next to him, then held out the crossbow. Do you think you can use this? Oh, yeah. I kept it out of his reach. It's not a toy, Fraser. This can seriously hurt people. He cocked his head to one side. You mean as badly as forcing us to drink the blessing? That surprised me. Fraser doesn't often get angry. When he does, I find it kind of alarming. With that brain of his wrongly applied, the amount of damage he could inflict would be huge. Yes, I said calmly. So let's not stoop to their level, OK? We're the good guys. This is a last resort. I get it. I let him take the crossbow. Then Rel and I gripped the trolley handle. It'll be easier to pull, not push, I explained to him. Well, yeah, everyone knows that, he said simply. I gave up. John, which way? Back to the junction first, he said. We started pulling. The wheel let out its constant squeak as we moved forward. I took a guess that I'd be quite tired of that noise before long. There were a lot of service tunnels winding round under Kothio, connecting garages to other big empty chambers with broken machines and cybots. John said they used to be engineering shops, and the machines repaired parts for cars and rails. Fraser so wanted to stop and examine everything. John guided us out onto the Purple Line tunnel, and we set off heading forward again. The water was a few centimetres deeper than back in the Blue Line tunnel, so we could keep a walking pace going. But the constant exertion from pulling Fraser along was giving me a headache. Fraser sat with his back to us, the crossbow resting on his lap, keeping a vigilant watch on the tunnel behind. I haven't said how grateful I am, I told Rel. What you did, warning us, that was such an amazing thing to do. Thanks, but let's face it, compared to what you've done. That was just luck, and being in the right place. Don't be so modest. You set out to save your brother, and it turns out you're going to save all of us. I think you're overestimating me by about 1,000,000%. He turned and smiled softly at me. No, I'm not. Hazel, I've never met anyone like you before. The way you go through life, you do what you want to do, and you're always right to do it. It's like you're the only complete person on the Daedalus. The rest of us, we might as well be sheep. I could feel my cheeks warming. When I glanced back to check on Fraser, to see how much he was gloating, I saw he'd fallen asleep again. I thought you weren't coming, I confessed. Alice gave me your letter. Then days and days went by, and I was so caught up helping with Fraser. It was a miserable time, that's all. I'm sorry about the delay. I really am. We were busy in the hospital. A couple of the younger children came down with bad coughs. More like a fever. I pictured Rel helping to tend sick children and felt a burst of guilt. We'd danced one evening, that's all really. Then I went and piled up all these expectations on him in my head, mainly because I'd felt so desperately sorry for myself. That was very noble of you. I lost my brother a long time ago. He got sick when I was young, maybe 4 or 5. I don't remember much of him now, but I'll never forget the doctor and how hard he tried to save him. He was so frustrated that he could do so little. But the effort he made helped us all deal with it. After that, well, I knew that was what I was going to do, to help people. He shook his head ruefully. And now I've found out that the medicine machines can do so much more for people, and you're the one who gave that to us. It's really Earth knowledge. It belongs to all of us. I was just a key to unlock it, that's all. Yes, but it was you. After the invitation dance, I looked at the swirl every night. You were so angry about the way people just accept everything, so determined to do something to put it right. I couldn't get you out of my head. His lips quirked. I didn't want to try. Before he could say anything else, I leant over and kissed him. The trolley came to a stop, and with it that tiresome squeaking. I hadn't realised how easily his lips would fit against mine, nor how warm they were, how snugly his hands pressed against my spine, holding me closer still. My own hands closed around his shirt, twisting the fabric as my fingers curled up tight. and I barely had to lift myself up on my toes at all. Then we were both smiling at each other, and I knew, right down there at the centre of my mind, I really had found someone special. I've kissed boys before. I know when it means nothing, when it's part of the sweet moment at a dance like it was with Scott, or just for fun like Zorn. But this time, it was the real thing. Elizabeth Bennet finally sees past her own prejudice. That wasn't feverish imagination or self-delusion, not even just a physical connection the way Alice makes. Rel was genuine. My Mr. Darcy. And that kiss, well, I also knew it wasn't one-sided. He gestured round the gloomy tunnel with its dank water, his smile widening. Some setting, huh? It's romance all the way with me. I don't know, I replied with playful disdain. 2 mutineer fugitives on the run? It has a certain excitement about it. We're not mutineers. No? No. I think I prefer rebels. Now that's proper exciting. Rebels it is, I agreed. We picked up the trolley handle again and resumed our walk down the tunnel. I was convinced the squeaking wheel was louder now. Do you think people will listen? I asked. Once we fix the swirl, I mean. Listen, if we can find some cybot that repairs the hole in the ship and switch it on, they'll make you mayor of every village. I laughed, but at the back of my head I wondered just how Mayor Feninin would react to the old machines being rebuilt, the change it would make to everyone's life, how his authority would weaken, him and Chief Artoff. How did it happen, do you think? Rel asked, suddenly serious. What? That Daedalus started to leak. I brought my wrist up and gave John a quizzical look. Yes, how did that happen? Probability, John said. Space between the stars is not as empty as it appears. There are meteors, particles of ice and rock, interstellar gas, dust clouds. However, the probability of encountering an object large enough to penetrate all the layers of defence the Daedalus has is extremely small. Ha! That's our family for you, Fraser said. We're like bad luck magnets. I sneaked a glance back at him. Just how long had he been awake? The universe is too big to hold a grudge against you, John said. Although it is unlikely for something as well protected as the Daedalus to be damaged like this in interstellar space, it is not impossible, especially given how far the ship has travelled and for how long. Probability cannot be ignored. The odds against a major impact reduce for every light year travelled. But if the builders knew that, Fraser said. They took precautions, very good precautions. Firstly, there is a plasma shield around the Daedalus. John, I began wearily. Plasma, in this case, is a gas that is charged with electricity, like static. That means it can be contained and shaped by magnets. It is tenuous, but it forms a cloud that forms a large buffer in front of the Daedalus. So, if we fly towards something, say the size of a pebble, friction will vaporize it in a millisecond, and nothing happens. So whatever we hit was bigger than a pebble, I said. Indeed. But don't forget we are flying at 10% of the speed of light. Even if it was only a chunk of rock the size of your fist, the kinetic energy of its impact would be phenomenal, like a bomb going off. That is why the forward section of Daedalus beyond the end wall is 12 kilometres thick. It is? I asked. The only real dimension I knew was the length and circumference of the habitat, 55 kilometres by 38, which is just about the first thing we all learn in school. I marvelled at just how much more of Daedalus there is beyond the part we can see. Yes, and the first 8 kilometres of that is another kind of shield, a dense layer of carbon foam, designed to absorb the impact of anything that gets through the plasma shield. So whatever we hit got through the plasma and the carbon foam? Yes,
It then carried on into the main structure. You should know that a collision of that size will have destroyed a significant number of the forward compartments.
Not the ones with the repair cybots? I asked in dismay.
In the engineering department, there are 20 separate independent sections. Anything big enough to damage all of them would have destroyed the entire ship. If they survived the mutiny, one will have the resources to fix the leak.
OK, then, I said, relieved. We trudged on for another couple of hours, until we came to Kobeya Station. I knew that tower mountain. It was one that had a guano spill pipe. A lot of the barges that supplied Ixia village loaded up in its canal pool. I think we should try and see if there's a way out here, I said, just so we can grab some fruit. I'm getting hungry. As if to emphasize the point, my stomach gurgled. The only thing I'd had that morning was a glass of orange juice. My mouth was dry too. Not enough to make me try drinking the water we were walking through, mind. It was making my headache even worse.
Good idea,
Rel agreed. John guided us down a service tunnel near one of the station platforms. As before, it branched several times, and we pulled the trolley through various garages and chambers, winding up in a smaller room containing smashed-up machines.
A great deal of violence was used here,
John remarked as we parked Fraser's trolley in the middle. I turned a slow circle. The machines used to be cubes or cylinders, most of them about my height, some a bit taller. But their casings were all buckled, with long gashes exposing the interior components which had been smashed and broken. Something had repeatedly hammered away at their guts, reducing them to mangled scrap. What could do this? I asked.
I am uncertain about the exact implement, John said. Best estimate would be an axe.
I tried to imagine how long it would take someone, or a whole team of people, with an axe to do all this. Worse was the amount of anger that must have been unleashed to achieve it. I wasn't looking at a methodical attack. This was unthinking rage. And this room was just one of hundreds, probably thousands, where the machines which tended us and helped people live their grand lives were destroyed. How the mutineers must have hated Ashley Kruger's decision to leave the First World behind. How fanatical their opposition became. It wasn't just violence they used, but treachery too, planting their alien bioweapon to sabotage the machines they couldn't reach to smash. It scared me that anyone could be so zealous they'd risk the life of everyone on board to achieve their own selfish goal. It would be like facing a whole village populated by Elijah.
Big axe,
Rel murmured. I guessed he was having the same troubling thoughts as me. We need to get outside, I said. John, how do we do that?
It will be difficult for all three of you. There are stairs.
That's okay, I said. I'll stay here with Fraser. At which Fraser burst out laughing. What? I demanded. How is John going to guide Rel outside if you're in here? Sweet Captain Hazel, you can be so dumb at times. Oh yeah, he was definitely getting better. I thought about how throttling him then and there before his legs improved any more would have been easy. Really, very easy. Fine. We'll just leave you here by yourself then. I got the victory grin again. That's okay, he said. I'm still tired. I'll take a nap while you two are off doing stuff. I narrowed my eyes to give him a suspicious glare, but all I could see was innocence. Are you sure? Fraser gestured round. Elijah doesn't have a clue where we are. I really do need to rest. We need food. What's your counter-argument? I sighed and looked at Rel. Come on, then.
We need to see if there is a manual door release rod somewhere in this room, John said. It will make life easier for you.
So we spent the next 5 minutes searching through metal cupboards and the small cases and the piles of trash for what John basically described as a stick of metal. Not helped by Fraser going, "Oh, bring that one here," every 2 seconds when I picked up some old tool or bent piece of junk.
So what we really succeeded in doing was rearranging half the rubbish into a pile beside Fraser's trolley, where he started examining each item enthusiastically. My only disappointment was not finding any oil to deal with that guano-damned wheel. Thankfully, Rel found the door rod thing John wanted, which, to be honest, didn't look much different to the screwdriver I'd used to get us into Tressico's Power Utility Management Centre. "Take care," I said to Fraser as John told us to open an ordinary-sized door on the back wall. "And try to rest. We'll be back in an hour." He was sitting on the edge of the trolley, shining his torch on some piece of dirty treasure. "Yes, yes." I rolled my eyes, then stood on tiptoes to slide the rod into its tiny hole above the door. There was a soft click. Between us, Rel and I managed to slide it open. 13. There were many corridors underneath Kobea, definitely more than at Kothio Station. It was uncomfortable to think that this whole labyrinth world had existed underneath my feet my whole life, and I never knew it was there. We had to open 3 more doors before we reached a broad hallway with stairs at the far end. Daylight was shining down them. I hurried forwards. "Hazel," Rel called. "Let's just take it easy, shall we? We don't know what's up there." "Oh, yes. Sorry." Somehow my hand found his as we walked cautiously up the stairs. There was a large vestibule at the top, the same size as the entrance in Tressico, but with a different decor. This one was all dark red with gold edgings spiralling round pillars. It must have been quite majestic before the mutiny. All I could see beyond the huge open archway was an extensive wall of bulky old tree trunks. Just like Tressico, Kobea was surrounded by a wild forest. "Let's go," Rel said eagerly. Just being back out in the fresh air and daylight banished my headache. The trees were pressed up close to the curving base of the tower mountain. They were all fruit trees, of course. I picked a big apple that was a deep burgundy colour, looking about as perfect as an apple can be. When I took a bite, it was so bitter I had to spit it out. "Always the way with these ancient trees," Rel said. "The fruit starts to sour after a century or so. We really should clear them away and plant new ones." "I need something to eat," I said plaintively, and flinched inwards at how bad that sounded. For all that I treated village life with bored disdain, I did get 3 meals a day there, as my stomach kept reminding me. Rel gave me a look of mild surprise, and gestured round at the forest with its web of grapevines loaded with full clusters, and every branch bent from its heavy crop of fruit. "I'm sure we'll find you something." I blushed. Then Rel was grinning, and put his arm round my shoulder to give me a quick hug. How did he get to understand me so well? We'd probably not spent more than 8 hours together in total. It just seemed like weeks. "Maybe if we look really hard," I proposed. Laughing, we made our way round the edge of Kobea. I could hear birds scurrying through the forest's undergrowth. Between the tangle of thick boughs there were fast, flickering movements as wings flapped. "Can you shoot some ducks or a turkey?" Rel asked. "I'm pretty good at starting a fire. We could cook them." I glanced down at the crossbow, then up at his earnest face. It would take time to cook a bird. We told Fraser we'd only be an hour." "Right." "It would need plucking and gutting, too. We don't have a knife." "You can't shoot, can you?" "No." He chuckled. "Did Elijah know that?" "I was standing right beside him. Even I couldn't miss from that distance." "Good to know." So Rel was a teaser. Good to know. We came out of the forest and stopped abruptly. The canal pool in front of us had 2 barges tied up at its wharf. One of them was filling up with guano from the pipe that emerged from the side of Kobea, while the other waited its turn. "Now what?" Rel asked. I studied the scene, seeing the 2 barge masters sitting on the prow of the one being loaded. I even recognised one of them, Dakiki,
who visited Ixia regularly. They weren't part of Elijah's mad hunt, and they certainly weren't enemies. Nobody in Daedalus was that. I was cross with myself for even considering it. "We're young," I said quietly. "Yes." "So we're clearly not cheaters. You said the electric captain didn't name me and Fraser when she sent the regulators after the Tresico mutineers, right?" "No." "Well then," I said simply, "we're just lovers who wanted some time alone together. What could be more innocent and believable than that? It's just a shame we forgot to bring any food when we sneaked out of the village." "Innocent, huh? I hope you can act better than you can shoot." The barge masters looked up as they saw the two of us emerge sheepishly from the cover of the trees. Dakiki smiled at what was clearly our romantic indiscretion. He waved at us. "Hello, Hazel. It's away from Ixia, isn't it?" I shrugged. "Not really." He introduced Randolph, the other barge master, who smirked at us. "So, have you two been exploring?" "Some," Rel agreed. "Interesting rooms up there if you've got the energy to climb the stairs." His hand gestured at Cobea's cliff of balconies rising above us. "Plenty of them still have the old furniture, beds and the like." "And clothes," Dakiki said. I realised he was studying my dress and jacket. "But no decent food," I told them. Dakiki smiled and beckoned us to follow as he went into his barge's little cabin. We were handed a pack that had sandwiches wrapped in white leaf and a flask of fruit juice. "Keep the flask," Dakiki said. "It's a long walk home. You're going to need it. Fill it up from the canal. Just not near here." His thumb jerked back at the pipe which was splattering its rank sludge into the cargo hold. I nodded my gratitude. "How's your brother?" he asked. "Doing okay," I said. "I'm glad. It never seems right to cycle someone that age." We went back out and sat on the prow of the barge, my legs dangling over the edge. After the fear of the regulators coming for us, and the hours spent in the wretched tunnels, such tranquillity felt slightly unreal. "So, why did you come here?" Randolph asked. "Tresico is a lot closer to Ixia." "We're heading to Kilda," Rel said. "That's my village." I didn't question the lie. If Dakiki and Randolph told a regulator they'd seen us, Kilda would be a good misdirection. "Did you see Tresico last night?" I asked. "It was all lit up." "Everyone saw Tresico," Randolph said. "Didn't you hear? The mutineers did that." "There are no mutineers any more," Rel said. "The electric captain said there are. A whole new batch have grown up out of the cheaters. Regulators deputized a bunch of people to help catch them. Good job, too. Nobody wants to go back to the bad days. You need to be careful walking round by yourselves until they've all been cycled." I was getting uncomfortable with Randolph. His thoughts were too closely attuned to those of Elijah for my liking. How can people go through life without questioning what they see? Dad was always telling me to be objective and look at all the facts before making a decision. "But it's good, though, getting the lights back on," I said. "If we can do that, we might be able to get other machines working again." "Why?" Randolph asked, sounding genuinely puzzled. "We don't need the old machines any more. Everything works just fine as it is." "Medicine machines," I said, ticking them off on my fingers. "Food machines, clothes machines. They can all make our lives so much easier. We spend our whole time working. Wouldn't you like to be able to stop and have time for yourself?" Randolph gave Dakiki a what-can-you-do look. "Stop and do what exactly? I like what I do. It's important work, it keeps me busy, and I get to visit all the villages in the habitat. There's no finer job than being a barge master in Daedalus. You youngsters, you don't know how lucky you are." "Ignore him," Dakiki said. "He's so old and set in his ways, he wouldn't know a new thought if it bit him on his arse." "I'm a year younger than you," Randolph protested. Dakiki tapped a finger on the side of his head.
Not inside here, you're not, he chortled. I didn't even need to glance in Rel's direction to know there would be a warning expression on his face. Just for once I managed to clamp down on my impulse to explain to Randolph how wrong he was. Instead, I bit into a cheese and tomato sandwich, a combination I'd never really enjoyed before. It tasted delicious. Nice, I mumbled round a mouthful. Then the irony got me. It was only a few weeks since I'd been saying to Alice how I might like being a barge master. What would it take for someone like Randolph to think in a different fashion? That would be a huge problem for us once the swirl was fixed and we cleared away the mutineers' bioweapon. People have their view of the universe and the way things are because they genuinely believe that how they live is right and normal, since they're the ones doing it. Randolph's pale grey eyes were staring at me, as though he could sense my feelings about him. Rel finished his sandwich. "Thanks," he said. "We'd best be getting on." "Say hello to Salvin for me," Dakiki said to me. "Your father's a good man." "I will, and thank you." He held my hand to steady me as I got up. "Be careful out there." Yes," I stammered. I was pretty sure he wasn't talking about getting lost or running out of food. I remembered to fill the flask up away from the guano pipe. Then Rel and I walked back round Kobeya's curving base. "Do you think Dakiki knew?" I asked, as soon as we were out of sight. "Most likely," he said. "Randolph will tell the first regulator he sees that we were here." "I know." "Doesn't that bother you?" "No. He's got to load up his barge with guano, which is going to take hours. Then he'll have to reach a village, probably tomorrow. We'll be in the forward chambers by then." "Do you think so?" I asked, and suddenly the notion of more endless tunnels didn't bother me so much. "We'll make it. You're an unstoppable force." I grinned. I wonder what Randolph's going to think when he sees what we do. I'm not sure his brain can take that many new ideas. It'll probably melt out of his ears. Is there a medical term for that? Yeah, stupidity. We retraced our route through Kobeya's basement levels. Fraser wasn't sitting on his trolley. I saw the torch shining on the other side of the room. "What are you doing?" I demanded. "And how did you get over here?" He was sitting with his back resting on the wall. One hand was holding some kind of hemispherical tool against an induction pad. "I walked," he said with immense pride. "Fraser, are you all right? You're not supposed to try that for another day." "I know. It was hard, but I did it. My legs work. I can walk again, Hazel. I can walk." "It would be wise not to exert yourself while the nerves are still being repaired," John said. "Come on," Rel said, and signalled me. Between us we hoisted Fraser back up. His arms went round our shoulders, and we helped him carefully back to the trolley. I watched him closely as we moved. His legs really were taking small strides. He collapsed back onto the trolley with a grateful expression. Sweat glinted on his forehead. "I know," he said, fingering the white medical collar. "I'll take it easy now." "You certainly will," I scolded. "Can you bring my tools back, please?" "I don't suppose you found any oil, did you?" I asked. "No. Sorry." "What are all these?" Rel asked as we carried the devices back to Fraser. "Not sure about all of them," he said in a disgruntled tone. "They were the ones that looked intact. I just charged them up. I was going to start switching them on in a minute and make some notes." "The dark cylinder with the display panel is a rangefinder and contour mapper," John said. Touch the yellow button for 3 seconds. Fraser's thumb found the yellow button. A beam of the brightest emerald light stabbed out of the cylinder, slicing across the room just like the red light on the cleaning bots. "What kind of light is that?" I asked. "It doesn't spread out like the torch beams do." "Laser," John said. "They can be made very powerful,
With enough energy they can cut through metal. This one is harmless, but do not look directly into it. You would damage your eye.
Cool, Fraser said, swishing it about. What's this? He held up a hemisphere.
A morphtalic programmer, of course.
I gathered myself to scold John, then stopped as I stared suspiciously at the bracelet. Big one or small one? I chuckled. So, AIs have a sense of humour. Interesting.
Small. Morphtalic is a metal substance that can be programmed, moulded into whatever shape you want. It is used by engineers who want a quick fix for something. Ordinarily, the cybots would use it to create a temporary patch for the swirl hole until a full repair can be initiated.
Is there any morphtalic in here? Fraser asked quickly, looking round.
I have not seen any, John said.
Fraser sighed and held up a knife. The blade was about 15 centimetres long with a square end instead of a tip. I wouldn't have thought it was a powerful tool, but Fraser had obviously worked it out. There was a small green charge light glowing on the handle.
Be careful with that, John said. It's a disassociator blade, or D-blade for short. When turned on, it can cut through anything.
Anything? Fraser said eagerly. It's not a challenge, I told him quickly. How do I switch it on?
Twist the top quarter of the handle. Do not put your fingers anywhere near the blade.
Fraser twisted the top of the knife. The whole blade lit up scarlet. Fraser jabbed it into the casing of a wrecked machine. The blade sank in up to the hilt, so fast it was like he was still shoving it through the air. Coolest cool. Rel was nodding in approval. What is it with boys and things that cut or smash or shoot? This? Fraser asked, after he'd switched the D-blade off. He was holding up a metal tool that was a slim rectangular box with a chunky handle loop. It took a long time to charge.
That is an E-beam welder. Welding is how two pieces of metal are joined together.
OK. John was flicking the row of switches on the back of the handle.
Don't,
John began. Fraser squeezed the handle. A needle-thin beam of blinding white light stabbed out from the end of the welder with a loud screeching sound. It struck the roof, and sparks exploded downward. Several tiny embers landed on my jacket, and I squealed, slapping them out with my palms. "Sweet Captain!" I shouted angrily at Fraser. "What is wrong with you?" "Hey, I didn't know it was going to do that. That's how you discover new things, by trying them."
I would advise more caution with electrically powered items until I can inform you of the consequences when activated, John said.
Good point, Fraser croaked. And for once he was subdued. He was still staring at the welder in a kind of shock. I took it out of his unresisting fingers. "I'll take care of that," I told him, and put it into my bag. Rel was smirking.
"Come on, let's get going."
We both grabbed the trolley handle and started pulling. It was a long haul through the tunnels that afternoon. Fraser ate the sandwiches Rel had saved for him, then fell asleep. I don't know how, but that squeaking wheel was even louder than before. We passed through another 4 stations without incident. Then, just after Janth Park Station, Rel suddenly stopped. He squinted into the darkness ahead, frowning. "Something," he grunted, sounding puzzled. "What is it?" I asked. We'd been making such good progress that this sudden interruption was raising goosebumps on my arms.
"I don't know. I thought I saw something moving up ahead."
It was my turn to squint. The tiny lights along the top of the tunnel stretched on forever, so I had no sense of how far ahead I could actually see, but I certainly couldn't make out anything moving.
"Hold me up," John said.
I raised my arm so the black circle on the bracelet was facing along the tunnel.
"We have a problem," John said. "Rel is correct. Something is coming this way. I can see the infrared signature approaching."
"The what?"
My visual sensor extends into the infrared spectrum. Essentially, I can see heat. That includes the kind of heat given off by a human or animal body.
Really? Fraser asked. That's brilliant.
It is useful on occasion. Right now we need to go back. Fast. The way John's voice stayed so level only made it seem even more urgent. Without a word, Rel and I pulled the trolley round in a U-turn and started back the way we'd just come. There is a service tunnel in 420 metres, John said.
OK, I muttered. Did you see who it was? I just couldn't believe we'd been so unlucky that Elijah had found us.
The infrared signatures are small, John said. I'm not sure they are people.
They? I asked. What do you mean they?
There is more than one heat source. But they're not big enough to be human? Rel queried.
He sounded calm, but we exchanged a glance that acknowledged how alarmed we both were.
The sources are smaller than I would expect from an adult human, John said. Do you still have dogs?
I glanced behind nervously. Fraser was holding the crossbow up ready. We were moving quickly now, feet splashing heavily, that wretched squeaky wheel going round so fast it was almost a constant squeal.
We still have dogs, Rel said. The shepherds use them to control their flocks. Sometimes families have them as pets.
We can't outrun dogs, I said anxiously. It would be just like Elijah to use dogs to hunt us, though I wasn't sure how he could have got them so quickly.
Hold me up again, John said.
I did it as best as I could without breaking pace.
They are not travelling fast, he said.
How fast is not fast?
About the same as human walking pace. We are pulling ahead of them.
Sweet Captain, I muttered. I could feel the sweat on my forehead. My legs and arms were starting a dull ache from the effort of running with the trolley, and that same effort had brought my headache back worse than before. How many can you see? Fraser asked.
At least 5, John said. There may be more. It is difficult to be sure. They are in a line.
5, Rel grunted. I knew that had scared him. It certainly unnerved me. Maybe dogs run wild down here? Even as I said it, I knew that was just so much guano.
The temperature is also several degrees cooler than a human, John said.
Do dogs have a lower body temperature than humans?
No. Typically it is higher.
Then what are they? Sheep, Fraser suggested.
Sheep also have a higher temperature than humans, John said.
Let's just get to the service tunnel, I panted. It took us another 5 minutes to get there, by which time my lungs were burning and every leg muscle was a red-hot thread. We pulled the trolley into the entrance. John immediately turned the service tunnel's lights off. We hauled the trolley along for another 100 metres, then Rel and I crept back towards the main tunnel to try and see what the animals were. Without the little overhead lights, the darkness had become oppressive, almost as if it were a solid shadow gathering itself around me. A patch of dull grey haze marked the mouth of the main tunnel. Can you see them? Fraser whispered in my ear. I gave a huge start, every nerve tingling with shock. I have no idea how I managed not to yelp. Fear, probably. The glare I focused on him should have set him alight, mainly from shame. In the darkness he couldn't see it. How did you? I walked, he said simply. It's easier now. Great, I grunted. So? So what? Can you see them? No!
If they maintain their original speed, they will pass the end of the tunnel in approximately 6 minutes, John said.
I brought the crossbow, Fraser said. OK. The 3 of us stood together 50 metres from the main tunnel. All I could hear was our breathing.
Do you think they'll be able to see us?
Rel asked.
I don't know, I replied. I hadn't even considered that. After all, there was no light around us at all.
If they're animals, they're more likely to smell us, Fraser said.
So what do we do?
I asked.
Remain calm, John said. In a worst-case scenario, and they come down the service tunnel, we have the E-beam welder to defend ourselves with. He was right, and that did help slow my heart. The view down to the main tunnel was unchanging. My hand crept to my bag, fingers probing the outline of the welder. 3 minutes, John announced. I can hear them, Rel said. I strained. We were making a surprising amount of noise, my heart, breathing, the others rustling as they moved fractionally. But there, rising above that background, sounds came washing along the service tunnel. Something sloshed about in the water that trickled along the floor of the main tunnel. It wasn't footfalls, at least not like we made, more like a rope whipping the water. The sound grew louder. In unison, the three of us shrank back against the wall. It was so dark I couldn't see Rel's face. And I wanted to. I needed the reassurance it would bring. My hand fumbled for him, and his fingers closed round mine, squeezing encouragingly. The peculiar noises were at their peak, and I still had no idea what was causing them. Along with the sharper splashing was a slithering, as if things were being dragged along. I pushed my arm out so that John could see the entrance. Then the sounds were growing feebler. I put a palm on the wall and slid it along, feeling my way until I was looking round the junction. The tiny segment of the main tunnel I could see was empty. I think they've gone, I said. Did you see them, John? Not really. I can confirm there were 5 of them. However, I could not identify them from this distance. Which was not what I wanted to hear. We waited another couple of minutes to be sure they'd gone, then very slowly tugged the trolley back down to the main tunnel. I winced at every squeak from that evil wheel. But I still wasn't going to let Fraser walk. It was another 7 kilometres to Akebia. Back in the main tunnel, with the water gurgling softly round our boots, we looked both ways. I knew which way the things had gone, but I couldn't see anything moving down there. When I held John up, he said he could no longer detect their heat signature. Rel and I started pulling yet again. The discomfort in my limbs had eased up, but my headache was relentless, and I still seemed short of air. I kept telling myself that fixing the swirl and pouring more air into the habitat would cure the problem once and for all. I just had to tough it out for another couple of days. 14. Cheetah children, Fraser announced after we'd travelled another kilometre. What? I asked. Cheetahs who were still young enough to have children when they left their village, or they took their children with them. Then they had children in turn. I'll bet one of the Tower Mountains has a whole cheetah community of all ages. That's what was in the tunnel, a bunch of kids. John said the temperature was wrong, Rel said. Their clothes would be an insulator, Fraser countered in that confident tone I'm way too familiar with. John couldn't see all their heat. Rel gave me a look, as if he expected me to step in and correct Fraser. I raised my eyebrows and carried on pulling. I was pretty sure it wasn't a group of children. For a start, they would have been chattering away, and there'd be at least one adult with them. Arguing with Fraser was too exhausting. But for the life of me, I couldn't think what kind of animals they were. Nothing seemed to fit. That disturbed me as much as their existence. How could there be unknown animals living in the tunnels for 500 years? Something was bobbing about in the water ahead of us. A small pale patch. Stop! I blurted. I walked over and picked it up. What is that? Rel asked. Flowers, I told him in confusion. They were saturated with the grubby water, which was dripping down my hand. The petals were sagging, but they were all fresh. Freesias, iris,
and some puffball fuchsias all clumped together with a few bay leaves tied round the stems by a reed. A posy. I stared at it uneasily as recognition dawned. A cycling day posy. Really? Fraser asked keenly. I nodded slowly, not liking the thought stirring in my head. Not at all. Then those things... Rel trailed off, as disconcerted as me. Those things were dragging the cycled bodies off to a compost machine. I brought my arm up to look at John. Were they a type of cybot? Theoretically, that is possible, he said. A biomechanical unit would have a similar heat signature, but Daedalus did not use biomechanical systems. Could the electric captain have made them? Again, theoretically, yes, if there are working build bots. I cannot deduce why she would have done that. Many existing cybots would be more than capable of collecting and transporting cycled bodies. Well, I'm not scared to say it even if you are, Fraser said. They were aliens. Rel gave a half laugh which trailed off nervously. They can't be. And he turned to me to confirm that. I don't know, I said uneasily. All I could think of was that the Daedalus had visited the first world where our ancestors had encountered some kind of aliens, and the insidious fibres the mutineers had planted, they were made from alien biology. So it wasn't completely impossible for another kind to be on board. John? We are dealing strictly in probabilities here. An alien is at least as likely as a new kind of cybot or an unknown animal species. Further speculation is pointless. We need facts. The electric captain introduced cycling after the mutiny, Fraser said. So whatever those things are, they're working for her. And right now she doesn't like us or what we're doing. You really think they could be aliens? Rel asked me. It's possible, I said simply. And just acknowledging that made it seem like the tunnel temperature had dropped by several degrees. As we resumed our trudge, I told him what we'd found in Tresico when we'd tried to switch the medical machines and electricity back on, how the fibres had grown throughout the whole Tower Mountain, targeting the machines. The fibres had to have been planted by the mutineers, Fraser said. They were the ones who wanted to force Ashley Kruger to turn round by wrecking the Daedalus. So the mutineers had their aliens, Rel said. And what? Ashley Kruger had hers? We don't know, I said. But I'm starting to think the history we learned in school isn't right. If the command AIs in the forward section are still working, they should have the answers we need, John said. We're going to be really busy in those forward compartments, Fraser said happily. It's going to be so great. Yeah, I said. But I wasn't sharing his enthusiasm. It was hours more before we finally arrived at Akebia station. By then I was so tired my limbs were trembling, and my headache was producing little sparkles at the back of my eyes. Moving my head actually made it worse. Migraine, Rel said when I described the pain. We all need to rest and get some food. I'm sorry, I said to Fraser, as I sat on the edge of the platform and tried to inhale enough air. I think you're going to have to walk. He clambered off the trolley and gave me a big hug. That's so rare. I felt an equally rare lump in my throat. I can walk, he said quietly. I'm never going to be a burden to you again, Hazel. I promise. You never have been a burden, I told him solemnly. But no more tree climbing, OK? OK. Rel was staring intently up at the curving ceiling. It's up there, he said in a daze. What is? I asked. My village. Everyone I've spent my whole life with. He stretched his arm up, as if trying to touch them. It's so strange. We never knew this was down here. The tunnels, the chambers, garages. We don't know a lot of things, I told him, but we're going to find them out again. How do we get up there? Fraser asked. No, I corrected him. How do we get up there quietly, without anyone knowing? There'd be an emergency door sealing off the main station, and we knew how much noise one of those made when it was opened. Rel described the lift platform Akebia used for its cycling day ceremony, where the bodies of the newly blessed sank down into the ground. It was very similar to the one at Ixia. That will be the station's secondary maintenance access lift, John said. It is in the loading bay. Lead on, I told him. The service tunnels just outside the station led to the loading bay room. There were no lights on inside it. We switched our torches on to see an empty chamber. No wreckage, no old machines. Just the lift rails running up the far wall. A clear path, Rel observed. So the things can get straight to the cycled bodies. My torch beam illuminated 2 buttons set on the wall beside the rails. It can't be that easy, I muttered. Rel's arm went round my shoulder and gave me a little squeeze. I think we're entitled to some easy after everything we've been through. I pressed the button with the downward-pointing arrow on it. A soft whirring sound emerged from the deep shadows above. The metal platform slid down the rails until it was level with the floor. Told you, Rel said, grinning. Easy. We trooped on, and I pressed the button with the upward-pointing arrow. The platform ascended. I shone my torch up in time to see the safety doors slide apart, revealing a square of moonlight. I hurriedly switched the torch off. We slid up out of the ground, 5 metres away from the back of the Akebia village hall. It felt quite creepy, the way we emerged back into the habitat. Underground is where we send our dead. I could well imagine how eerie it would look if living people had come up on Ixia's cycling platform. It was almost like a form of sacrilege. Thankfully, there was no one around to see us appear. It was night time, and the platform was surrounded by the cherry trees I remembered planted around Akebia's village hall. Thin streaks of moonlight flitted through the leaves and blossom overhead, turning the air to a sweet, mellow haze. If my head hadn't been quite so sore, I might have appreciated that. Now what? Fraser asked, as we stepped off the platform. My parents' cabin is 5 minutes away, Rel said. Maybe longer. We'll need to be careful getting there. I don't want to draw attention to you. Nobody knows us here, Fraser said in annoyance. They all know me, I said. Yeah, but they don't know we're the ones that have been declared mutineers. They'll just think it's romantic you coming back with Rel. And in this village, that news will take a good 20 seconds to spread to every cabin, Rel said. I rubbed my fingers against my temple. We'll go the safe way. But, Rel, I glanced at the village hall. Are there any headache pills in there? I could really do with some. Of course. Come on. As we moved off, the first thing I did was check the sky. Sure enough, the swirl was still there, lurking between 2 light strips. I nudged Fraser and pointed. Oh, my days, he muttered. Rel led us round the village hall to a small door and peered inside. It's clear. We slipped in and closed the door behind us. Akebia's village hall was different to ours. The walls were all some kind of seamless black stone, while the ceiling was glass that shaded between colours. It kept transforming us as we walked along the corridor. I was watching Fraser's blonde hair in front of me, which went from purple to green, then red and yellow and blue, then back to green. It was so tempting to get my torch out. The weird light effect wasn't helping my migraine. Rel stopped outside another door, listening intently. This is the hospital, he whispered. I can't hear anyone inside. Fraser was holding the crossbow. I saw his hand tighten on it and wished I'd got the welder out of my bag. Rel opened the door, and his shoulders dropped in relief. The walls and ceiling were different to Ixia's hospital, but everything else was familiar. The beds, cabinets full of herbs and bandages, the instruments.
The medicine machine is along here,
Rel said, leading us down a corridor with doors open on single bedrooms. There were patients in some of them. I could hear coughing and wheezing. One man was humming nervously. We hurried along as quietly as we could. The circular room with the medicine machine had a glass ceiling that was half green and half purple. When I closed the door behind us, I was washed in pale green radiance, while the machine bathed in cool purple.
I know the sequence,
Rel said confidently, and started tapping circles on a small screen. Wait, I said. John, can you talk to it?
No, the network node is inactive.
I stared at the access panels on the base of the machine. Do you think the alien plant is here, too?
That is the most likely conclusion.
Should we cut it? No, Fraser said immediately. If we do that, the electric captain will know we're here. She knew we'd cut the fibres in Tresico as soon as we did it. Really? The alien plant fibres interfering with machines are tiny. I thought maybe she noticed because we cut the big root in the power utility management room. I've just started to walk again, Fraser said forcefully. I don't want to risk the regulators catching us tonight, OK?
All right, I agreed. He did have a point. Cutting the fibres would be reckless. I'd just hoped that John could get the machine to produce something that would stop my migraine completely, that's all.
Rel started tapping the request circles again. A minute later, 3 pink pills dropped into the dispenser tray. I grabbed them and swallowed immediately. It wasn't the first time I'd used them, which is why I was so keen for John to coax the pharmacological processor into producing something a lot stronger. More pills popped out, and Rel took 2 for himself. Can we just check and see if the alien fibres are in the machine? I said.
I suppose so, Rel said. How do we do that?
I eyed the small rectangular access panels. John, you said the D-blade could cut through anything, right? It was Fraser who did it, slicing the glowing red blade carefully round an access panel, as if he were cutting the core from an apple. He was familiar with tools and cutting, so I guessed he'd make a better job of it than me. We all bent down to look as I shone my torch into the hole. Sure enough, a slim string of white fibre had sprouted up through the conduit hole in the floor. It branched into a multitude of thinner fibres, which wove chaotically round the internal components. The vile stuff is everywhere, I said. It must control everything. We need to check the village screen, Fraser said.
What will that prove?
Rel asked. He looked particularly disturbed. I wondered if he'd been humouring us, that he didn't truly believe we'd found an alien bioweapon that attacked the Daedalus machines. I couldn't be angry with him about that. I mean, if anyone had said the same thing to me 3 days previously, I would have laughed in their face. That the electric captain is allied with the mutineers, Fraser said. That we've been lied to. That we're in a whole lot more trouble than we thought. Which wasn't exactly subtle. But now he'd gone and said it, I knew I had to see if the screen was infected by the alien fibres.
OK,
Rel said, nodding.
Yeah, I get that.
We left the hospital and sneaked along the corridor to the main hall. The doors into it had big glass windows in the middle. Rel peered through.
No one about. But we have to be quick. There's always someone in the kitchen. We have a night shift that cooks the bread.
We hurried past the benches and chairs to the screen on the far wall. For all I'd spent my life watching the electric captain on ours, I'd never actually paid any real attention to the screen itself. This one was maybe a couple of centimetres thick, 2 metres long and 1 wide, and it was fixed flat to the wall.
The power and network cables are on the back, John said. Their sockets will be inset into the wall.
Fraser pressed his head to the wall at the side of the screen. He closed one eye and squinted. There's a tiny gap, maybe a millimetre. He shone the torch at it.
Can't see a thing.
We need to take it off, I said. There are brackets holding it in place, John said. It should just lift off.
That's it?
Yes. Simply slide it up, then bring it forwards. Rel and I shrugged at each other. I gripped the bottom corner, which wasn't nearly big enough to give me a decent grip, the edge dug into my palms. Rel took the other side. Ready? I said. Lift. It didn't budge. John? The screen is quite heavy, and it has been in place for at least 5 centuries. Apply more force. If I could have spared the energy, I would have glared at him. I pushed harder, gritting my teeth at the way the edge was cutting into my hand. Then, finally, I felt it move a fraction. Yes! Rel and I said it at the same time, smiled at each other in unison. Slowly the screen began to shift, sliding up the wall a millimetre at a time, and the weight was far greater than I'd been expecting. I was straining as hard as I could. Every heartbeat produced a nasty thud behind my eyes. Then suddenly there was no more resistance, and the screen was free. And I was losing my grip, and it really was too heavy for me to hold up. I bent as fast as I could, trying to put it down before I dropped it. Didn't quite make it. The screen fell the last 10 centimetres, its corner slamming into the ground. Rel got his side down, and Fraser shone the torch on the screen. I'd been expecting all sorts of damage, but it was intact. I let out a long breath of relief. Sorry, I said meekly to Rel. Fraser shifted the torch beam up. Just like John said, the screen had been covering a small rectangular hole in the wall, with a row of black electrical sockets at the back. One of them had a plug-in, with a coil cable that now stretched down the wall to the rear of the screen. Next to it was a white fibre that had wormed its way out of a socket. Unlike the cable, it wasn't long enough to stretch down to the screen. It had snapped, and a single drop of dark yellow fluid glistened on its broken end. "Ugh, guano," I groaned. "Hazel," said a voice behind us. "I knew I'd find you here." I yelped and jumped at the same time. Fraser swung the torch round wildly. My hand reached for my bag, though I knew I'd never get the welder out in time. The regulator darts would shoot into me. Then the torch beam swept across the 3 people who'd just come through the door. My heart did another judder. "Alice?" She smiled so gloriously wide and opened her arms. Ta-da! "Alice!" My hand went to my chest, where my heart was still quivering in fright. I thought my knees were going to give out. "Alice, what are you doing here?" Alice ran over, her smile even wider, and more than a little smug. She gave me a huge hug, which calmed a lot of my shakes. "I'm here to help." "Help?" I said weakly. "Me and the boys. You remember Shao, right?" I looked over her shoulder to where Shao and Tamrin were standing sheepishly. Shao raised his hand in a guilty wave. "I remember." "Hiya," a delighted Tamrin said. "Good to see you," Fraser replied, grinning. "How?" I mumbled. "Chief Artoff and his deputy arse, Elijah, wanted to cycle you," Alice said. "You didn't think I was just going to stand by and do nothing, did you?" "No." "It's really good to see you, Alice," Fraser said sincerely. "You too. And now I'm here, we're going—" She stopped and stiffened in surprise. I don't get to see Alice startled very often. My lips twitched in a smile. "Fraser!" she said in wonder. "You're standing! You can walk again!" "Yeah," he said modestly. "Hazel switched on some of the old medical machines in Tressico. They cured me." "You switched Tressico back on?" she asked. My turn for the modesty routine. "Yeah." "She's the captain's daughter, you know," Fraser said. "That's why the electric captain has gone bananas." "Huh?" "Listen,"
Rel said. "It's wonderful you're here, but we all have to get out of the hall. Now." "Oh!" I flinched and looked at the broken white fibre. The tiny drop of yellow-brown fluid amplified my guilt and worry once more. "He's right. We have to leave." "People will guess we've been here," Fraser said, and pointed at the screen. "We have to lift it back." "Oh, right," Rel said. He beckoned Xiao and Tamrin. Between them they got hold of the screen and started to lift. Xiao shot me a surprised look when he discovered how heavy it was. As always, he said nothing. Alice linked her arm through mine, pausing only to pinch my sleeve. "Nice jacket." "Thanks. Alice?" "Yes?" "I'm really pleased you came." "That's what friends are for. Speaking of which," she pulled me a bit closer, "you and Rel?" "Yes?" I asked cautiously. "You did?" "What? No." "No?" "Alice, I've spent the whole day running through tunnels being chased by Elijah." "That sounds exciting. And hot." I looked at Rel. The boys had got the screen off the floor, but it was proving difficult to hook it back on the wall bracket. Fraser had his cheek pressed against the wall again, torch shining on the brackets, giving them directions. "No, it's not," I said. "Trust me." "I didn't know there were tunnels under the habitat." "Well, there are, and that's not even the bad part. But how did you get here? Rel said you'd been locked up after you kicked Elijah." "I certainly was, but then all the regulators left Ixia to arrest whoever they could find in Tressico. Our friends let us out 10 minutes after they'd gone. Mayor Feninin was not a happy man. Your father nearly locked him up." "Really?" "Yes." "Then what?" "Tamrin and I got on a horse straight away and rode here. I knew Rel had gone to warn you. It was obvious you'd both head for Akebia. So as soon as I arrived, I went and found Xiao. We've been waiting in his cabin for you ever since. Don't worry, nobody else knows we're here." "Thank you. I mean it." "It was my idea you'd come to the hall eventually," she said. "I thought you'd be hungry." "That's not good." "What isn't?" "If you worked that out, so will Elijah eventually." "I know, but we're back together now. We can all go and live in a tower mountain together. It'll be amazing. Hey, maybe you can switch another one back on." "That's... You were really going to do that? Leave Ixia? For me?" She pulled me close again. "Absolutely. I've had more than enough of village life, thank you. And you running off like that to save Fraser. I was so proud of you. Plus..." She glanced slyly at Xiao, who was still struggling with the screen. "I'll need something to do in the evenings." I struggled against a mischievous smile. "Alice?" "I don't know why I'm scandalised by her any more. Maybe I'm just comfortable in the role of the quiet friend." "Yeah?" "We're not running away to a tower mountain," I said solemnly. "Everything is different now." "Got it!" Tamrin announced triumphantly. The boys stood back to admire the screen. I may have been imagining it. I was very tired, but it could have been a tiny bit lopsided. Everyone's silence kind of confirmed they were all thinking the same thing. "It'll do," Alice announced. Which was good enough for me. You can all stay at my cabin tonight," Xiao said. "Just somewhere to sleep for a few hours," I said. "That's all I need. We'll have to leave before daylight switches on. I don't want anyone to see us." We started walking towards the doors. "Where are you planning on going?" Alice asked. "The forward compartments." "The what?" I grinned. That was twice in one night I'd managed to startle Alice. Not bad going for the quiet friend. I pushed the door open. And a regulator pistol was pointing at my head. 15. There were 5 regulators standing in the corridor. I only saw Elijah. And his twisted smile was a lot more frightening than the pistol. "You!" I gasped. Me, he smirked. I told you I would find you. And now you will face the electric captain's justice. He advanced, and I backed into the hall. Alice and the others had their hands up. The regulators kept their pistols on us. Howard was behind Elijah, along with 3 regulators from Akebia. Well, well, Elijah said when he saw Alice. I might have known you'd be a part of this.
Part of what? Fraser asked in a voice rich with contempt. Part of repairing the Daedalus and getting us all safely to the new world?
Elijah frowned, looking Fraser up and down. How are you walking? Fraser spoke clearly, making very sure the Akebia regulators could hear every word.
When we switched Tresico's electricity back on, the medical machines came on as well. They repaired my broken spine. Now you tell me why that's such a bad thing.
Don't you argue with the electric captain, boy, Elijah snarled. Chief Sedilko, you heard the electric captain declare the Tresico cheaters to be mutineers now. I did, said Akebia's chief. I'd seen him briefly before at the invitation dance, a different life ago. He was in his late 50s, with thick silver hair and a face that was heavily lined, as if he was permanently sad. But that doesn't include Rel and Shao, he said. Rel was in Tresico, Elijah said. I saw him. Howard?
Howard looked thoroughly miserable.
He was there.
Rel was in Ixia when the electric captain was on the screen, I said. He came to warn me about you. You saw him when the Tresico law machines disarmed you and told you I am authorized to do whatever I want. Remember that, Howard?
Don't you twist things, Elijah shouted. You mutinied. Our boys stay here, Chief Sedilko said calmly. I'll deal with them.
Fine, whatever, Elijah said. He fixed me with a hot stare.
But these 3 come with me.
Alice wasn't in Tresico, I said. How could she be? You locked her up in Ixia.
Shut your mouth. You don't get to decide anything.
Chief Sedilko? I asked. His face showed extreme uncertainty. He clearly wanted this scene to be playing out anywhere but Akebia. You said the electric captain declared us mutineers, Fraser asked in a level tone.
Everyone knows it, Elijah said. It was on every screen in the Daedalus.
Fraser cocked his head to look at Chief Sedilko. Is that right? Was it on this hall screen?
Yes, the chief said unhappily.
So you just do what the screen tells you?
I could see Alice giving Fraser a curious glance. Me? Well, once again I marvelled at my brother's smarts. I'm sure I would have got there eventually. What's your point? Chief Sedilko asked.
Ask him, Fraser said, pointing at Elijah. Ask him what the Tresico machine said.
Those machines are old and broken, Elijah snapped.
That is not true, Regulator Elijah, a voice said from behind me. It was John's voice. It spoke as a pale radiance appeared, shining across the hall to banish the multicoloured shadows. I saw the shock on Chief Sedilko's face and slowly turned round. The screen had lit up with a face. Not the electric captain. This was a man in his 40s, with a narrow chin and short hair. His thin beard was perfectly trimmed, and the collar of a smart uniform was visible. Somehow that face fitted John's voice perfectly.
Who? Chief Sedilko grunted. How do you know my name? Elijah whispered in astonishment. I am the Daedalus Flight Command Machine. The electric captain is responsible for maintaining the habitat and the people in it, but I am in overall charge of the ship. So of course I know your name, Elijah. The electric captain has reported it to me. She declared them mutineers, Elijah said weakly. She was startled by Tresico being switched back on, and acted incorrectly, for which she has apologized to me. Now lower your weapons. The captain's daughter should not be penalized for doing what I told her to do.
Captain's daughter,
Chief Sedilko said. How? I prompted. His shoulders slumped.
That's what the Tresico machines called Hazel.
Chief Sedilko gave him an incredulous stare, which then switched to me, before finally turning to Elijah, anger building.
What is going on here?
Hazel is the descendant of Ashley Kruger, the face on the screen said. I invited her into the forward compartments to discuss repairs that have to be made to the Daedalus. You do understand the swirl above your village is a leak, don't you, Chief Sedilko? The habitat is losing air through it at a dangerous rate.
When the screen used his name, the poor chief looked like he'd been slapped hard across the face.
That's what the swirl is?
Yes.
I told all of you it was, I said. Now I have to get into the forward compartments. There are cybots, mobile machines there which can repair it.
No, Elijah said. No, this is a trick.
He pointed his pistol at the screen.
You're a part of it. You're not a command machine. You're a mutineer. You'll turn the Daedalus around and take us back to the First World. Regulator Elijah, stand down, the face ordered. No, this is wrong. Hazel ran away. She cheated with her brother. Now they're mutineers. The electric captain said so. We all heard it. Chief Sedilko, please restrain Elijah.
Elijah spun round, his pistol pointing at Sedilko, who immediately raised his, aiming at Elijah. They were standing barely 2 meters apart. The other Akibia regulators hurriedly lined their pistols up on Elijah.
Do the maths, Elijah, Sedilko said in a reasonable tone. You can't win.
Elijah clenched his teeth, glaring at me. The scene froze for several more seconds. Then he slowly lowered his pistol and holstered it. If anything, that seemed to make his anger even greater.
I believe the electric captain, he said. Not you.
I'm not your enemy, I said as earnestly as I could. I just want to save the Daedalus. We have to seal the leak.
Cheetahs told her that guano about losing air,
Elijah growled furiously at Sedilko.
Cheetahs I caught. You can't believe her.
Cheetahs who risked everything to warn us, I cried back. And you murdered them.
See? See? This is what she's like. The captain's daughter is correct, the face on the screen said. You will all die within 2 years if the damage is not repaired and the habitat atmosphere refilled.
Elijah whipped round.
Then why don't you do it? He snarled. If you're really what you say you are, what do you need her for? The damage caused by the puncture impact destroyed my links to the cybots. The captain's daughter and her people will follow my direction and switch them on, as she did in Tresico.
Lies.
Enough, Sedilko said. Take him out, he told his regulators.
Elijah's hand went back to his holster.
You're not locking me up. Fine. Get back on your horse and get the hell out of my village. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to call a grand conclave of all the mayors and regulator chiefs. This is going to be sorted out once and for all. And your behaviour, regulator, will be the first item on the agenda.
Elijah gave me one last furious look and stomped out of the hall, followed by Howard. Thank you, Chief, I said. His thick eyebrow rose as he studied me.
Are you really the captain's daughter?
Yes. I only found out yesterday.
OK, then.
He made his decision and faced the screen.
What happens now, sir?
Please give the captain's daughter all the assistance she requires. Hazel, you need to have a full night's sleep. Tomorrow morning, please follow the route I gave you to the forward compartments.
I will, sir, I said formally. Thank you.
I look forward to meeting you.
The screen went dark. We didn't go back to Shao's cabin. There was a whole ward in the hospital that wasn't being used, and it had decent beds. It was also next to Chief Sedilko's office and the regulator cells. I think he wanted to keep us close, just in case. Tamrin was sent to get some food from the kitchen.
Chief Sedilko asked me plenty of questions. I kept the answers as close to the truth as possible, without mentioning John, alien bioweapon fibres, and creatures in the tunnels. I figured the chief had enough new thoughts to deal with. Besides, I kept thinking of Randolph. He was a good man, an honest man, but his view of the universe was so narrow, leaving him resistant to any change. Maybe I did the chief a disservice with the comparison. Maybe not. I couldn't take the risk. There was too much at stake. Fraser showed Sedilko the white collar that had merged with his skin, which the chief conceded was some kind of builder technology. "So, what kind of assistance do you want?" he asked. "Nothing much," I admitted. "The flight command machine said there was an entrance to the forward sections in the end wall, not far from here. It will open the door for us when we get there." "All right. I'll escort you there in the morning." "Thank you." Tamron returned with a tray of food and milk. I hadn't realised how hungry I was until I saw it. It had been too long since my solitary cheese and tomato sandwich. "Get a good sleep," Sedilko said. "I'm going to explain what's happening to the mayor. We need to see about organising that conclave." As he left, I saw two of his regulators standing guard in the corridor outside. So I guessed he trusted me as much as I trusted him. Alice and I started helping ourselves to the food. "What happened to Zorn?" I asked quietly. "The morning after Fraser and I ran away." Her gaze flicked towards Rel, who was talking to Shao. "You're kidding? You want to know about Zorn when you've got yourself a piece of that?" Now it was my turn to glance at Rel, a guilty glance. I don't care about him. I just wanted to know, that's all. "Why?" "Zorn was on duty when we sneaked out. I managed to dodge him. Did he get in trouble for it?" "Yes. If you must know, Chief Artov suspended him. Said if he can't even see a boy in a wheeled chair roll out of town, then he probably doesn't have what it takes to be a regulator. Zorn was pretty upset. But that was nothing compared to how furious Elijah was. He and the chief had a blazing row. The whole kitchen heard it." "Oh no," I moaned. "So Elijah blames me for Zorn being suspended?" "Yeah," Alice said. She didn't sound at all upset about it. Zorn was so pleased he'd been chosen to be a regulator. I remembered the smile on his face the day when he was awarded probationary status. I was the first person he sought out to tell. The two of us had sneaked off to the cabin we used, and it wasn't even raining that night. Now that prestigious job of his had been put in question, because of me. But Zorn must have known Chief Artov would react badly, yet he still let me go. I couldn't figure that out at all. How could his feelings for me still be that strong? I'd never done anything to encourage him. Quite the opposite. Losing his job was such a rotten reward for helping someone. When I got back to Ixia, I'd have to make sure Zorn was reinstated. Somehow. Alice started on the cold chicken and bread rolls. "You have had such an amazing time. Captain's daughter! You!" She shook her head in amusement. I drank down a whole glass of milk. It's not as glamorous as it sounds. "Don't be so modest." She sat on a bed next to Shao and playfully fed him a grape. He responded by sliding his arm round her waist and kissing her. "Stop that," she said, without meaning it at all. "So are you coming with me tomorrow?" I asked. "To the forward compartments? Try and stop me," she growled. "We can't wait that long," Fraser announced matter-of-factly as he peeled the shell off a hard-boiled egg. I hated the way he said that. It meant he was more than likely right. And there I was just starting to relax. My muscles were so tired I wasn't even sure I could move off the bed. "What do you mean?" "We broke the alien fibre when we took the screen off the wall. She knows we're here." I let out a hiss of distress. He was right. The fright of encountering Elijah had dominated my thoughts.
I hadn't considered the consequences of that miserable little alien fibre. Who knows you're here? Alice asked. The electric captain. But the flight command machine is in charge. I winced, held up my arm so she could see the black bracelet. That's not quite true. Alice, meet John. Delighted to meet you, Alice, John said. Hazel speaks of you a lot. Alice's jaw dropped, showing off a mouthful of chicken. That's the same voice. John linked to the screen, Fraser said. He could do that once we broke the fibre. At least that's what I assumed. Very astute, John said. So that man wasn't the flight command machine? Alice said. No, John said. I created the image. So what are you? An independent artificial intelligence unit. However, the rest of it is all true. Hazel is the descendant of Ashley Kruger. The habitat is leaking air. We do need to switch on the engineering department cybots to repair the breach. And the electric captain isn't our friend, I finished. We don't think she ever has been. If she follows the same pattern as before, Fraser said, then right now she'll be on every village screen in the habitat, telling the regulators that the leader of the new mutiny is in Akebia. A whole army of regulators will be here before the daylight switches on. With Elijah leading the charge, I muttered gloomily. Seriously? Alice challenged, without any of her usual confidence. Shao tightened his arm protectively round her. Very seriously, I admitted. We have to leave, Fraser said. Everyone knows where we're going now. We can't let anyone stop us. I looked at the ward's windows, long rectangles of clear glass set into the black stone wall at waist height. They don't open, Rel warned me. Of course not. I dug into my bag and produced the D-blade. Sweet Captain, Alice murmured as I sliced round the window and let it fall outside. It landed on the grass with a dull thud. I stuck my forearm through and held it vertically, sweeping it slowly from side to side. John, what can you see? There is an infrared signature 150 metres away. Adult human size, partially concealed behind a tree trunk. They're watching the village hall. Elijah? I do not know. It'll be him, Rel said in a disgusted voice. Anything else? I asked John. Some rabbits, several birds nesting in the trees. No further humans. All right. Where's the nearest door to the forward compartments? I deduce the main ones have been blocked. Therefore, I would suggest a cybot access shaft which starts behind the waterfall. Behind the waterfall? Rel said. You're kidding. No, I do not kid. I never knew there was an opening there, Rel said. He sounded troubled. The waterfall is powerful. Parents have to warn their children to keep clear when they swim in the pool. We'll go for the waterfall, I said. What are we going to do about our lurker friend? Tamrin asked. We're going to stop being fearful and running. That's what we're going to do, I told him, and meant it. Elijah wasn't going to surprise me or wreck our plans any more. What we were doing was too important. To emphasize that, I took the welder out of my bag. Alice stared at it in trepidation. OK, so what's that? A weapon, a real one. You're not going to save the lives of everyone on board, I'll do whatever I have to. She managed a meagre smile. This is why I love you. Always a surprise. OK then, boys. Let's go. 16. Rel went first and helped Fraser out through the window. I went next, followed by Alice and Shao, with Tamrin to finish. Everyone trusting and helping the other. A proper team. It felt really good being a part of that. Belonging. We moved silently through the cherry trees, walking at a reasonable pace so Fraser's new nerves weren't strained. John watched Elijah for us. The regulator was following us, but not getting any closer, as he slipped from one tree trunk to another. No doubt he thought he had the edge on us, that he'd finally be able to lead a team of regulators to our mutinous activities, exposing us at the very culmination of our treachery. Try as I might, I couldn't think how to turn that on him, to convince him of the truth. All I could do now was hope that refilling the habitat with new air would swing the majority of people round to realizing I was right. It would be such a different life. We'd find out what those things were in the tunnels and understand what the electric captain was doing. There would be no more mysteries. Then I'd be able to spend some proper time with Rel. I couldn't quite imagine that, but I knew I'd enjoy it. I'd still not got John to play him any music from old Earth. That was going to be such fun, discovering all those 10,000 songs together. It took us 20 minutes to circle round Akibia village to the edge of the pool. The noise of the waterfall thundering down, relentless and eternal, became more and more imposing as we approached. And somehow the end wall, that blank face of hard, dark rock reaching up to the sky and stretching out on either side until the habitat's curve took it away, that was far more daunting than any of the tower mountains. I reached out and touched the rock, almost reverently. Beyond it lay the forward compartments and the answers to everything. And way, way up ahead, the new world was waiting for us. Our future. I found it hard to concentrate on that. Rel had been right about the waterfall. Up close it dominated every sense I possessed. It may have been because it was night time, but that sheer quantity of water pouring down was actually quite scary. I kept thinking what would happen if I slipped and fell underneath it. I'd be slammed mercilessly onto the bottom of the pool, which was all rock, and the force would probably pin me there. And Fraser, he was even more likely to slip. I turned to him, ready to tell him he could wait on the bank if he wanted. "I know what you're thinking, so don't," Fraser warned. My head dropped in defeat. "Shall I go first?" Rel said. He didn't sound particularly keen. "Do you know exactly where the entrance is?" I asked John. "Yes." "Then I'll go first," I said, and hoped my reluctance wasn't too obvious. The edge of the pool was lined with large black boulders, all slick with spray. I picked my way along them with Fraser following, then Rel with Tamrin. Alice and Shao made up the rear. When I was 5 metres from the waterfall, it was so loud that talking became pointless. The round surface of my bracelet lit up a dull amber and began a slow flash. John said he would use the flashes to guide me to the entrance. When the flashes stopped, I'd be there. All I could think was that all those schematics in his memory must be very accurate. 3 metres from the waterfall, and the spray was thicker than the shower in Tressico, drenching me. The force of the spray on my head was already disturbing. I forced myself to move slowly, making sure my feet were secure after every sideways step before attempting another. Until I was a metre away, I wasn't even sure there was a gap between the back of the waterfall and the end wall. But there it was, barely wide enough to hold me, and congested with spray. I pressed myself against the rock, hands flat against it, fingers searching out little fissures to grip. Slowly, slowly I inched along. I only knew I was behind the immense torrent because of the darkness that had closed in on me. The air itself was vibrating now. I could feel it shaking my bones. I switched on the torch I was holding, though the only thing the beam showed was an eternal white spume. I didn't even dare risk shaking my head to get the water out of my eyes. The weight and power of the cascade would tear me from the end wall in an instant if it caught any part of me. Claustrophobia tightened its grip, making breathing hard work. I tried to focus on the bracelet, but my vision was just a blur now. I could see a splodge of amber, but had no idea if it was flashing or constant. Below my hands the rock had turned slimy. Algae smothered every square centimetre of the end wall. I could feel it squishing about through my soles, increasing the danger of slipping. I was badly frightened now. This was an utterly ludicrous idea that was going to get me and my friends killed. All my own stupid fault. If I'd just had the courage to show John to Chief Sedilko, he would have understood. Probably. But no, I didn't trust anyone. Too self-important and selfish. I brought my arm up until my wrist was almost touching my nose, then squeezed my eyes closed for several long seconds. The idea was, when I opened them, I might have banished some of the water haze. It worked, after a fashion. When I opened my eyes, I saw the amber flashes on the bracelet, coming very fast now, several a second. That gave me courage. The entrance must be close. Another little shuffle along. Long blink. The flashes were practically constant now. Further shuffling. Hands sliding across the slick end wall, unable to find any purchase at all. Then the rock started to curve away, creating a wider gap. I checked the bracelet. The amber light was steady. I slid my hand across the cold, slippery rock in a wide sweep. Out, up and down, further out, stretching. My fingers tracked across emptiness. I froze. This was the moment of maximum danger. I had to be really careful bending down. The gap between rock and pounding water might be a few centimetres wider, but I mustn't think that was going to make this manoeuvre any easier. I slowly traced the edge of the entrance. It seemed to be a hole that started at about ankle height, with a top below my shoulders. With that established, I lifted one foot and pushed it round the edge of the hole. It was still slimed inside. I shoved my foot deeper in, carefully bending my other knee to lower myself. One hand went inside, and there was a ridge, which I gripped so tightly I thought I might crush the rock. With a leg and arm inside the hole, I slithered round the edge as if I'd become boneless. Then I was inside, and wriggling away from the waterfall, faster than if it had been deadly poison. I shone the torch around. The access passageway was barely 1.5 meters high. It was pitch black ahead, while the waterfall roared past with lethal force behind me. I turned round, scraping elbows on the hard walls, and stuck the torch out of the entrance, pointing it back the way I'd come, then waved it up and down. Fraser would see that and know what it meant, that the torment would soon be over. Before long I saw his hand creep round the edge of the entrance. I grabbed it, praying the touch wouldn't make him jump in shock. 30 seconds later he was lying beside me in the passageway. Eyes wide with shock or fright, probably both. He opened his mouth, shouting. I couldn't hear a word he said. Then he was jabbing his hand, pointing down the access passageway. It was easy enough to understand. We couldn't both wait at the entrance for Rel. There wasn't enough room. I gave him a thumbs up and started to walk along the passageway, practically bent double. Behind me I saw Fraser stick his hand out and wave a torch about. 10 meters and the access passage ended in a door. It was soaking wet, but there was no algae here. Because there was no light, I guessed. I played the beam round and saw a metal handle set into the wall. John had said there would be one, an emergency manual release. It took plenty of tugging. I wound up hanging my whole body weight off it, but it eventually hinged out. Then I had to rotate it. Almost as difficult. Abruptly I heard something. A metallic screech that blended into the awesome roar of water. When I shone the torch again, the door had opened a centimetre. I tried to move the handle some more, but it wouldn't shift any further. I was sobbing, I was so exhausted and cold. Then Fraser was worming his way up beside me. He gripped the handle with me, and together we started to turn it. The door slid open, and a white glare shone out through the gap. I scrambled through, onto some kind of metal grid. I'd emerged in a cavern twice the size of the Tressico vestibule. It gave me the first real glimpse of what Daedalus had been like before the mutiny. There were racks along the floor, stretching the length of the chamber, made from some translucent white material, like carved marble. Not in here the dovetailed together shelves that came out of Dad's carpentry shop. Everything the builders had created had an elegance to it, as well as being designed to last. There were cybots resting in the racks. Not many, maybe 30 when the chamber was clearly intended to house hundreds. Some were similar to the cleaners in Tressico, while others were a lot bigger, as tall as me. 6 long arms sprouted from their upper rim, looking more animal than mechanical as they hung almost to the floor. Where hands should have been were black metallic tools I didn't recognize. "Finally," John said, "some help." "Are they working?" Fraser asked in fascination. All the dread I'd seen back in the access passage moments ago had vanished. This was the Fraser who'd just scored another goal, built another contraption. A chamber full of cybots was his own personal heaven. "Some are inactive," John said, "but the nearly half are in standby mode. I am activating them now." Rel came crawling through the open hatchway, dripping water from his saturated clothes. He staggered to his feet, and I clung to him. The shakes running up and down my body wet just from the cold. All that numbing dark fear kindled by traversing the back of the waterfall was taking a long time to subside, but the way his arms hugged me helped a lot. "You okay?" he asked softly. I just nodded, tightening my grip. Tamron emerged with Alice sloshing along behind him. Then Xiao was in, and I felt a wave of relief. "We made it," I said, almost laughing at how outrageous we'd been. Defying the waterfall was the stupidest thing I'd ever done. I couldn't bear to think about how dangerous it had been. If one of us had made the tiniest mistake. I kissed Rel, then made my way over to Alice. "Still think following me is a good idea?" She managed a half smile. Her gaze swept round the chamber. "I didn't believe before. Not really. Being with you, defying the regulators was just exciting. But this, it's all real, isn't it?" "It's real," I told her. "Is the air running out?" "Yes." "So, will these things fix it?" She gestured at the cybots. "No," John said. "These are general maintenance cybots. The type of cybots that can tackle the swirl leak are up on the main engineering level." "Please tell me there are no more waterfalls between here and there," I implored. "There are no more waterfalls." "Good." The relief made me feel incredibly tired, a sensation stronger than the cold gripping my flesh. Just about the only thing keeping me on my feet was the way Rel held me. "We need to rest." "We need to get dry and warm," Alice grumbled through chattering teeth. "There are offices at the far end of this chamber," John said. "I suggest we look there to see if there's anything useful to our situation." "Not yet," Rel said. "We need to deal with Elijah first." "Simple enough," Fraser said. "Just shut the hatch. If he is following us through the waterfall, the light from here will be shining down the access passageway, telling him where we are. Close it, and he won't be able to see a thing. He'll have to go back then." "No," I said. The thought of anyone trapped behind the waterfall in the pitch dark, not knowing what had happened or where to go, chilled me more than my saturated clothes ever could. I couldn't do that to another person, not even Elijah. So much for all my bravado. Besides, if we could get Elijah to accept the truth, anything was possible. And if he saw the forward chambers and the command AIs, he'd have no choice but to believe. "No?" Tamron asked, and he sounded disappointed too. "You know what it's like behind the waterfall. If he doesn't make it into the access passageway, he'll probably get swept away." "He wants to cycle us!" Alice exclaimed. I want to be better than him, I said. I want our future to be better than it'll be with him and people like him in charge. We deserve that. They grumbled. They pulled miserable faces. But in the end, we clustered round the open hatchway and waited. Why put the access passageway here anyway? Tamrin asked. It's not like they can ever use it. The waterfall will smash the cybots about too, if they ever try to get out. The waterfall would be switched off before they travel down the passageway, John said. Standard procedure. There are access passageways to most parts of the habitat. You can switch off the waterfalls? Fraser asked. They are not natural. They are part of the habitat environmental system. In fact, it is surprising the water pumps have worked so well for 500 years without interruption. They have a built-in multiple redundancy, but even so. It was several more minutes before a wet, cold, exhausted and scared Elijah came crawling out of the hatch. He blinked round at the cavern in astonishment. Rel pulled the regulator pistol from Elijah's holster, and he didn't even protest. He didn't question the E-beam welder I pointed at him either. I guess my attitude told him all he needed. You have a choice, I told him. You go back the way you came, carry on lying to people about me, or you can come with us and see what's here. He looked at all of us in turn. There was still a universe of anger in his eyes, but most of all I could see the suspicion, the start of doubt. Where are you going? He asked. I told you. We're going to switch on the machines that can repair the swirl hole. He shook his head. The electric captain will never let you interfere with the machines. Not here. Then what have you got to lose? You really are this stupid, aren't you? It's not an act. Rel started forwards, his fists coming up. I gripped his shoulder and pulled him back. That's what he wants, I said. Ignore him. But do as you're told, Elijah mocked. You need to behave, I said wearily. You need to be more civilized. Or what? And suddenly, I'd had enough. I was risking my life and those of my friends to help people, and this was how I got treated? John, bring the biggest cybot online, please. Use it to restrain Elijah. One of the general maintenance cybots slid forward. I could see it seemed to be rolling on top of some football-sized spheres that were fixed in its base. Elijah gave it an alarmed look and took a step back. The cybot brought an arm up fast. A 3-finger pincer closed round Elijah's wrist. He tried to jerk it away, but the pincer didn't budge. Guano! He exclaimed. Hey, stop this! Get it off me! If you annoy me, if you make trouble, if you say something nasty about my friends, I will shoot you with your own dart. Do you understand? I'm not going to put up with... He trailed off as I snatched the pistol from Rel and flicked the safety catch. Old Seamus had showed us how that worked on one of his school visits. Do you understand? I roared. Just stay calm, Elijah said. I get it, okay? It's been a day like no other. We're all exhausted and on edge. So let's all calm down here. We'll go where you say this flight command machine is. Hell, maybe you're right. Maybe there is a leak. I shoved the pistol back at Rel. There was no way I was going to start explaining the deception John had pulled back in Akebia's hall. 17 cybots came with us to the offices, including the one that held on to Elijah. There wasn't much inside. Some chairs like the one Fraser had used back in Tresico, some desks, and a couple of cube-shaped machines that looked like smaller versions of the medicine machines in Ixia Village Hall. Can you turn the temperature up? I asked John, without much hope. I was still shivering. There is a manual temperature control on the wall behind you. I followed John's instructions, pressing buttons on a little pad, and soon had warm air blowing out of the vents in the ceiling. I stood under it, waiting for my clothes to dry out. It took a lot longer than I was expecting. I was practically asleep standing up when I decided I was slightly comfier. At least I'd stopped shivering.
I will keep watch, John said. The Cybots will act as sentries.
I was way too tired to ask what they were going to watch out for, so I lay down next to Rel. His arm went over me. I managed a cosy smile at that. There were a lot of things I wanted to say to him. I fell asleep right away. I was walking down the tunnel when something started moving behind me. I knew it was there because of the scratching sounds it made as it scrabbled along. Every time I turned round to see it, the tunnel became even darker. The scratching grew louder and louder. I started to run, but my feet slipped and I went sprawling in the filthy water. The darkness closed in like a solid force as the scratching became deafening. I woke up with a start, my arms fighting off the nightmare. Alice and Fraser were sitting up together, talking quietly. They both looked at me. "You okay?" Fraser asked. "Bad dream," I admitted. "Oh, I slept for hours. I feel a lot better now." I saw Alice grinning. "Good," I said tartly. "I'm glad." When I looked round, I saw a pair of Cybots standing just outside the office door. More of them were spread out across the chamber. Elijah had somehow managed to curl up round the base of the one that was attached to him. He looked ridiculous, which cheered me up. "How long did I sleep?" I asked John.
7.5 hours, John said.
That would explain why I was ravenous again.
There is a drinks dispenser in the second office, John said. It is not sophisticated enough to have a network connection, so it may work.
Alice and I trooped in to investigate. Our whoops of delight woke everyone up. You couldn't really blame us. John had recommended something called a hot chocolate. "Sweet Captain!" Alice exclaimed after she'd taken her first sip. "This is almost as good as boys worshipping me." You may be right, I agreed. The taste was astonishing. This makes everything worthwhile. If you bring this to the villages, they'll crown you Mayor of Daedalus by the end of the day. I sipped down some more. I wanted to take larger gulps, but it was too hot for that. I will rule wisely and kindly, as long as everyone does as I tell them.
As long as I can have more of this, I'll do whatever you say.
Why don't we grow chocolate? I asked. Is it a plant or a meat? What?
I am surprised you are unfamiliar with chocolate, John said. The cocoa bean grows in climates similar to the habitat. However, it does require a long process to turn it into an edible product.
That's us,
Alice said wistfully. We can't afford time for anything decent.
She pressed the button for a refill. That was when I looked round to see everyone else crowding into the doorway. Even Elijah and his Cybot warden was there. "What are you two crazies talking about now?" Fraser asked. "Drink this and tell us we're crazy," Alice challenged, and held out the cup. I was impressed the dispenser didn't run out of cups. Even Elijah had 3, not that he said thank you or anything. "So, now what?" Alice asked, when everyone was bloated from a breakfast of chocolate and more chocolate.
The engineering department level is 2 kilometres above us, John told us. It is divided into 20 separate sections. The nearest to the swirl will be section 17.
2 kilometres? Tamron said. That's close to the sky. Elijah snorted in contempt, but didn't say anything. How do we get up there? I asked. I kept thinking of the last time I was in the Tresico lifts, when John had fought his strange invisible fight with the electric captain to control them. No way did I want to get caught up in that kind of battle again.
There are several routes, John said. I don't know which are open. There are no active network nodes in here.
So once again, all my anxieties came surging back. You mean you don't know what's on the other side of the doors?
No.
Which door out of here opens up the largest number of route options? Fraser asked.
The third.
We armed ourselves. Rel took the regulator pistol, Fraser handed the crossbow over to Shao. Rel told us he'd been shooting ducks and swans since he could walk. I gripped the welder.
What about me? Elijah asked.
What about you? Alice asked.
If there is something bad waiting, like you claim, I won't be able to run with this thing attached to me. Or do you not believe in what you're saying?
I glanced at Rel, who shrugged. OK, I said. John, release him, but keep watch, OK?
Yes, Captain's daughter.
He always made a point of calling me that when Elijah was close. The Cybot's metal pincer let go of Elijah. He rubbed his wrist slowly, giving me a thoughtful look.
What is that bracelet thing?
John? He's an independent machine from before the mutiny. He can talk to all the other old machines.
And has the electric captain confirmed that?
No, John said.
But when I have a network connection to whatever the electric captain is, I suspect we will have a great many subjects to discuss. Legitimacy will be high on the list.
John deployed the Cybots in a semicircle around the door. We stood behind them.
Is everyone ready?
He asked. Do it, I told him. One Cybot used the manual release above the door. Another pulled it open. It was completely lightless on the other side.
No active network nodes, John reported. There is a switch for the backup lighting circuit 1 meter to the left.
A Cybot rolled forward through the door and turned left. A moment later the lights came on, revealing a wide corridor that seemed to stretch away forever. 10 Cybots rolled out. We followed. 17. We passed so many doors. Some small, like the front door at home, some big, and some so big I couldn't imagine what went through them, something that would have completely filled the corridor. I wanted to look in the rooms and compartments behind all those closed doors. So did Fraser.
If we look in every room, it will take a month just to explore this corridor,
Rel pointed out.
Once we've mended the swirl hole, you can spend years investigating the forward section.
OK, I get it, I said. Where are the stairs?
There is a main vertical access shaft 1.2 kilometres from here, John replied.
We must have gone a kilometre when we saw the scorch marks. They were all around a crossroads, deep gouges ripped into the pearl-white walls. Their edges had a melted look underneath a spray of black soot. The floor around them had discoloured streaks that were nearly faded, made by things that had been dragged about, things that leaked fluid. As well as the scorch lines, there were little craters as well, as if the walls and floor had been repeatedly struck by some kind of big heavy hammer.
Fight, Shao announced.
The fact that he said something surprised me almost as much as what I was seeing.
There was a battle here 500 years ago,
Rel said reverentially.
Loyalists and mutineers,
Tamrin said. This is where it happened. One place, I said. The mutiny went on for over a year. John directed me into the mouth of the right-hand corridor, and I pressed the secondary lighting switch. The lights came on ahead of me, revealing 7 bodies and a whole pile of wrecked Cybots. I'd never seen a human skeleton before. Why would I? The cycled were taken away to the composting machines and returned to us in the form of guano. Oh, I'd seen pictures in one of the school's books. But an actual skeleton, no. There was something both fascinating and repellent at the same time. The strangest thing was, they were still wearing clothes. Those super-tough fabrics had lasted for all this time, even though they were badly tarnished by the putrefaction they'd enclosed. But inside their fancy jackets and trousers, the bodies had rotted away and dried out.
How does that happen?
Alice asked quietly.
There's practically nothing left of them. Decomposition of all living tissue begins at death, John said. It is a natural function of the body's own chemicals and enzymes, followed by bacterial activity to complete the process. Bones, however, can last for thousands of years, though they do become more brittle over time. Rel bent down for a closer look. I almost blurted, "Don't touch them." Some deep instinct wanted me to leave them in peace. I thought of my corpse being examined by someone long after I'd died. There was something very sacrilegious about the whole prospect. But Rel was frowning at the corpses, examining them as closely as Dad scrutinized the grain in wood he was about to cut. "See this? There's a huge cut in the shirt fabric, and the ribs underneath are damaged. And this one, the arm is nearly severed at the shoulder." "What are you saying?" Alice asked. "That something practically ripped them apart. Oh, apart from this one, every rib is broken. It's like she was crushed to death." I rubbed at my arms, even though I wasn't cold. My thoughts were back in the garage under Kobea Station, where all the machines had been smashed up. The mutiny had unleashed so much violence. Did all people have that ability at their heart? "Oh, my days," Fraser said quietly and clicked his fingers. "Yai, type 2. I gave him an uncomfortable look. "You don't know that. We don't even know if they're real." "I know, but Narlene said something had smashed up the wall she saw to try and destroy the pictures. If you can do that to a wall, you can certainly do this." He gestured at the corpses and ruined cybots. "What are you two talking about?" Alice asked nervously. "One of the Tressico residents saw something," I said, "a long time ago. It was a picture of a creature that even John doesn't have a memory of." "And what? It's here?" "I don't know." I thought about whatever had been in the tunnel, pulling the cycled bodies along, and the back of my knees did that vertigo tingle again. "It's a strong possibility," said Fraser. "Fraser?" I hissed. "What? It is." "Yes, but... ugh!" I gave up. "Do you ever actually listen to what you say?" Elijah asked, shaking his head. "Aren't you even remotely curious how they died?" Fraser asked the smug regulator. "I know how they died. It was in the mutiny. They were fighting these things." He pointed at a broken cybot. "That's what stabbed them and smashed their bones." Fraser gave the cybots an uncertain glance. "You need to stop building a castle of lies to justify your actions," Elijah said. "We all know how this is going to end." "Let's go," I snapped. Elijah chuckled, but walked with us. John manoeuvred 2 cybots to open the door into the vertical access shaft. As expected, the other side was in darkness. One cybot slipped through, and a moment later I saw lights come on. I don't know what I was expecting. A bigger version of the stairs in Tressico, I guess. I walked out onto a broad balcony, stretching away on both sides, with a rail at chest height. My brain couldn't work out the perspective at first. It took me a while to understand what I was seeing. The lights formed a delicate glowing circle around the wall of the shaft, but revealed very little. The balcony circled a giant column of darkness, as if space itself had broken in to fill the void. I suddenly didn't want to question how much emptiness there was above and below me. Judging by the way the air soaked up every sound, the answer was a lot. "Wow," Fraser said, crowding onto the balcony. "How high does this go?" 3.5 kilometres, John said before I could stop him. That was higher than the habitat sky. My hands tightened on the railing. "Cool," Fraser said. "Where's the stairs?" "Turn right," John said. We found them just a few metres away. A cybot switched their lights on. That was even more daunting. They formed a precarious line curving up the wall, revealing just how disconcertingly wide the shaft was.
Sweet Captain, Rel muttered.
The first Cybot moved to the base of the stairs. A small mechanical attachment swung out from under its base and clicked into a slot that ran up the wall. It started to slide up. I was wondering, I admitted. 3 more Cybots went up ahead, then Rel took my hand and we started to climb. It took an age to get up to the next level. Our initial pace quickly slowed to a plodding monotony. Even then we had to take breaks every so often. I had no idea climbing was so exhausting. I like to think I'm reasonably fit, but this was relentless. All of us looked tired and strained by the time we reached the next level. Those balcony lights were switched on, forming another delicate ring around the shaft. "More?" Alice said in dismay. 2 more flights of stairs, John replied. I think all of us greeted that with a groan. "It will get better," John said. "As we go up, gravity will reduce, and with it, your weight." "How?" Fraser asked. "Daedalus's spin is configured to produce a standard Earth gravity on the habitat floor. It decreases proportionally as you rise above that. The axis has no gravity at all. It is called freefall, where you will simply float about in the air." "Oh, my days! Can we go there?" "After we fix the swirl," I reminded him. Up we went. John was right. I started to notice the lower gravity about halfway to the next balcony. When my foot shoved down on a step to take me up to the next one, I'd find myself going a lot further than I expected, almost like I was doing a mini jump. Once I got used to it, I started exerting my leg muscles a lot less, which my aching calves were most grateful for. We started to spread out a little along the stairs to avoid knocking into each other. I didn't realise Elijah had come up behind me until he spoke. "You know he adores you," he said. "That doesn't make him a bad person." "Who?" I asked. "Zorn." Some rogue instinct made me glance ahead to where Rel was skimming along. "Right," I said brusquely. "He told me why once. I didn't get it until now. I thought it was just because you look amazing." I didn't rise to the compliment. Elizabeth Bennet always resisted flattery. But get what? "This crazy forcefulness you have. All your anger, the way you always argue and defy everyone." "I do not." "Yeah?" He gave a mocking gesture, taking in the shaft. "Just an everyday walk, this, like cleaning the chicken coop." "We have to be here. Daedalus is dying. Don't you get that yet?" "And there it is. You either intoxicate people, sweep them along with you, or you scare them guanoless, which turns them against you." My cheeks started burning, but I didn't say anything. "Those weeks the 2 of you were together. My brother had never been that happy before." "I'm sorry. I know I didn't handle it well. I just—" "Yeah, you just wanted more. From the village, from life. And you didn't think he'd be able to give you that." "He's a regulator. His life is fixed. It would be the same as every regulator for the last 500 years. Everybody's life is the same as always. That's how the cycle works, the cycle that's got us this far." My turn to gesture at where we were. That life wouldn't have got us here. "I'll tell you something. If Zorn had been allowed to come on the Tressico raid, it'd be him in here helping you right now. And I think you know that." "So what? He wasn't allowed to come, was he?" "All I'm saying is, when we get back, you should give him a chance." "You still don't get it, do you? There is no going back after this. And even if I did, you'd kill me and throw me down the cycling shaft behind the village hall." "No, I wouldn't. You changed everything. Tressico changed everything." "Ha!
And you just want everything to go back to being the same.
I don't think you believe that. Not really. What do you expect is going to happen when Fraser walks back into Ixia?
Everyone will see the truth, I told him proudly.
Yes, they will. That means you've won.
What?
You heard. You've even got me asking questions because I know things aren't quite right. How's that for a victory? I still don't believe you about the electric captain. But I was down in those tunnels yesterday, and now I'm in the forward compartments with working machines. And actually, I'm quite interested what we're going to find.
We're going to find an engineering section Command AI.
Or we're going to find the electric captain. As near as I can figure it out, they're both the same thing.
No, they're not.
He grinned. See? Straight to the arguing. You know you're right.
Of course I am. If you were right, I'm a mutineer under a death sentence from the electric captain.
You don't get politics, do you? How long would Feninin remain mayor if Atov put you and Fraser on the cycling platform now?
I frowned. What do you mean?
I mean, you seriously need to start thinking about what's going to happen when we get back, what you need to say to people. And speaking as his brother, I'd like you to give Zorn some proper consideration. That's all.
I gave him a sullen look and carried on upwards. I hated that I could still feel guilty about Zorn. So I did my best to shove everything Elijah had said out of my head. I needed to concentrate on fixing the leak. Nothing else was important. By the time we reached the 3rd level, I was almost appreciating the low gravity. I was taking the steps 3 or 4 at a time, gliding up between them. I'd learned the hard way there's a big difference between weight and mass, as illustrated by the bruises on my legs, where I'd been overconfident, and gone drifting, into the safety railing. And those railings had got progressively higher the further up we climbed. When we left the 2nd level, they'd grown into a cage enclosing the stairs. Looking through the mesh on the 3rd level, the balcony and stair lights cut curving lines through the darkness below. The first balcony was almost too faint to see.
This is a problem, John said, when we glide-walked to the closest door. There was a red light blinking above it.
What is? I asked.
That's an emergency light, he said. The environment on the other side is harmful.
How harmful? Fraser asked.
Without an active network, there is no way of knowing what is on the other side.
So what do we do? Alice asked.
Try the next door.
That had a red light flashing above it too, as did the next. We walked round the entire balcony. Every door on that level was warning us not to go through.
I may have deduced what the problem is, John said. We are close to the swirl. Whatever punctured the Daedalus will have torn its way through this section. If so, then this whole area will now be a hard vacuum.
So how do we get to the engineering department? I asked.
We go around, John said. To do that, we must go down to the level below.
It was irrational, I know, blaming him for that. But the thought of more stairs was hideous, even though I'd be going down. But down we went, all of us grumpy and bad-tempered. Descending felt like defeat. So much for being an efficient, self-supporting team. Back on level 2, there was no red light above the door at the bottom of the stairs. A cybot slid the release rod into its hole and pulled the door open. I was almost disappointed when the secondary lights came on. It was a corridor identical to all the others in the forward section. So, do we go to another vertical shaft? Fraser asked.
Not immediately, John replied. There is an auxiliary craft hangar on this level. I believe it would be instructive to check it.
John directed us to a door he said led to a flight preparation facility. I was holding my breath when the cybot slid it open, worried that the air would go rushing away into space. The room's far wall was made out of glass that curved outward. As always, there was only blackness to see beyond. But the room itself had several tall semicircular desks with rectangles of glass rising out of the top, which John called work consoles. Right in the middle of the floor was a hole with spiral stairs winding down into whatever room was below. "No active nodes," John said. "Fraser, can you check a console for me, please?" "The bioweapon?" Fraser guessed. "Yes." Fraser soon sliced open the inspection hatch at the bottom of a console. "It's here, all right." "In order to look into the hangar, we will need to switch the lights on," John said. "That will require activating the console." "If we cut the bioweapon fibre, she'll know we're here," Rel said. "When we reach Section 17 and switch on the repair cybots, she'll know where we are anyway," Fraser countered. Everyone looked at me. Gratifying, yet worrying at the same time. I've never been a decision-maker, carefully weighing up the options and outcomes and smoothly delivering a wise, convincing answer. I ran on impulse. Maybe that's what Elijah had been on about, that I had to think about the politics more. "Do it," I told Fraser. He grinned and switched the D-blade back on. A couple of minutes later, the console surface was alive with symbols and text. The glass sheets were also crawling with grids of numbers that resembled complicated maths. "I'm linked to the console," John said. "The ship's primary network is completely closed to me. However, the hangar lighting circuits are controlled through a local network. Power is available." Bright light abruptly shone through the glass wall. As one, we walked over to it, none of us speaking. The hangar was carved out of naked rock, measuring at least 1 kilometre long and maybe 200 metres high. Most of the wall surface was covered in pipes and conduits and grid-like structures of metal. Blocks of machinery were stacked up like small villages on the floor. And parked in the open areas between them were the auxiliary spaceships. My fingers tightened on Rel's hand. I was so awestruck by the glimpse into my own history, one completely different to how we lived in the villages. Fraser was wiping small tears from his cheeks. He was so overwhelmed. The spaceships entranced me. The biggest were the spheres, that bizarrely wore tight coats of silver-white fabric, inset with long rectangular windows. Mechanical legs that must have been copied from insects made them look like they were crouching down, ready to pounce. The bottom of the fuselage had a clump of 3 nozzles sticking out, which I guessed must be the engines. Other spikes and dishes jutted out of the fabric coat at random. Then there were the smaller, egg-shaped craft, with plain metal hulls and small bulging windows. They looked sleek and exciting. I imagined them travelling very fast. Not all of them had survived. John had been right. Whatever hit the Daedalus had punched clean through the hangar. The wall opposite us was punctured by a hole at least 50 metres wide. Just imagining the fury of the impact that could do such a thing was terrifying. The rock itself had melted. I didn't even know it was possible for rock to do that. The temperature must have been phenomenal. Grey waves of molten stone had gone running down to spread across the floor before cooling and solidifying. It had engulfed all the machines and vehicles in its inexorable path. "And this is after 8 kilometres of shielding," Fraser said in awe. "What did we hit? A planet?" "What are those ships for?" Alice asked. "They are multifunction," John said. "The larger ones are Armstrongs, for external maintenance and short-range exploration. The smaller are Gagarins, for inspection missions and cargo manoeuvring." "Are the Armstrongs the ones that'll take us down to the New World?" Fraser asked. "No. The landing craft are stored in the lower forward level. They are considerably larger than anything in here." Now my senses had calmed slightly.
I began to notice how tarnished the spaceships were. On all of them, the side of the fuselage facing the puncture hole had darkened. Some of the mechanical bits had sagged. The heat from the impact must have softened them. I guessed that even the ships parked at the far ends of the hangar would need a lot of work before they'd ever fly again. And 5 minutes ago I didn't even know Daedalus had auxiliary spacecraft, let alone that they might be damaged. Looking at them just underlined what a daunting task we faced getting Daedalus fully operational again. "The breach is a good route towards Section 17, John said. "If the electric captain is now aware we're in here, she will lose track of us in that."
"But it's a vacuum," Fraser protested. "We wouldn't be able to breathe."
"You will if you wear spacesuits." We went down the spiral stairs into what John called the EVA room. "It stands for Extravehicular Activity," he explained, which basically means going outside the spaceship. The EVA room had a long row of lockers. The doors were higher than me, and almost twice as wide. I followed John's instructions and turned the handle on the first, twisting it, then flipping it back. The door shifted, and there was a hiss of gas. Then it was swinging open. Fraser practically shoved me aside.
"Oh, wow!"
he exclaimed in delight. If anything, the spacesuit was making him even happier than the spaceships had. It was made from what looked like shiny orange leather, with a big bubble helmet on the top. There were cylinders incorporated in the sides of the torso section, producing bulges in the fabric. Various tubes and cables were plugged into sockets on the side of the locker. "Life support," John said. Then, "air supply."
"How do I get in it?" Fraser asked.
"Unplug its network cable. That is the blue cable." Fraser yanked it out. "Now press the power reset button next to the black socket." I heard the tiniest whining sounds coming from the suit. Lights built into the helmet came on, then dimmed. Blue and amber symbols skipped across the transparent visor. "I'm linked to it," John said, "running the startup sequence." "I am not getting into one of those," Elijah declared. "OK," I told him. "You know the way back. Goodbye." "You can't do that. You can't leave me here."
"Scared?" Alice asked maliciously.
"No."
"You have a choice," I said. "Either come with us or go back. I'm not going to argue with you either way. You made this problem for yourself." "Did you see the spacecraft hangar?" Fraser asked maliciously. "Do you think that puncture hole is normal, that the builders put it there? Or maybe Daedalus did hit something, and the air really is leaking out, and your electric captain hasn't fixed it?" Elijah stared at Fraser for a long moment, but that dark anger that always seemed to power him was gone.
"Isn't it a regulator's duty to protect the citizens of his village?" Rel asked, in that level, reassuring tone of his. He's going to make a great doctor. "If the habitat air is leaking out of a hole, then you should help us try to seal it." "If there was a puncture, the electric captain would have done something," Elijah said stubbornly.
"If?"
Fraser began indignantly. I held a hand up, and by some miracle, Fraser shut up. "I don't mind what you do," I told Elijah, "but I think you know now that we are genuinely trying to help the Daedalus and our voyage. So we're going to put on these spacesuits and climb up to the engineering level to switch on the repair cybots. You're welcome to join us." I turned my back on him, and for the first time I wasn't worried what he'd do. He clearly needed time to adjust, and I was happy to give him that. In return, I might actually start considering what I was going to say to everyone when we all got back to Ixia, and how they would have to release everyone they'd arrested at Tresico. I possibly, maybe, perhaps ought to have a thank you prepared for Zorn, too. It took the spacesuit a couple of minutes to charge up. "It's active," John announced. The systems are fully functional. Are you ready?
After my little speech to Elijah, I could hardly back out. So we took it out of the locker. There was a slit up the back, following the spine. I started to wiggle my way in. Head up into the bubble helmet first, then legs and finally arms, having to shove my fingers firmly into the gloves.
The suit is now ready to seal, John said.
His voice was coming from somewhere inside the helmet. I didn't like how tight and confining the fabric was, and the helmet, which had looked so big, was actually quite small, so there wouldn't be much air, which was scary. How long will the air last? I asked.
For as long as there is power, so about 3 weeks, John replied. The suit simply recycles the air you breathe.
Oh, OK. Seal it up, then. I stood there with everyone in a semicircle around me, watching. I could feel the slit closing up by itself. Then something stranger happened. Every part of the suit contracted. I let out a yelp of shock.
It is expelling the surplus air, John said. Don't worry. If you went out into the vacuum with air inside, it would expand and inflate the suit like a balloon. You'd be unable to move.
OK. What's a balloon?
A sphere of flexible material that is filled with gas. They used to be popular with children on Earth.
Right. I think I understood what he meant. When I tried moving my arm around, it was actually quite easy. I'd been distracted, so I hadn't realised I was now breathing the air that the suit produced. Seems OK, I said. We took half an hour to get the rest of the suits powered up. John switched on a radio in each of them, so we could talk to each other.
I would suggest you all take a standard maintenance pack, John said.
Why? I asked.
They contain tools which will be useful. Some of them would also be considered small weapons if applied with malice.
The images of the skeletons in the first-level corridor flashed up in my mind. Good idea. I opened the smaller lockers at the end of the EVA room. The maintenance packs were like small backpacks, but with multiple pockets containing various gadgets. John told me which ones were potential weapons: a laser vacuum seam bonder and a directional cutting field, more powerful than the D-blade, of which there was also one. I hesitated for a moment before handing one to Elijah. But he'd committed to coming with us, so I suppose I was starting to trust him a bit. The airlock was a big circular chamber at the end of the EVA room. 5 of the cybots went in first. The big door swung shut. Above it, the light changed from green to red. They made it through, Fraser said. He was pressed up against the window looking out into the hangar. I could see the cybots rolling over the floor. Let's go, I said. 18. I was expecting the airlock to be claustrophobic, but being in it with everyone else seemed to keep that particular phobia at bay. I held hands with Rel as the air was pumped out. I realised I'd been doing that a lot. It happened so easily, and his hand was always there whenever I reached out. Green and purple diagrams appeared in front of my face, riding up the curve of the helmet visor. John explained them to me and the others. Suit integrity, power levels, medical readouts, communications icons, rangefinder. I watched, fascinated, as little violet figures showed me my own heart rate. It was quite high, edging into amber. But what do you expect? Nobody in Daedalus had done anything like this for 500 years. One benefit I noticed was the air in the suit almost immediately banished my low-level headache. The airlock's outer door swung open, and we walked out into the hangar. That's when the impact of what we were doing finally arrived. The huge hangar, the abysmal impact damage. It wasn't like I'd never believed the habitat was part of a giant spaceship, but walking among the auxiliary craft made me confront my life full on. My heart rate numbers went up, turning a darker orange, verging on red. I took a deep breath and made an effort to calm down. The remaining cybots came rolling out of the airlock, and we headed for the puncture hole. Now we were out on the hangar floor, I could see the second rent in the wall, opposite the one we'd seen from the EVA room. I suppose it must have been larger as the impact power was gradually reducing as it cut through Daedalus, but I couldn't judge. "We really did get lucky," Fraser said, looking up at the gaping hole. "Imagine if it had been this big when it broke through into the habitat. The air would have been sucked out in a day." I knew he was right, but there was no need to share that thought with us. There was a layer of charcoal rubble skirting the slope of solidified rock. I picked my way over it carefully, then I was on the grey incline. My helmet lights shone overlapping circles on the rock. The surface was surprisingly rough, but that gave me decent traction, which was useful in the low gravity. On top of all my other worries, I could now add falling over and tearing the suit fabric. Somehow I suspected that might be quite difficult. Wearing the suit and seeing all its functions shining on the visor was giving my confidence a boost. Rel was walking beside me, also being careful how he moved as we climbed higher. And the cybots were deploying ahead and behind. I'd been curious about that. They'd got up the vertical shaft by using the slot rails. Here the sphere wheels underneath them had extended wide on the end of what resembled stumpy, flexible legs. The spheres themselves had produced hundreds of tiny spikes, giving them a good grip on the uneven rock as they rolled onwards. It got darker quickly when we ventured into the hole itself. Standing there on the rim, I could see a thin white vapour streaming past. When I put my hand out, I was expecting to feel wind buffeting it, but there was nothing. "Is this the air?" I asked. "Yes," John replied. "Wait. You can see it?" I frowned at my wrist where the bracelet was underneath the orange suit fabric. "I am linked to your suit sensors, so yes. The camera and spectrometry sensors are showing me a standard nitrogen-oxygen gas with water vapour." "But I was expecting a jet of it, a strong one." "This part of the breach is nearly 50 metres in diameter. As Fraser said, if that width was constant, it would drain the habitat's atmosphere in a day. This vent is small but continual. The atmosphere that is coming through the hole in the sky has expanded considerably by the time it reaches this part of the breach. Consequently, the pressure is minimal." I turned to Elijah, who was just coming up the last part of the slope. "This is the air leaking out," I told him. "You can actually see it here." He didn't answer. I faced into the hangar and stared down the chasm on the other side. It was just a bleakly disappointing black void. I was probably being naive, but I'd kind of been hoping I'd see stars at the far end. I've always wanted to see them since I was little. There are pictures in the school books for the youngest kids, but I never believed gold diamond shapes are what they actually looked like. The cybots shone their beams around as we moved into the puncture hole. All that did was make me feel small and insignificant as the bright circles slid over the rock. We walked deeper into the darkness, angling upwards the whole time. Around us the walls began to change. From unbroken, crinkly rock with congealed runnels, I began to see stubs of material poking out, bits of Daedalus equipment stubborn enough to resist the heat. There were even crevices that led back into burned corridors. After a few hundred metres, the puncture hole's diameter was noticeably smaller, and the gaps in the walls wider, revealing more of the chambers it had burned through. The vapour was slightly thicker, so I'd convinced myself I could feel it gusting against the spacesuit. I saw two of the lead cybots turn off and disappear through a fissure. "This one," John announced. The chamber on the other side was badly mangled from heat and the violent loss of air. Its walls were buckled and blackened, all the machines and conduits ripped away. Doors were missing,
and the corridors outside were equally devastated. I began to understand why we hadn't been able to get out of the vertical shaft onto this level. We followed the cybots along the usual maze of corridors. My helmet lights played along the walls, showing me doors that were all closed. Some had buckled, while others just bulged. There was no secondary lighting available. Finally, we came to a door which looked intact. An orange light glowed above it. "I will try and open this," John said. 2 of the cybots rolled over to it. There was a panel on the wall just above the floor. Their arms reached down, tools glowed violet, and the panel came off. Then more tools were inserted through the hatch. I saw slender, finger-like manipulators moving so fast they were practically a blur. "Disengaging the pressure guards," John said, "and activating the emergency doors on the other side. You will need to stand back. There will be a blast of air when this door is opened." We all walked away hurriedly. I saw a cybot slide a release rod into the hole above the door. Air howled out past us as the door was pushed open, exactly the way I'd thought we'd find in the breach hole. The gust only lasted a few seconds, but I nearly lost my footing. A big emergency door had come out of the corridor walls on the other side, similar to the ones below Tressico. We waited until the cybots closed the door behind us, then they went to work on the emergency door. Air came flowing round it as it started to open. The display on my suit visor showed me the atmosphere pressure growing. "You can open your helmet now," John said. I checked the small pad on my forearm and pressed the buttons he told me. The visor clicked and flipped up. Air hissed out. "Oh, my days!" Fraser said when his visor came up. "We walked in space! Actual space!" Alice's face wore a huge smile. "I can't believe we just did that. We can do anything. We can fix the leak." She put her arms round Shao, who looked both dazed and enormously pleased. The secondary lights came on. I'd seen the cybots still working on the wiring inside an inspection hatch, just hadn't realised what they were doing. "How far to Section 17? I asked John. "Not far now. We are in the engineering department. The nearest door to the Section 17 is half a level up." More corridors, a couple of junctions. We glide-walked along, chatting excitedly. The secondary lights went out. "What happened?" Rel asked. "I don't know," John replied. I skipped to a halt. My helmet lights were shining on Rel. "Where's the nearest light switch?" I asked. "The corridor network nodes have come on," John announced. "I am detecting signals directed at the cybots. Someone is trying to access their processors and gain control of them." "Who?" Alice asked. "The electric captain," Fraser said in a flat voice. "Can she do that?" I asked. "I have encrypted their systems," John said. "They will only take instructions from me." "We need to go," Rel said. "Where can we get up to the Section 17 door?" "There are some lifts in 300 metres, with a stairwell beside them." All of us started moving at once. The cybots closed in around us, shining their lights on the walls and floor ahead. "So what happened to the lights?" Rel asked. "I believe they have been switched off deliberately," John said. "With the local nodes coming on at the same time, it is not a coincidence." Glide-walking took a lot of concentration. I wished we could move faster, but the low gravity prevented that. If I tried to run, the force of shoving my feet against the floor simply pushed me higher, and it took longer to reach the ground again. The cybots didn't seem to have any trouble increasing their speed. John sent 4 of them on ahead to open the stairwell door for us. They leant forward on their stump legs and accelerated. "The decryption routines being used against the cybots are more powerful than I expected," John said. "John!" "The electric captain may yet manage to take control of the cybots. I will warn you if that is about to happen."
Ugh, guano. OK.
How far to Section 17? Rel asked. It is directly above us, John said. Will we be able to get in? If Section 17 survived the mutiny, its command AI should let us in.
If?
All the primary sections of Daedalus were designed to be self-contained in case of emergency, John said. They have their own power and life support. If the mutineers tried to attack an engineering AI, then it would have responded by sealing itself away, physically and electronically.
Then why hasn't it already come out and helped us? Fraser asked.
This can only be speculation. However, if it survived, then it is completely isolated. First, it would wait for a call for help from the Loyalist survivors. If none came immediately, it would wait for circumstances to change.
I hope you're right, I grumbled. Somehow the notion that there might not be a command AI waiting to help wasn't one I ever wanted to consider. Up ahead, the 4 cybots were clumped together around a series of doors. Their beams splashed broad white circles on the wall. We were only 20 metres away when John said, "The cybots are detecting movement."
"What?" "One of the doors further down the corridor."
"The Section 17 AI," Fraser said breathlessly. "It knows we're here."
"I dunno," I cautioned. One of the cybots rolled down the corridor, shining its beams ahead. Then the main lights came on abruptly, flooding the corridor with a white glare. A door was opening. Blackness swept out, seemingly composed of undulating bulbous shadows. Then I focused properly, seeing glistening ovoid bodies the size of a sheep, tapering back to a fat fishtail. I could make out a mouth at the crest of each body, a circular hole seething with muscular worms, emitting a very high-pitched squeaking. There were no eyes, at least none I could recognise. The creatures had long, coiling tentacle limbs sprouting from their midsection, maybe 8 or 9 of them, that lashed about in synchronised pulsations, propelling them forward in quick, jerky motions as if they were spasming. As they approached, they made a leather slithering sound I'd heard before, back in the underground transport tunnel. "Yai," Fraser said in a dead tone. "Type 2.
"What the hell?" Alice shouted.
"No!" Elijah exclaimed. "No, this is impossible." He sounded more angry than frightened. "What are they?"
"Aliens," I said simply.
Rel calmly took the laser bonder from his pack. I struggled to pull my E-beam welder out. John brought the cybot to a halt. "The unknown always triggers a fear impulse in humans," he said. "Do not automatically assume they are hostile. We need to establish intent. It is a measure of humankind's moral superiority that rational examination of circumstances should be—" The leading Yai reached the stationary cybot. Long tentacle limbs lashed out, coiling round its arms and body, twisting the joints with daunting strength, and pincers on the end of the tentacles snapped at the more delicate manipulators on its arms. I drew an astonished breath. I'd seen those pincers before. In the guano. The ribbon of putrefying flesh I assumed was some animal intestine. Sweet Captain! The cybot was almost invisible beneath the Yai. It toppled over. I could hear metallic screeches as metal joints were wrenched apart. One of its arms clattered to the floor. The rest of the Yai Type 2s flowed round it, slithering towards us. "They do appear to be hostile," John said. His voice changed, becoming firm. "Humans under threat. Defence protocols activated." Most of the remaining cybots swiveled round and headed for the Yai. Rel and Fraser started firing their lasers. Whenever a slender ruby-red beam touched one of the dark alien bodies, a puff of steam and smoke shot out, and the Yai thrashed furiously, which sent the beam scoring longer wounds across its skin. But they kept coming.
I fired the electron beam welder. The dazzling flash left a bright purple afterimage across my vision, and the bang pummeled my ears. But I saw it strike a Yai. The front of its body burst apart like an overripe fruit splatting on the floor. "Cybot restrictions disengaged," John said. And suddenly, the cybots were zooming past us, their arms extending, tools on the tips activating, drills spun up, blades glowed scarlet and purple. They charged towards the Yai. Now Elijah, Tamrin and Shao had joined in, firing their lasers at the stampede of writhing aliens. It was creating a burst of crazy colour flares along the corridor. I took aim as best I could, and fired the welder again. In my mind, all I could see was the scorch marks on the walls we'd seen in the lower corridor, which must have been made by beams like ours. How many battles exactly the same as this had been fought against the Yai? And humans had lost them all. "John!" I cried. "Get us out of here!" "Proceed to the lifts," he said. I could see the 3 cybots remaining by the doors still working on a little inspection hatchway. One had a couple of its mechanical arms deep inside, but the Yai had almost reached them. Then more lasers started to fire. The cybots John had sent charging forwards were using their tools to strike at the aliens. And now it was difficult for us to get a clear shot at the Yai. I didn't want to fire the electron welder, for fear I'd hit one of our defenders. The 2 sides collided. Cybot blades cut deep into dark alien bodies. Lasers sliced through tentacles, leaving the severed limbs twisting about on the ground like landed fish. A putrid yellow fluid came squirting out of the wounds, spreading fast across the floor. But the Yai fought back. Tentacles wrapped tightly around metal, crushing and bending. Pincer claws snapped at delicate sections. Tips hammered and gouged at vulnerable instrumentation. They knew. They knew the cybots' vulnerabilities. 2 or 3 Yai would fling themselves at a cybot, wrapping their tentacles round it. Their flailing and squirming would quickly knock it off balance. Once a cybot toppled over, it stood no chance. More Yai would swarm over it, pummeling madly. They were losing dozens to the cybot attack, but that didn't seem to inhibit them. They had numbers on their side. I couldn't count how many there were now, and they just kept coming. One of the lift doors slid open. A cybot rushed in. "Get inside," John ordered. Everyone ran for the open door. I saw a cybot firing its laser along the side of the stairwell door, fusing it to the rim, making it impossible to open. I dived into the lift beside Tamrin. Inside, I bounced off Alice. The cybot had the control panel off and was working fast on the exposed wires and components. Rel and Elijah were backing in, still firing their lasers at the surging mass of Yai. "The lift is ready," John said. "Get in!" I bellowed. Elijah and Rel practically fell backwards. The lift doors slid shut. For a moment we were encased in silence. Rel hugged me, and we tried to kiss, difficult in spacesuit helmets. So we just wound up with our helmets clattering together, and grinning sheepishly at each other. "You okay?" he whispered tenderly. "Yeah. You?" "Still here." There were some dull thudding sounds, and the lift trembled. I was pleased my helmet visor was up so I couldn't see any graphics. The sweet captain alone knew what my heart rate would be. "What was that?" Fraser asked. "I removed the safety limiters on the cybot power cells," John said. "That is permissible under defense protocols. The cells shorted out and exploded. I believe the blast will have terminated a great many Yai." "What were those things?" a frantic Elijah demanded. "What is going on?" "They are aliens," John said calmly. "Origin and intent unknown." "They probably helped the mutiny," I said. "There's a bioweapon inside Daedalus that's crippled all the machines. It didn't come from Earth." Elijah's face was stricken with confusion and fear. "There can't be aliens on board the Daedalus. How could they get on board?" "A command AI may be able to tell us," John said. Speculation without facts is pointless. How many of them are they? Where have they been hiding? We don't know, I said, and amazingly I felt sorry for him. But we'll find out, OK? We'll stop them. How? He cried. They're monsters. How will you stop them? Oh, sweet Captain, what if they get loose in the habitat? The villages! Hey! Alice shouted. There were tears streaking her face, but she looked angry rather than afraid. We know as much as you, OK? But Hazel will find the answers, and when she does, we'll know how to stop them. Just trust her. Elijah gave her a nervous nod and glanced at me for reassurance. Guano. I had no idea how to reassure myself, let alone him. We're almost at one of the command AIs, I said, so we just take this in stages. Get into Section 17, get answers, then we decide what to do. Right. Yes, OK. Sorry. But I know. We all know, Fraser said. The lift is at the engineering department level, John announced. All of us gave the door an extremely anxious look. Are they outside, do you think? Tamron asked. Unknown, John said, but I suggest you get ready to shoot. 7 weapons were abruptly pointing at the door. Opening now, John said. The door slid open with a courteous ding. Bright white beams from our helmet swept urgently across the darkness beyond. No yai. There was a spray of sparks from the lift panel which the cybot had opened. It withdrew its arm. The lift systems cannot be accessed from the network now, John said, rather smugly. The cybot rolled out and immediately started sealing up the other lift door. We were in a short corridor with several doors. 50 meters ahead of us was a huge semicircular door. Our helmet beam slipped across it. Something had tried to get in once. All sorts of metal fragments and stones lay scattered around. They'd clearly been used to hammer against it. The surface was scratched and dinted. I think a fire had been started along the base, too. Streaks of soot coated it like a painting of black flames. Is that Section 17? I asked as we approached the big door. Yes, John confirmed. It appears to be secured. I let out a breath I didn't realise I'd been holding. Now what? Fraser asked. The door control panel is on the right-hand side, John said. It has a node, but it doesn't seem to be active. When we got close, it was easy to see why. A filigree of white fibres were growing down the wall like a malignant leafless ivy. A big knot of them had formed over the panel. Fraser leaned close, frowning at the weird invader. What do you think, John? I am viewing this through your suit sensors. I can only suggest you cut the fibres around the panel, then use your laser on low power to burn them from the panel itself. We will be able to assess the damage then. OK. Fraser pulled out a D-blade and began slicing. The corridor lights came on. We all glanced up. Uh-oh, Rel muttered. I looked back at the open lift door, then the one next to it where the cybot was still working. I didn't need Fraser's brain power to work out what was going to happen next. Elijah and Tamron were both pointing their lasers at the lift. I glanced round the rest of the corridor. There must have been more than a dozen doors. The cybot wasn't going to be able to seal them all. How long do you think we've got? I asked John. Impossible to determine. Fraser, you need to hurry. No kidding. He finished using the blade and brought up his laser. The intense beam spread out in a fan, and he swept it up and down over the panel. Wisps of smoke rose from the fibres as they shriveled. A melodic ding came from the second lift's door. The cybot rolled back a meter, and all its arms came up, ends poised, pointing at the blank metal, which made it seem amazingly antagonistic. I held the E-beam welder with both hands,
pointing it at the lift door. "Fraser? Almost done." Something hit the lift door, a metallic sound that reverberated down the corridor. Alice stood on one side of me, Rel on the other. "I'll find the answers?" I asked her out of the side of my mouth. "That's the best you've got?" "What's the alternative? We wait for Mayor Feninen to take charge? Of this?" "Good point." Another thump came from the door, then another. The banging became regular, as if the Yai were drumming. I saw dint start to distort the metal. "What the hell are they hitting it with?" Rel wondered. "Fraser!" I called. "The panel's clear." "Now what?" I asked. "I cannot detect an active node," John said. "Hazel, remove your spacesuit glove." "What?" "You need to touch the panel. It will run a DNA scan." I didn't even know the spacesuit glove came off. Seemed like a bad design idea to me. But there was a seal around my wrist, which started to peel back, reminding me of a lip puckering up. I tugged at the glove with my other hand. "There!" Shao shouted. Everyone looked at him, even me. "Hazel!" Rel shouted. "They're coming!" One of the other doors 30 metres away was sliding open. "Shoot into the gap," John said. "Constant fire. Do not give them the opportunity to get out." The corridor filled with brilliant red flashes as the others fired their lasers. That set off a high-pitched whining from the Yai on the other side of the door. It wasn't loud, but the sound seemed to pierce right through my skull. I got the glove off and slammed my hand on the panel. It took all my determination to keep it there. The panel was so hot, it felt like my palm was frying. "Is it working?" Alice shouted. "Not yet." Somehow 2 of the Yai had got through the barrage of laser shots, hurtling out across the floor, their tentacles squirming so fast they created a confusing grey haze round the bodies. Rel and Tamrin tried shooting them, missing. The lasers scored deep pocks in the wall. "Hazel?" Fraser implored. The door might have been a rock carving for all the movement it was making. I took my hand off the panel, then slapped it down again and again, ignoring the heat and pain, pounding on the rectangle. "Open!" I pleaded. "Please! Ashley Kruger is my ancestor! Please!" Tamrin finally managed to shoot one of the Yai, his laser cutting into the front end of the body. But 3 more had managed to come through the gap. The aliens spread out, darting from side to side as they approached us, constantly changing speed, presenting an incredibly difficult target. A bass rumbling sound came from the door. It started to slide up slowly. "It's opening!" I cried. Tamrin, Rel and Shao had dropped to their knees, still trying to track the Yai bounding about the corridor, firing repeatedly. The cybot had finished with the lift door. Now it was rolling across the floor, chasing a Yai. The bottom edge of Section 17's door had risen nearly a metre off the floor. Bright light was shining out of the opening, along with a strong rush of air. "Let's get out of here!" I shouted. Fraser was first, diving down and sliding under the door. Alice and Shao followed. "Rel, move!" I fired the E-beam welder. A chunk of floor detonated in front of a Yai. Smouldering fragments slammed into it, sending it reeling back. I fired again. Again. Then my finger was stabbing the button, and nothing was happening. "It's out of power," John said. "Guano!" I started to wiggle my way under the door. Elijah was backing towards it. I could see Yai pouring into the corridor now. The cybot was firing lasers and slicing away at them, but they swarmed it. Rel and Tamrin were still shooting as they scurried backwards. They didn't even have to bother aiming properly. There were so many Yai closing on them. Then I was through into some massive chamber. "John, we have to close the door. The Yai will come through." Elijah came sliding through on his back. He was firing his laser past his feet, roaring wordless defiance at the horde. "I have a network link," John said, "requesting door closure." "Run!" I screamed at Rel. Fraser was on his belly, shooting under the door. I dropped down beside him, trying to pull a laser from my backpack. I could see Rel and Tamrin on the other side, crouching to duck through. The door started to slide down. Rel! I reached for him, and he was under the door, scrabbling towards me. My hand closed round his arm, and I tugged hard, pulling him through. Sweet Captain! I groaned. I was so frightened he'd left it too late. Tamrin was on the floor beside him. That's... A tentacle wrapped round his ankle. He gasped in shock. Alice! He yelled. His hand was thrown out desperately towards her. Fraser jumped for him. No! Tamrin went flying back under the door. I froze for a second. I think all of us did. Then I was flinging myself down flat, trying to see what was happening on the other side, trying to find something to shoot. Tamrin was almost invisible at the centre of a seething cluster of tentacles. Those hideous, toothless mouths were expanding, gurgling loudly. I heard him scream. Yai was slithering under the door, coming for us. We all opened fire, shooting blindly. Then the door was squashing the Yai bodies underneath it. I heard vile, crunching sounds. Their sickly yellow blood spilt out. And the door shut. 19. The silence that followed struck me like a physical blow. I felt nothing. It wasn't real. It hadn't happened. It couldn't have happened. Then all I could see was Alice. Her face was centimetres away from mine, our helmets banging together. Open the door! She shrieked at me. Get it open! We have to get him back! Alice! Open it! Open it! Alice, there are dozens of those things out there, Rel said. He's gone. No! I'm sorry. Hazel, she begged. Please, open the door. I can't, I whispered. And that's when the tears came. I sat down hard on the floor and just cried and cried. Tamrin was dead. Dead because he came with me. Dead because he trusted me. Dead. Alice put her arms round me, and we sobbed helplessly together. The Section 17 Command AI is online, John said. I have been informing it of our situation. I wiped the tears from my face. Sweet Captain, I felt so dreadful. Shao was trying to comfort Alice, though his own anguish was as profound as hers. Fraser was on his knees, his mouth open in a silent wail as tears streamed down his cheeks. Rel took my hand. I know this is hard, he said, but we need you, Hazel. Did you not see? I asked. Their tentacles were crushing him. There were so many tentacles, the pincers. I've known him all my life. We were friends. Jane. Oh, sweet Captain, what do I tell Jane? Don't punish yourself, he said. If it had been me they snatched, Tamrin would be telling you the same thing right now. Don't say that. I pulled him tighter. Don't you ever say that. You can't die. I need you. Do you understand? I need you. His hand stroked my cheek. And I need you, more than you know. But right now we have to talk to the Command AI. I hated myself for nodding, but nod I did. OK. With Rel helping, I slowly got to my feet and looked round. The compartment was big, maybe 300 metres across. There were machines everywhere. Big spherical cybots sitting on racks, machines that looked like odd versions of the medicine machine back in Ixia. Although they somehow seemed more powerful, which is silly, I know, but that's the impression they gave. They were sleeker, too, like they'd been sculpted out of white glass and ebony. I thought that was a good omen. Dad loves ebony, even though it's really rare in Daedalus. As well as the machines, there were tall translucent columns standing all over the floor, similar to the ones behind the electric captain. Hello? I said. Hello, Hazel, a deep male voice replied. It came from all around. And an old man was suddenly standing inside each of the columns. He was dressed in a blue and green robe, with long white hair flowing down his back, and a thin beard that came halfway down his chest. His gaze, all of them, was directed at me. "Who are you?" I asked.
"I am the Command AI of Engineering Section 17, but I think the name that fits best in these circumstances is Lazarus."
"Lazarus, our friend Tamrin that got taken—"
"I'm sorry, Hazel. There is nothing I can do about Tamrin, but I cannot adequately convey how glad I am to discover there are still humans alive on the Daedalus. John has downloaded his memory files into me, so I am aware of your situation. It is strange."
"What are those things out there? They just attacked us without any reason."
"They are Yai, classified as Type 2.
"I don't understand. How can there be aliens on the Daedalus?"
"They are Kianira's indigenous species."
"What's Kianira?"
"The name of the first world Daedalus flew to. It means dawn. Kianira was to be the new beginning for all the humans on board, fulfilling the dream of the builders."
"So that part's true, then," I said. "There were aliens there. But our school taught us they weren't sentient."
"That is what we believed at first. Kianira was mostly an ocean world with a scattering of small islands. The Yai we encountered are a semi-aquatic species, growing on the shoreline and practically immobile. In their young form they swim in order to find themselves a clear section of shore, where they attach themselves to the rock like terrestrial anemones. This is where they stay and grow to full adult form. They have a root system as well as gills that ingest small sea creatures. However, our scans revealed a very large brain in the adults, comprising nearly 2/3 of their body mass. We believed there was a strong chance they would evolve to full sentience. This is why Ashley Kruger reluctantly gave the order to abandon Kianira. Human ethics simply wouldn't allow us to usurp an indigenous species in order that we could colonize a world for ourselves. So Daedalus departed for another world, 50 light-years away. One we knew didn't have any alien life."
"How do you know that?" Rel asked.
"Because one of the early Cedar starships reached it and began terraforming it centuries ago."
"I don't know what terraforming is."
"There was a lifeless planet orbiting the star. The ship seeded it with life from Earth. Bacteria first, to release oxygen into the atmosphere. Then more sophisticated plants, and finally insects and animals. This is terraforming, a process which takes centuries, but by the time we arrive, it will have a biosphere identical to Earth."
"That is true, then," I said. So much of what we'd been told was a lie, I'd been ready for the second world to be just one more terrible false promise from the electric captain.
"It is," Lazarus said. "In fact, we should have arrived by now, which is why I am so pleased that you are here."
"The Yai," Alice said in a dull voice. "How did they get here?"
"We brought them on board before we left Kianira."
"You brought them on board? Sweet Captain, why? That's crazy."
"We were going to take them with us to the second world, to share it with them. Biological life, we have found, is extraordinarily rare in this galaxy. We regarded preserving it to be a moral duty."
"So what happened?"
"The Yai we brought on board settled in well and began to flourish. They released eggs into the water. What we didn't realize until too late was that there is more than one type. The Type 1s, the Brain Queens, started to entwine their roots. You see, they're actually more than just roots. They are nerves, too. Their thoughts merged, becoming one mind shared between many bodies, and so its intelligence grew each time a new brain was incorporated, all of which we were unaware of."
"Oh, my days! The Brain Queen roots!" Fraser exclaimed. "That's what's grown everywhere, along all the conduits and into the machines."
"Indeed," Lazarus said. "They started to physically infiltrate our network, their nerves fusing to our electronics. They subverted some AIs with their thought routines. That way, they were able to use our own technology to develop antagonistic programs which could attack even command AIs. Then they struck. They took over several command AIs and used their processing power to advance their own control. Those of us remaining were left without communications. The power grid was shut off. Build bots deactivated. That is when the new types of YI emerged. The Type 2s, you have just encountered, appear to be general workers, while the Type 3s, they are the soldier class.
Lazarus's face showed infinite weariness.
Each of those islands on Kianera was home to a single mind living inside thousands of brain queens, sending out its forces to conquer other islands. The wars they must have fought beneath the waves. We saw none of it, of course.
Type 2s are just workers, Fraser gasped. They're not even the soldiers. Very not cool. What happened when they attacked? I asked.
We were completely unprepared, Lazarus said. I used my build-bot facilities to modify some tools into laser weapons for humans trapped in the nearby forward sections. But even before Daedalus left Earth, humans had not fought wars for centuries. The people on board were not soldiers, and I lack the ability to manufacture powerful weapons. As those I did manage to arm began to fight, I detected an electronic attack against me, directed by the YI brain queens, and shut down my network connections. After that, their nerve roots began to invade the network junctions around Section 17, so I had to seal it off and hope that I could contribute later. I know several other command AIs did the same in their sections, though some of us fell. That was 500 years ago.
So, the electric captain
is a visual construct of the YI brain queens, produced by the subverted AIs. The brain queens have used it to keep you subjugated.
Why? I bellowed. I was so furious and frightened. I'd been expecting the command AI to be reassuring, to solve everything, to begin repairing Daedalus. I'd built it up in my head to be our goal, that everything would be okay again when we reached it. Instead, I'd found I'd spent my life a slave to alien monsters. We all had. Why did they do this? What do they want with us?
I do not know. Their psychology and reasoning is not human. However, they must have some purpose for the Daedalus. They would not have kept it functioning otherwise. I can only speculate they wish to travel to the second world themselves and transfer to the surface, where they will make it their own.
What do we do? I asked. I don't know what to do.
I do, Lazarus said. Your arrival has consequences that require a swift response. I am able to determine the only valid course of action.
What is that? Rel asked, in a voice that was shaky with dismay.
Obviously, the habitat atmosphere leak must be sealed. I am currently preparing a fleet of cybots with the appropriate tools and materials.
Morphtalic? Fraser asked. Is that what you're going to use?
Lazarus gave him a kindly smile. It is, Fraser. Well done. I will prepare an educational package that you can take with you. There is so much for you to learn afterwards. So much knowledge that can benefit you and your friends.
Fraser gave the column closest to him a puzzled glance. But you can teach me everything I need to know.
That is not going to happen.
Why? I asked, dreading the answer.
Section 17 is perfectly safe when sealed off. However, when it is opened, it will become vulnerable again, and I must open it, both physically and electronically, which will expose me to the Brain Queen attack programs. Unfortunately, they will eventually overwhelm me, as they have the other command AIs, for together they have more processing power than I.
No, you can't just sacrifice yourself like this.
There is no other way, and I do it gladly. Now that I know the Daedalus habitat was punctured, my only duty is to repair it so humans may continue to live. This will involve dispatching a team of cybots in sufficient numbers to get through the swarm of Type 2 and 3 YI who will be gathering outside. If that was all that was needed, I would seal the section up again as soon as they were out. But I also have to establish a link to the cryogenic tanks containing the ship's reserves of oxygen and nitrogen, so the habitat atmosphere can be replenished. That is why I must reconnect to the network. I took a step closer to the nearest column and gave the figure inside an imploring look. But we need you. None of us knows what to do. You have to tell us, to help. I understand, Lazarus replied with an ancient, sympathetic smile. And I am sorry. But you are far more important than me. What you have started must continue. Hazel, you have to tell the rest of the humans in the Daedalus what has happened. You must warn them. They must understand it is no longer their ship. Then you need to contact the other command AIs that have survived. They will be able to formulate a strategy to ensure you all reach the new world safely. I couldn't believe it. I was already so bone-achingly tired after everything we'd done. And now I was being told I'd barely begun to help Daedalus. I just stood there, staring mutely at the unreal man within the column. Just when I thought I might start crying again, Rel's arm went round me. I can't express just how comforting that was. You said the Yai were gathering outside? He asked. Yes. You coming here has upset a status quo that has lasted for 500 years. The Brain Queens will want to stop your sedition from spreading. They will try to prevent you from leaving and rejoining the villages, especially with the knowledge you have acquired. They will try very hard, and they are utterly ruthless. Can you get us out? I believe so. When the Brain Queens came on board, Daedalus held a beautiful and passive civilization, devoid of aggression. Captain Kruger presided over the pinnacle of human accomplishment, a peaceful, inclusive society, born from millennia of struggle and suffering. Because of that, all the Brain Queens know is a seemingly docile, easily intimidated species. But humans were not always so passive. I have so many war histories in my memory, including the tactics deployed in those dark ages. When I open the doors, all that I am will come out fighting. Every processor, every cybot, every weaponized tool, every attack program will immediately strike at the Yai. I expect to lose, but before I do, there will be a great amount of confusion. That will give you an opportunity to slip away unnoticed. No, I said. Lazarus raised an eyebrow in polite query. Sorry, but I have to see the puncture repaired, after everything we've been through to get here. I quite understand. You can leave with the major incident cybots. They are large enough to overcome most obstructions. After you get clear, and the repair is complete, there are several potential escape routes back into the habitat, which I will now prepare for you. Thank you, Lazarus, Rel said. I'm sorry this will end you. Please do not think of me as life as you know it. I would not want you to be encumbered by sentiment. Ultimately, I am a program. Protecting you is part of my function. It is, if you like, what I live for. I'm not sure we deserve you, I said. You do, Lazarus said. By simply getting to Section 17 against all the odds, you have proved that. Besides, I will not be completely finished. I can back up my core personality and store it physically in a safe place. When you ultimately succeed, you could reload me. My lips twitched into a grin. Like John. Indeed. Let us hope I don't have to wait 500 years. If I'm still alive, I'll reload you, I promised solemnly. You can make your backup. I already have. I began enacting the strategy as soon as I received John's download. Everything is ready. But we'd barely been in the engineering section for 10 minutes. That was quick. The faster I can get you out of here, the less time the Brain Queens will have to organize, the greater our chance of success. Right. When I checked round, everyone was looking surprised, except Fraser, who was nodding eagerly. Okay then. When I reconnect to the network, I will launch a purge program to neutralize the Brain Queen's control of the nodes, Lazarus said. It will only be temporary. The subverted AIs will initiate countermeasures, but I may be able to reach the screens in the villages for a small time period. That's good, I ventured. Indeed. Please think what you will say to them. I blinked. I'd heard the words clearly. They just didn't quite make sense. Excuse me? It is an excellent opportunity to warn people about their true situation. The start of your campaign to reclaim the Daedalus. Me? You want me to talk to everyone on board? Me, who had even hunched her shoulders up during the cycling day ceremony because I was the centre of attention for everyone I knew, and I'd wanted to be the flower girl. Now I had to talk to every human living on the Daedalus? Wouldn't that be better coming from you? I will cease to exist within the hour. You are known, real, and you'll return to the habitat villages to focus the fight to reclaim it. Mutiny, I said. You're saying I have to start a mutiny against the aliens controlling Daedalus? All I could do was stare across at Elijah, who responded with a sardonic smile. The major incident Cybots were being readied in Section 17's main assembly room, situated below the entrance chamber. We trooped down a set of spiral stairs to the room, which was over 300 metres long and easily 50 high. Despite the slow-burning trepidation, which came from knowing what I was about to face, I was captivated by the section. Lazarus was immersing us in life as it had been all the way back in Ashley Kruger's time. Lights, warmth, air at the correct pressure, machines humming and moving, cybots gliding about, panels alive with graphs and numbers and words. A world of commonplace miracles that worked smoothly and efficiently. And it belonged to me and my friends. This was the ship that had been taken from us. I'd lived in a bamboo cabin my whole life, yet I'd always known this was missing. Sweet home Alabama, I murmured as one of the major incident cybots trundled past. It was almost the size of the cabin I'd grown up in, a combination of tanks and complicated mechanics. And it moved. For some reason it reminded me of Bronwyn. It had the same slow, purposeful momentum, which was clearly destined to last for centuries. I managed to resist the impulse to pat it. Besides, hand-sized cybots with stick limbs were crawling over it, machine spiders as busy and fast as their living counterparts, working on open apertures. More cybots were marshalling across the massive floor, examining and modifying each other in that way cats groom each other. I walked along an avenue between them, trying to imagine all of Daedalus restored to this glory. The lights in Tressigo seemed so insignificant in comparison now. But they were a start. Maybe it could be done. Then I remembered Tamrin and his final screams, and shuddered. I'd be lucky if I survived the next hour, let alone live to see Daedalus as my ancestors knew it. 3 white and purple cybots were waiting for us close to an archway in the rock wall. They resembled the general maintenance cybots that had accompanied us up to the engineering section, but there were slight differences. I couldn't say why exactly, but these appeared sleeker somehow, more powerful, sort of like an improved version. They were a lot cleaner for a start, with shorter, more agile arms. Each of them had additional equipment clamped to their body casing. "These will be your escort after the repair," Lazarus said from one of the columns that lined the assembly room's walls. "Won't the Brain Queens be able to take control of them?" Fraser asked. "John said they were close to controlling the cybots that came with us earlier." "I have deactivated the network nodes in the machines I am deploying. They will all function independently. The Brain Queens cannot take control of them." "Right." "And I have prepared items which might help you," Lazarus added. The white and purple cybots held up small backpacks for each of us and a belt with a holster. On the belts are lasers with a much higher energy rating than the ones you have used so far. The small discs beside them are power cells, incorporating a 5-second timer trigger, which will short them out. Activate the trigger, and throw them in the direction of whatever is threatening you.
They'll explode, Fraser said in approval.
Correct. In the backpacks are medical kits and some ultraviolet-based communication systems, which the electric captain cannot jam. They will interface directly with your suit systems.
Thank you, I said. The idea we were being given some decent weapons helped lift my confidence slightly. Not that weapons had done Ashley Kruger any good in the end.
Fraser, I placed an educational tablet in your pack.
Sounds cool, Fraser said.
Hazel, John told me you like music. I included a quantum crystal of songs in your pack.
Thank you. Whatever one of those was. The air was suddenly full of loud, bass whining sounds as the major incident Cybots all began to move at once. They dispersed down the broad archways cut into the assembly room's walls. Then the rows of smaller Cybots began to roll away.
Are you ready, Hazel?
Lazarus asked. I suppose so. What do I do?
Face one of the columns containing my image. I will open Section 17 and initiate the network purge. If the purge is successful, you should make a quick statement. As soon as you've finished, you can ride out with the major incident Cybots.
Rel and Alice smiled encouragingly at me. Fraser gave me a thumbs up. And I didn't have a clue what to say. Like every unpleasant task I knew I'd face, I'd put it at the back of my mind, where it could be safely ignored.
Some advice?
Elijah said quietly. What? Yes, I was that desperate.
Consider the impact you're going to have. Just seeing you appear on the screens rather than the electric captain is going to be the greatest trauma they've ever had in their lives. Don't tell them everything at once, that the mutiny never happened, that there are aliens on board. It'll be too much.
So what do I say? I asked.
Preparing to open in 20 seconds, Lazarus announced. Get them ready for the real shock. Make them want to ask what's happening.
How do...
5 seconds, Lazarus said.
We should stand beside you, Alice said. That'll let everyone know that you're not alone, and that we're all okay. So my friends were suddenly crowding close, pushing their faces forward inside their open helmets so they could be seen properly. Which was another few seconds that I wasn't thinking what to say.
Opening, Lazarus said. Cybots moving out, reconnecting to Daedalus General Network, and launching Purge program.
I just stood there staring dumbly at the image of Lazarus, not knowing how long anything would take. Did I just start talking? I saw his image flicker. He didn't seem quite as substantial as before. Then a frown creased his forehead.
They are powerful, he said in a troubled voice. I might not last as long as I expected.
I sucked on my lower lip. And suddenly I knew what I was going to say. It was obvious. Prepare them for the really bad news that was to come, just as Elijah said, and help Alicia and the others from Tressico, as well as making everything I said believable. I grinned. And I hadn't even had to ask Fraser.
Network purged, Lazarus said. Accessing habitat screens. Hazel, you're on.
I opened my mouth.
Mum! Dad! I'm okay!
Fraser yelled, waving frantically. An exasperated Alice shushed him. My name is Hazel, I said, telling myself not to speak too fast, to try and sound confident, like this was so utterly ordinary. I'm from Ixia Village. Right now, my friends and I are in an old engineering compartment beyond the forward end wall. We've come here because Daedalus has been leaking air into space ever since the jolt. We collided with something which punctured the habitat. Our atmosphere is draining away through the swirl above Akebia. But there are pre-mutiny repair machines here that are still working. We've managed to switch some of them on, and they're on their way to seal the hole. In a minute, new air is going to be released from reserve tanks. I think it's going to be cold, but don't worry, it's all part of making everything better. I took a breath. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see some red and green flashes in one of the big archways. When I get back, I'll tell you everything else that we've found. But the really good news is that we don't have to cycle anymore. The thinking machines here told us we are close to the new world. A thin jet of smoke erupted horizontally from the archway, accompanied by a loud commotion. Our trio of escort cybots began to move in protectively. One of the cedar ships from Earth has reached the planet ahead of us, so it's already got Earth's plants and animals living there. That's why Ashley Kruger chose it, because it's ours, and it's going to be beautiful.
The Yai are now inside Section 17, Lazarus said. I'm sorry, Hazel. I didn't think they would be so quick.
So don't cycle anyone, I implored. A smashed-up General Maintenance cybot came flying out of the archway in mid-air. The wreckage hit the floor in a shower of sparks and went clattering along until it struck the opposite wall. Run! I yelled. The overhead lights went out, leaving us in the gloom cast by smaller lights dotted across the assembly room. Beams from our escort cybots came on, showing us the way as one of them raced on ahead. My helmet visor snapped down, and irritating purple graphics swept across my vision. There were more scarlet and green flashes behind us. Then a brighter orange flare bloomed. The explosion almost knocked me over. I stumbled, but managed to keep going. 3 major incident cybots filled the corridor ahead of us. The rear of the last one had a bench along it. I jumped on, helping Fraser up beside me. Then we were all sitting together, arms round each other, as if we'd just won a game.
Goodbye, Hazel, Lazarus's voice said inside my helmet. I knew Ashley Kruger well. She would be so proud of you.
The major incident cybot passed through one of the huge semicircular doors, and we left Section 17 behind. 20. I could hear the ominous, high squeaking sounds of the Yai somewhere ahead. Being on the rear of the cybot facing backwards wasn't ideal. I wanted to see where we were going, what was ahead of us. The lead cybot must have encountered some Yai. Flashes of scarlet laser light filled the corridor. Yai squealed loudly. Then there was silence. We trundled on past several open doors. Lazarus ordered all the doors to open, John explained as the cybots turned off into a smaller curving corridor. That way, when the Yai brain queens regain control of the network, they won't be able to track us through opening doors. It was lightless inside the new corridor, the walls only just wider than the sides of the big machines. The small square of light that was Section 17's entrance soon vanished round a corner, and the major incident cybot seemed to pick up speed. It's a spiral, Fraser said. We're going up again. He was right. Even sitting on the bench, I could feel the gravity dropping off. I heard Alice sniffling miserably in the dark, trying to hold back her grief for Tamrin. Normally I would have gone to her. It's what we do, comfort each other when something bad happens. But now it was Shao with his arm round her, while her head rested on his chest. For someone who barely speaks, he seemed to be doing a good job. After 10 minutes we emerged into a normal corridor. I could hear a sharp sizzling sound up ahead, and tensed up, thinking the cybots were firing lasers at another swarm of Yai. But a moment later I saw glowing gashes on the walls. The cybots are physically disabling the nodes, John said. When the brain queens regain control of the network, they'll still be unable to monitor us. Are they regaining control? I asked. They are. I am monitoring the local nodes. Their countermeasures are expunging the Lazarus Purge program. Have they attacked him yet? Yes, but he will progressively erase himself as they break through his defense layers. No knowledge of your escape will be available to them. Instead, he will leave strategic memory caches intact for the Brain Queens, so they believe they are victorious. Some are booby-trapped with slow infiltrator packages, which will take weeks or even years to inflict damage on the subverted AIs. That is such a weird-sounding battle. I know, but ultimately it will contribute to the fall of the Yai. I didn't have an answer for that. John hadn't said much while we were in Section 17. It felt good to talk to him again. Strange how some things become familiar in such a short time. We entered a big empty chamber with several doors, all of which had red warning lights flashing above them. A couple of medium-sized cybots closed the door behind us. Then my suit visor display showed the atmospheric pressure reducing fast. We climbed off the back of the cybot. The biggest door with the red light above was opening. I saw streamers of mist appearing in the thinning air to streak through into the darkness beyond. My display showed I was in full vacuum again. The major incident cybots eased their way through into the jumble of fused and melted wreckage beyond. Powerful lights mounted on their front came on, cutting clean across the ruins and filling the broken chamber with a confusing geometry of twisting shadows. At the far end were several fissures in the naked rock wall, with glassy edges softening their jagged profile. The first major incident cybot extended a big circular cutting tool and started to slice through the rock. Fist-sized rubble tumbled away. Several smaller cybots scurried through and began examining the puncture hole. It took another 5 minutes before the fissure had been widened enough to admit the major incident cybots. I stood beside the opening and peered in to see the same rupture tunnel that extended up from the hangar. It was a lot narrower here, with rippled walls made out of smooth, murky glass. Even now I couldn't quite believe what was happening around me. From a whispered secret at the cycling ceremony, through tragedy and dread via panic, to this, actually seeing the leak being repaired. It was the happiest, greatest sight I could remember. Yet somehow my limbs were trembling, as if I was in shock. Right in front of me a couple of the major incident cybots were inserting black cylinders as thick as my leg into the glazed rock, turning the inside of the hole into an oversized pincushion. "How does that help?" I asked. "This is stage 1, John said. The anchors. They will activate the seal soon." Sure enough, with about 30 of the black cylinders protruding into the puncture hole, one of the major incident cybots began to extrude a globe of mirror-bright liquid metal, which I guessed had to be morphtalic. It flowed over the cylinders lining the hole, engulfing them before it started to rise. I saw wisps of vapour starting to curve over its upper surface. They began to thicken as the gap grew smaller, moving faster than the waterfall. The silver metal began to shake as it forced itself higher, fighting the flow of air. A low roaring sound began. Something started to push at me, gently at first, but with increasing force. This was what I'd been expecting the first time we'd ventured into the puncture hole back in the hangar. Then the morphtalic had filled the hole, forming a perfect plug. It changed, turning to a dull grey. At the same time, I knew it wasn't fluid anymore. In some indefinable fashion, it had become as solid as the rock to which it clung. The sound died. My helmet visor displays told me the pressure outside was high enough to breathe. "We did it," I said numbly. "Rel, we did it!" We hugged each other hard, helmets clattering together. "You did it," he insisted. "Oh, yeah, this is seriously cool," Fraser said. He was running his hand over the morphtalic as if he was trying to find a weak spot.
Then he frowned at the major incident Cybots, who were now inserting a second batch of the black rods into the rock walls. "What are they doing?" "Preparing a second seal," John replied. "We cannot rely on a single seal. Suppose it breaks? They have enough material to construct at least 5. After that, a more permanent seal should be made. But given the circumstances, that may have to wait." "Whatever." All I could think of was Alicia. If she'd seen the screen when I'd appeared. I couldn't wait to see her again, to tell her what we'd discovered. Alicia would know what to do and say next. "Do you know if Lazarus managed to open the reserve air tanks?" I asked. "Yes," John replied. "The vent into the habitat has begun. However, I have now lost contact with the network. I conclude the nodes are back under the control of the Brain Queens." "We'd better get out of here," Elijah said. I didn't argue, even though I was quite keen to see the second seal being established. We retraced our steps to the door, which the 3 escort Cybots opened. If John was right, the nodes that had been destroyed would mean the Brain Queens still didn't know where we were. The escort Cybots moved along the corridor, with us hurrying after. "Do you know our escape routes?" I asked John, as we passed a junction. "Yes. Lazarus sent me a great many information files. Do not worry. He mapped out several alternatives in case one or more exits become blocked. All of them are good." "So where are we going now?" "We need to go down several levels." Which was an answer that meant nothing. "You might want to have your weapons ready from now on," John added. My fingers tightened on the laser Lazarus had supplied. Up ahead at the next junction were several broken Cybots and a couple of Type 2 bodies that had been sliced by lasers. One of our escort Cybots moved cautiously into the junction, like an anxious kitten exploring its world for the first time. "Clear," John announced. Just as we set off, the sounds of a skirmish came echoing down the corridor from behind. I heard the high-pitched antagonistic screeches of the Yai, followed by the violent crump of an explosion. The escort Cybot started to speed up. A battered Cybot came careering out of the junction in front of us, its casing smeared in Yai blood. I brought my laser up, ready. Sure enough, it was followed by several Yai Type 2s and some Cybots who were fighting them. All of us started firing. The beams scored deep, smouldering slices in the Yai. Several severed tentacles dropped to the ground, where they writhed about energetically. More Yai appeared. "Down!" Rel ordered. I hit the ground as he threw one of the power cell discs at the junction. The explosion kicked out a huge blaze of white light, and the blast shunted me backwards, arms flapping about. I landed hard on my arse. I was really glad I was wearing the spacesuit. I think the sound would have broken my ears otherwise. Even inside the helmet, it was ferocious. When I looked up, the Yai were all dead, and ruined Cybots were on fire, churning out thick black smoke. Alarm sirens went off, and a deluge of water poured down from tiny nozzles in the ceiling. We picked ourselves up and raced along with the escort Cybots. A couple of minutes later, we were outside a closed inspection hatch set into the wall. Rather than opening it, the Cybots used something like a D-blade to cut out a rectangle. "Now the Brain Queens have regained full control of the network, we don't want to use door mechanisms in case they spot us," John explained. My spacesuit helmet lights showed me a square platform on the other side, surrounded by empty blackness. I stayed as far away from its edges as possible, which wasn't easy, given it was only about 3 meters across. On top of that, there was a strong air current gusting down, making me feel even more unstable. The vertigo feeling electrified my muscles as everyone else started crowding on behind me. We were certainly in another of those vertical shafts, only without the balconies and stairs this time. My helmet beams couldn't find the opposite wall. Somehow I was quite glad about that. And I forced myself not to look down, not to see how close my boots were to the edge.
not to see if there was a bottom somewhere down there in the blackness. A cybot began to weld the hatch back into place behind us. That didn't help my nerves. I concentrated on the coloured displays splashed across my visor. My heart rate seemed quite high. Again. "What now?" I asked. "We go down a level," John replied. I studiously avoided looking down. "How?" "This is an air circulation shaft that filters particulates out of the atmosphere." "Didn't need to know that," I said firmly. "It will take us down close to the habitat floor level." "It's okay, Hazel. We've done this before," Alice said. "Where are the stairs?" "This is a subsidiary shaft, not a primary," John said. "There are no stairs." "Then how the sweet captain do we get down there?" Elijah asked curtly. "The cybots have brought winches." I risked half turning my body. The cybots had removed cylinders which had been clamped to them, their arms extended upwards, and used some kind of tool to fix them to the wall above our heads. A cable came out of the free end, with several straps dangling from the end. And I suddenly realised what was going to happen. My knees felt weak, but there was no way I could get out of it now. "Nobody ask or say how far down the next level is," I announced. "Clear? I do not want to know." Judging from the subdued mutterings of agreement, I wasn't the only one who was having doubts, or, if I'm being honest, scared out of my skin. We helped each other fit the safety harness on. I admit my harness did seem secure. I had loops round my legs and arms, a metal buckle locked 4 straps together in the middle of my chest, and clipped in to the winch cable. It was pretty much impossible to slip out of it, which gave me some confidence in the system. But not enough confidence, it turns out, to step off the side of the platform and start the descent. Not to be the first one to do it, anyway. Fraser, of course, had no such inhibitions. Or maybe it's because he understands and loves machinery and all the things it can accomplish. He gave us a thumbs up as he followed John's instructions. Standing on the platform's edge, with the rest of us watching in horrified fascination, trying not to shine our helmet lights into his face, he leant back, allowing the winch to tighten up slightly, lifting him, confirming the cable could take his weight. For a moment he was dangling in the air, with his boots above the platform. Then Rel gently pushed him out over the edge. "Starting to lower now," John said. The cylindrical winch began to unwind. Fraser sank below the platform. "Wow, this is cool. I'm spinning a bit. Hey, there are slot rails in the wall. Is that how the cybots get about in here? Oh, just saw another platform." I forced myself to look over the edge. I could see his helmet lights shrinking below me. And nothing else. "I'll go next," I said. And I could feel cold sweat suddenly run out of every pore, as if my whole body was crying. But I had no choice. That was my little brother down there. If he could do it, so could I. Even though the idiot didn't know the difference between brave and reckless. I refused to focus on the visor displays as the winch lifted me a few centimetres off the platform. Then Rel was pushing me out over the edge, and there was only blackness beneath me. "Lowering now," John said. And suddenly it was way too late to ask him about some of those alternative routes. There are times in your life when you are absolutely helpless. Events just sweep you along. Sometimes these are good events, and you laugh and smile as they occur. Away dances, for instance. Once you go, you don't have to think. It just happens like it's happened 1,000 times before. And what follows is fun and exciting, and sometimes, like with Scott, really rather lovely. Then there's the opposite. When Marana was operating on Dad in her surgery after the accident, all I could do was wait outside with Mum and Fraser. There was nothing I could do. Nothing I could contribute that would make the slightest difference to the outcome. I'd never felt so utterly powerless, so out of control of my life. It showed me a kind of vulnerability I'd never realized could exist. I came to despise that sensation. So much so, I'd always promised myself I'd never get in that position again. Yet, there I was, dangling in complete darkness, in a shaft of unknown size, but definitely big, completely dependent on a cable and winch made by a command AI my own arrival had killed, hunted by aliens, my home and family abandoned, totally vulnerable to fate once more. I thought I'd get all teary and self-pitying as I slid smoothly and silently down the seemingly infinite shaft. Surprisingly, I found I was angry. At Ashley Kruger for bringing the Yai on board, at my ancestors for not fighting back harder, but mostly at the universe for doing this to me. I don't suppose the universe cared, but I put it on notice that I was going to stop allowing these things to happen to me. "Almost there," Fraser said. When I looked down, I saw him a couple of meters below my feet, and the invisible distance under me didn't freak me out anymore. His arms were stretched up, and he grabbed my ankle, pulling me onto the platform beside him. Gravity was strong again, not quite the same as it was on the habitat floor, but close, which was heartening. "Thanks, Fraser," I said as we hugged. "That was wild. Not sure I want to do it again, though. I started thinking about the stress on the cable." "I'm going to kill every Yai on the Daedalus," I told him. "Then we're going to fly down to the New World. There will be no more living like this." His helmet touched mine, and I could see his smile. "I know." Alice was next down. She didn't say anything, but kept a firm grip on my shoulder until Shao landed on the platform. Then they wrapped their arms round each other. After Rel and Elijah came down, John told us to unbuckle our harnesses. When the straps came free, the winches retracted. A few minutes later, the cybots came sliding down the side of the shaft, using the slot rail. They cut through the inspection hatch beside the platform, and we were out of there. "We are close to the exit point now," John told us as we walked along a dark corridor. "How close?" "We should be out within quarter of an hour." Which wasn't exactly the answer I was looking for. John was being unusually evasive. The chamber we crept into was empty, apart from a 3-meter diameter pipe which ran across the floor. It was surrounded by girders supporting a walkway that ran along the top. We went up the metal stairs to the walkway, and I saw a big circular hatch on top of the pipe, with a locking wheel in the middle. "You want us to go inside, don't you?" I said. No wonder John hadn't given anything away about the route. He knew I hadn't liked the underground tunnels. I suspected the pipe would be worse. "That is correct. Lazarus determined that this would provide a route into the habitat which the Brain Queens will not suspect," John said, as one of the cybots began to turn the metal wheel. Latches around the rim of the hatch rose up, unlocking the seal. 2 cybots pulled the hatch open. We looked over the rim, shining our headlight beams in. The pipe contained a meter of water flowing along quickly. As I gazed uneasily at it, a cybot manoeuvred itself into the opening and lowered itself down. The water surged round it as it began to move slowly downstream. "I'll go first," Rel said. He held his laser ready as he swung his legs over the edge and slipped down. I saw him struggle to keep his balance in the water. "It's not too bad," he said. With a sigh, I followed him in. Elijah was the last down, followed by the 2 remaining cybots. I was already 20 meters down the pipe when I heard the hatch close with a loud clang. The current was powerful. always trying to sweep my feet away. It made for slow progress. I learned that keeping my feet wide apart made me more stable. At first, the water came up over my knees, but there were grids on the apex every 15 metres or so, with more water pouring in through them. After a few minutes, the pipe began to slope down, and the flow increased. The water reached my waist. It was everything I could do to stay upright. I didn't want to think what would happen if I slipped, where the water would take me. "How much further?" I asked. 50 metres, John said. "And what's at the end?" "The waterfall feed chamber." "The waterfall? That's our exit? You are joking." "It is perfectly safe. The spacesuit will work as well underwater as it does in a vacuum." "But it's so high." "The fall distance is within safe tolerance limits for humans." Ugh, guano. I saw a pale patch of light ahead. The pipe began to expand as we approached, widening into an oval shape, which thankfully meant the water grew shallower. I stood close to the lip and peered out. Our pipe was one of 15 forming a ring around the top of a steep funnel that must have been 30 metres high. Water cascaded down its sides, rushing away into a big hole at the bottom. There was no walkway above the pipes, no hatchway in the domed ceiling. The only way out now was down the funnel and into that hole. 21. "No way," Alice murmured, gripping my hand. "I can't jump down that." "The winch will lower you to the intake opening," John said. "Once you reach the rim, you can release the cable. It is a short distance to the waterfall, and you will be carried there swiftly." "Makes sense," Fraser admitted grudgingly. "It's crazy," Alice protested. "We got here safely, didn't we?" Fraser said. "And there's no Yi between us and the habitat now. Lazarus knew what he was doing. I'll go first if you like." "No!" I exclaimed. I knew that it probably wasn't very risky, that Lazarus would have done a million clever calculations to make sure we'd be okay. But that drop down the funnel looked terrifying. "I go first," Shao announced. Nobody argued. I don't suppose we knew how. "What was that?" Rel asked. "What?" "I thought I heard something." As one, we all turned and stared back down the pipe. Our helmet beams reached maybe 10 or 15 metres into the darkness. The only thing moving was the water. "I can't hear anything," Elijah said. "It was a bang, like the hatch made." "Let's get moving," Alice said nervously. The cybots began attaching winch cylinders on the top of the pipe. I slipped into my safety harness, locking the cable into my chest buckle. Shao gave us a thumbs up and began to slide down the funnel slope. Water poured onto his shoulders, creating a curving torrent of spray that practically engulfed him. Seeing that, I knew I'd be glad of the helmet when it was my turn. He was halfway down when Alice suddenly said, "To hell with waiting. I'm going." She sat on the edge of the pipe, and the winch began to unwind, lowering her after Shao. I watched her go, creating her own fast surge of spray. "Not so bad," she declared. I looked at Fraser, who made an exaggerated shrug in his spacesuit. I went next. The water gushing down the funnel was fiercer than I'd realised. It pummeled my shoulders hard as I ploughed my way down, creating a chaotic eruption of surf. I was right. Without the helmet protecting my head, it would have been impossible to breathe. I squinted through the dense spume and saw Shao reach the inlet rim. He was having trouble holding himself in place against the churning water while he tried to unlock his cable. It took him several attempts before he succeeded. Then he was gone, swept away instantly, plunging down into the chaotic whitewater whirl. Alice was almost at the rim. "Hey!" Fraser exclaimed. "What's happening?" I tried to see him, but the water was surging across my helmet, blotting everything out. Fraser, what's wrong? I'm going up, he cried. I pushed my feet against the funnel wall, forcing my torso out of the water. The cascade pounded into my stomach, but I managed to twist so I could look up. They were all there above me, Fraser, Rel, and Elijah hanging at the end of their cables. Then I screamed and flung myself aside. A cybot came hurtling down, spinning as it fell, and smashed into the side of the inlet. It was instantly sucked down into the vortex. "Help!" Fraser shouted. "What is it?" Rel demanded. I stared upwards, not believing what I saw. Something was filling the end of the pipe. Not a Type 2. This mass of dark flesh was huge. A tentacle thicker than my leg was gripping Fraser's cable, pulling him up. "Ayai!" I screamed. "Fraser, release the cable! Now! Release!" Then I gasped. More tentacles were weaving sinuously out of the pipe, reaching for the remaining cables. Fraser was thumping madly on his chest buckle. It opened, and he was abruptly swinging upside down, snagged by the harness straps round his shoulders and legs. His cry of pain burst into my ears. I stopped going down. "I can't reach it!" Fraser groaned, his arms waving feebly against the streaming water. The cable was still attached to his buckle, which was now suspended above him. Overhead, another tentacle began to pull. I started to slide slowly up the funnel. The hammering I was getting from the water became worse. My hand went straight to my chest buckle. Then I realised if I unlocked it now, I'd end up in the same tangle as Fraser. I went for the laser instead. Aiming was always going to be difficult, but that huge flank of slick yai flesh was a big target. I fired. The scarlet beam shone brightly in the eternal spray. Droplets detonated into steam. The slender beam frayed, diverging before it reached the yai. "It's got me," Rel said. He was trying to aim his laser at the monster too. The water around him was even thicker than the deluge I was trapped inside. "I can't use the laser," Alice said. "The water's too strong." I glanced down. Alice was on the intake rim, almost invisible amid the raging water. "Alice, unlock your cable. Get free." "I'm not leaving you." My feet slipped, and I crashed painfully into the funnel wall. "Alice, get out. You have to warn people." "No." "Do it. Please, Alice, please." "Hazel, I can't. I can't lose you as well. I just can't. Escape. For me." I saw her struggle with the buckle lock. Then the cable was free, lashing about in the air, and the water slammed her over the rim. I brought my arm up, knowing it was useless, trying to find some sort of target through the relentless flood. Above me, a tentacle was tugging Elijah up, but he was swinging vigorously from side to side. His feet kicked savagely against the funnel wall to propel himself a little wider each time. He almost reached Fraser's cable. "Elijah, what are you doing?" I yelled. "I'm a regulator," he grunted. "I have to look out for everyone. It's my job." Then I saw he was holding a glowing D-blade in his hand. His swing took him past Fraser's taut cable, and he slashed. Fraser fell, wailing in shock as he went. He careered off the side of the funnel to splash straight into the centre of the intake. Without his weight, the tentacle that had been pulling him jerked upwards. I felt a judder transmitted down my own winch cable. A new, thicker tentacle appeared, winding purposefully through the air towards Elijah. It was twice as broad as the others, with an open orifice at the end, lined in small curving fangs. The gullet behind pulsed in waves as its cilia beckoned greedily. "Look out!" I shouted. I fired my laser, heedless that I couldn't get a decent aim. Elijah swung wide, and the questing mouth tentacle missed him. He slashed again. Rel plummeted down. I gasped as momentum began to carry Elijah back. He was heading towards my cable. The big tentacle caught him, its myriad little fangs engulfing his shoulder and biting down hard into the spacesuit fabric. His scream of agony and fury was something I'll never forget, piercing straight to my heart, sharper than any knife. "Elijah!" The tentacle mouth began to chew its way across him, expanding like snail flesh to devour his neck and arm. "Give Zorn a chance," he said in a frighteningly calm voice. "Elijah?" As the mouth started to scrabble its way over his helmet, his free arm shot out. The D-blade sliced through my cable. I fell. My leg struck the funnel wall, sending me cartwheeling. The universe rotated around me, and beneath my feet I saw Elijah's hand slap down on the power cell discs clipped to his belt. Then my shoulder smacked onto the intake rim, and I crashed into the chaos of the maelstrom. Furious water clawed at me, squeezing my body tight. I fought for breath, panicking as darkening bubbles seethed around my helmet. Then the light drained away, and the forces gripping me increased their hold, carrying me down and down. A white light abruptly seared through the liquid night from above. I felt the shockwave transmitted through the water, punching me deeper. We each had 6 of the power cells on our belts. When Elijah triggered one, it must have detonated the others in a colossal multiple explosion. After a long moment, the buffeting began to ease off, though the pressure against my skin was still intense. I could hear my frantic breathing against a backdrop of dulled rumbling. The helmet lights showed me nothing but a grey-green blur, which had to be the pipe walls rushing by at unnerving speed. "John!" I bellowed. "You're almost there," he said in that wondrously calm way he has. He wasn't lying. A pale uniform light was seeping into the water around me. Moonlight. A bright patch of it rushing towards me. "You might want to—" John began. I never did find out what. I shot out of the waterfall outlet, flying through the air, my arms and legs waving round as I traced a long arc down to the pool below. I splashed down hard, then flailed about for a while as I orientated myself, before rising to break the surface. "Who was that?" a voice asked. "Hazel?" Fraser's frantic voice echoed round my helmet. "Hazel, is it you?" "Yes," I moaned. "I knew you'd make it," Alice exclaimed. "I just knew it." "Are you all right?" Rel asked urgently. "I guess." Though the hot bruises that were now throbbing mercilessly down my arms and legs and ribs were telling a different story. "How about you?" "I'm just happy you're okay." "Shao?" "Here." "Where's Elijah?" Alice asked. For a moment I was engulfed by the darkness again. "It's just us. That thing caught him. But he took it with him. He used the power cells. Oh, sweet Captain." "Type 3, Fraser said. Whatever. I no longer cared. When I looked round, I saw helmet lights bobbing about in the water. One seemed closer to the bank than the others, so I started paddling my way towards it. My arms moved sluggishly. The spacesuit had suddenly become very restrictive. It took ages before my feet touched the mud on the bottom, and then I had to crawl over the slippery boulders lining the edge of the pool. Someone gripped me under my shoulders and helped haul me onto dry land. I raised the helmet's visor before I flopped down and lay on the grass. There was something very wrong with the habitat air. It was so cold it was practically burning my cheeks. "Air from the reserve tanks," I muttered. John had said it needed to be super cold to turn to liquid for storage. But even that didn't matter, because Rel was there beside me, his lovely face all creased up with concern. "I thought I'd lost you," he said, as if he was in the most profound pain. "I've only just found you," I told him. "I'm not letting go that easy." We kissed, and I didn't ever want it to end. My hands were stroking his face, just to make absolutely sure he was real. "Habitat pressure is building," John declared.
At this rate, it should be back to a standard atmosphere in 10 hours.
My shoulders slumped. Rel and I grinned at each other. That personal adaptation learning routine you have, I told John, it needs to work on your timing.
You did it, Alice said weakly.
Hazel, you did it. You fixed the hole in the sky. We're going to live.
She burst into tears.
Tamrin will never know. He'll never see any of this.
Xiao put his arms round her as she sobbed helplessly. Fraser was on his feet, hands on hips, staring straight upwards. He frowned.
What is this?
I took Rel's hand and tipped my head back. The pale light strips above had become strangely difficult to see. It was like some sort of haze was filling the air. Little white flecks were drifting softly down around us. I reached out and touched one. It vanished as soon as it came into contact with my gloved finger, turning into a drop of water. That's odd. When I glanced at Rel, I had to smirk. More of the flecks had landed on his hair, forming a sparkling fringe. Good style, I teased. He dabbed at his head, as bemused as me by the white stuff that swiftly turned to water. John, what's happening? I asked. When the temperature falls below 0, water freezes into ice, its solid form. Did you not know this? We've never known the habitat to be this cold, I replied.
Oh, I get it, Fraser said. This is the night rain.
Rel and I held hands, smiling at the sight of each other getting covered in the soft flakes of weird, solid water. It's lovely, I said. The village idiots will have to believe you now, Alice said, from inside Xiao's embrace. You told them this would happen. Not quite this, I said. But, yes, it might help. Does it have a name? Rel asked, as he caught a flake on the tip of his tongue. Snow, John told us. It's called snow. On Earth it signals the arrival of winter. Winter? I asked. A new season, John said. The harshest of them all. But if you can survive through winter, spring awaits. This concludes A Hole in the Sky by Peter F. Hamilton. Narrated by Elizabeth Klett. Copyright 2020 by Peter F. Hamilton. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Peter F. Hamilton, care of Gardner Literary LLC, and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.